Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Became the Red Dragon Emperor Part 6. Before we start, please go support Oscar Xperia 5991 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 49: The Rise to Supremacy. Chaos. It was the only word that could describe what was happening in the world after it saw again the start of the Juggernaut drive coming from the White Dragon. Unfortunately, the transmission was cut off immediately, leaving the expectation and fear of what would happen. For his part, Izuku and his family went at maximum speed towards the UA Academy, where during the trip he stopped feeling that sensation in his left arm after not even 3 minutes had passed. And once they arrived, they immediately went to the director's office, entering through the window so as not to waste a single second. UA Academy Principal's Office. Izuku, Director Nizu. Entering through the window. You have to know this. About to tell him, but is interrupted. Nizu. I know. Looking at the TV, which screen was still black. The White Dragon has returned, trying to control his tremors. Shuko, confused. How do you know? Haruto. They're pointing to the TV before you arrived and the broadcast was cut off. The news reported that the White House had been destroyed and the cause was him and his new bearer Tamura Shigaraki, surprising Izuku and Shuko. Izuku, what? Confused. How could he use a sacred gear if he has a quirk? Worried. We've had Eri with us at all times. Even the few medical examinations have been done by Recovery Girl. Aizawa. Todoroki, getting his attention. Could you please? Making a subtle sign for him to cover Eri's ears, which he understood and did 2 years ago in the battle against Overhaul. Yayorozu faced twice in Toga, where the latter managed to escape before her final attack, remembering how she had to help her student, feeling guilty for killing someone, so maybe she managed to take one of those bullets with Eri's blood. Shuko, damn Overhaul, even after being dead for 2 years he's still causing trouble. Izuku, Drake, raising his left hand as the gem appeared. Could we defeat him without causing much damage? Making everyone wait for the answer. Drake, no, from what I got to feel it seems that its wielder used the Juggernaut drive, and I highly doubt he would use it voluntarily without having control, knowing that it consumes vitality, worrying everyone even more. Listen, partner, our battles have always caused great destruction and forced the maps of the world to change. Nizu, calming down to think things through better. We must be prepared in case it attacks again at any moment, so we must prepare the civilians to be alert if they have to enter the shelters. Looking at the Gina in Izuku's hand, can you feel where the White Dragon is right now? Drake, no, we only know each other's whereabouts when we release a lot of power or we are very close. The gem disappears from Izuku's hand. Izuku, Director, staring at him. I don't want to take any risks, so I want our families to take shelter in the Academy shelter at once. Haruto, I agree to. Getting up from the chair, heading towards the window. I will bring for Yumi and our daughter so they are safe, spreading his dragon wings, coming out, flying towards his house. Aizawa, I'll do the same too, taking out his phone to call someone as he leaves the office. Hi Shino, yes I saw the news. Yes I'm fine. Listen, pick up Koda from school and go home. I'm already leaving for Heya and then we'll come to the shelter that's in the academy. Walking quickly through the hallways. Yes, Midoriya already knows and is here. Fine. I'll see you in a few minutes. Everything will be fine. I love you too. Hanging up the call and quickening his pace. Shuko, Izuku, staring at her fiancé while removing her hands from her daughter's ears. I will go as quickly as possible for my mom and Natsuo. You stayed to protect Eri and the shelter while the others' families arrive. Izuku, but being silenced by a small kiss on the lips. Shuko, don't worry. If I fly at top speed it won't take long. You are needed more here. Moving away from Izuku to bend down and look Eri directly in the eyes. Honey. Eri, are there problems again? With a sad face. Shuko, you are very smart, kissing her on the forehead for a few seconds. This time no one will hurt you. Your dad and I will never allow it. Getting up, it won't be long, but still listen to everything your father says, okay? Eri, yes, Mom. Having a calmer smile as she watches Shuko fly away in the direction of her home. Izuku, Director, taking Eri by the hand. We will go to the dormitories. Surely everyone has many questions. Let me know if something happens. Nizu, of course, young man, watching as father and daughter left his office. Now that the White Dragon has returned, it's only a matter of time before they face each other once again. Squeezing his paws while looking at the sky through his window, the world will soon enter a new era. After that, It didn't take long for the various media to report more on the situation to the general public. Various images taken by satellites showed how the capital of the United States had been completely destroyed in less than 3 minutes since the transmission was cut off, and when they wanted to see in which direction Shigaraki had gone, he simply disappeared through what seemed to be a portal. Villain's lair, unknown location. Tamura, coming out of a portal while undoing the balance breaker. Albion, my vitality? Albion, intact. I already told you, the former leader of the United Angels Azazel managed to modify the divine dividing before dying, so now you can absorb the magic of the environment and use it instead of your own life. Tamura, I just wanted to confirm it. Sitting on his throne while putting his feet on what was left of All for One's helmet. Albion, Drake must have sensed our power when you used the Juggernaut drive, and he must have told its wielder. Dobby, and that's not bad. Entering the room, isn't it better that neither of them know that you have the powers of the other celestial dragon? Tamura, let them know is the idea. Laughing a little that both the Red Dragon and Izuku Midoriya know that the Hakuryuku has returned. Albion, after all, our fight is inevitable, and this one will be even more so because it will be the last one we can have. Sounding excited, and with this last battle the winner of our eternal rivalry will be decided once and for all. Tamura, regardless of the result, the entire world will never be the same again. Watching Dr. Garaki arrive while trembling with fear. Garaki, excuse me, Master. Tamura, what's going on, Doctor? Are the new Nomas ready yet? Staring him straight in the eyes. Garaki, why yes. Tamura, smiling slightly. Excellent work, Doctor, just in time as I asked. Looking at Dabi, call the others, tell them it's time. Dabi, understood, leaving the room. Garaki, being alone with Tamura in the room. Sorry, Master, gathering courage. What you promised me. Tamura, promise you? Remembering for a few seconds, it's true, I already remembered approaching the doctor and putting his hand on one of his shoulders, scaring him again. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If the Nomas are as good as you said, then I won't kill you like I did with him. Glancing at his master's old helmet. Now go, I have to concentrate. Garaki, why yes, thank you very much, and Master, leaving the room as quickly as I could, leaving Tamura alone. Albion, Tamura, are you ready for war? Tamura, yes, sitting back on his throne I have been since you told me the truth 2 years ago. Closing his eyes. And with that, Tamura Shigaraki, the current bearer of the divine dividing, could only remember everything he has had to experience in this life, the abuse from his father, the indifference of his mother and grandparents while he was cruelly punished by his father. The tragic day where his quirk manifested itself, killing all the members of his family, and All for One found him by chance. But above all, he remembers his path that he began to walk from the moment he wanted to know the truth and went to get it directly from someone who was not interested in lying to him or hiding information from him in the slightest. That moment was none other than the day he asked Albion for answers. Villain's Den 2 years ago. I want you to tell me everything you know. Albion, very good. And with that the white dragon began to speak without stopping, the origin of the world as he knows it, the ancient gods, the creation of the sacred gear, the bloody war of the great factions, his rivalry with Drake and how these two were sealed in the boosted gear and the divine dividing, his inevitable fights with their bearers, and of course, that he was the descendant of its last bearer, and most importantly for Tamura, the whole truth about All for One's original plans to take control of his body. Albion simply did not omit any detail, not a shred of information, and as if it were the work of fate itself, no one had interrupted him, not even Tamura himself, who only stayed listening attentively and putting the pieces together. He realized that his words were true when he remembered everything he saw in AFO's manipulations since he was a child, how he threw away people when they were no longer useful to him, understanding that he was no different. Albion, and that would be all. I'm sorry if you don't like it, but it's the truth. Tamura, I believe you. Clenching his fists in anger, manipulating everyone around him, is something I always saw from the Mayest No, from All for One. Staring at the wings, when you discover how to use your power, will you accept it? Albion, of course not. That guy lacks all the qualities to be someone worthy of using my power. But you are different. You are the only one who would accept me as my bearer. Tamura, just because he's a descendant of that Vala? Albion, It's not just that, your compatibility with dragons is far superior to most, the hatred you feel towards the one who ruined your life, and the society that did nothing to help you when you needed it most is the engine that would help you release and control my power, also. Tamura, what? Albion, despite all that, you truly appreciate your allies, and their loss hurts you, making Tamura remember twice face. That is why I consider you worthy, and I want you to be the one who uses my power. Tamura, but how will I do it? Only Quirkless can use a sacred gear. Looking at his hands, Izuku Midoriya won't allow any more blood to be drawn from that girl, and the only bullet with this one all for one always has with him, thinking for a few seconds. And even if I manage to obtain it, and use it to become a Quirkless, how could I implant the divine dividing? Albion, don't worry about that last part. I never told that all for one or his fog pet, but spending so much time with Azazel I was able to see the operation to implant a sacred gear. Tamura, opening his eyes in surprise, you mean you know how to do it? Albion, yes, but let nothing stand in our way. We must find the best time to act. Tamura, thoughtful for a few seconds, I think I have a plan. Albion, I hear you. Villain's lair, unknown location, 1 week later. AFO, damn incompetence. Very angry in front of the League, how could they fail to infiltrate those ruins? Dabi, it's not our fault, some soldiers arrived unexpectedly, there were too many of them to confront. AFO, you're just cowards making excuses. Not thinking clearly about your words because of anger. Don't you understand the importance of finding the procedure to implant a sacred gear? Without it there will be no way to defeat the sekiryuutei. Tamura, staring at his master, without saying a single word. Toga, I don't care about that. All I want to do now is kill that Hitch Yayorozu and avenge our friend's death. Dabi, Endeavor is already dead, as is his image, smiling with malice. I am not really interested in defeating the sekiryuutei anymore. Seeing his hands creating ice and fire, the only thing I want to do now is overcome my little sister's flames. AFO, if that's what they think, starting to deform his arm by activating several quirks, scaring those present, and putting Tamura on alert. I don't need them, like that useless twice. About to attack them, but a portal opens and Kurogyri appears. Kurogyri, Master, I found it. Seeing all the commotion, what? AFO, deactivating his quirks. Don't waste time and tell me once and for all what you have. Kurogyri, this showing an old diary in this book is the procedure to implant a sacred gear. It is in an ancient language, but thanks to the information that Toga extracted from Director Nise's computer, I was able to translate it. AFO, excellent. Quickly taking the diary, where did you get it? Kurogyri, in some ruins that Tamura discovered when investigating ancient books, surprising everyone by that. AFO, you finally do something right. Tamura, haha, starting to leave the room without asking questions because you are focused only on the book. Finally, all the requirements to use the power of that dragon are ready. Ha. Arriving at the door, I will make the doctor stop playing with our dear guest Jutaro and focus only on this. Tamura, I'm glad to be of help, Master. Glancing sideways as he left the place, it's almost time. And with that, a few days had passed while Dr. Garaki prepared everything necessary. During the course of those days, Tamura could only think about his own plans and what he wants to do in the future. Passing by the room where they had Bakugo still sedated, and right next to it was the room where he had Jutaro, who was only crying in agony because his entire ribcage and abdomen were completely open, and despite his regeneration trying to repair it, the machine he was connected to prevented it. But he left that place when the time came for the first step of his plan to be carried out, and upon entering the room where all the members of the League were, AFO, Kurogyri, Dr. Garaki, a gnome who was there with the mission of protecting him, and of course the wings where Albion's soul lived. AFO, in front of a capsule. Is everything ready, Doctor? Garaki, yes, Master. Behind a control panel, you just have to enter the capsule that will keep you alive when the blood of that girl inside that bullet makes you quirkless. Spinner, wait, confused, what are you going to do with all his quirks? Garaki, this machine will store them and then give them to Tamura, surprising everyone. Tamura, pretending to be surprised, all for one probably wants to put a bomb on me too, just so I always obey him. AFO, I see that you are speechless, Tamura, entering the capsule, which was beginning to fill with water. This is a gift for all the years we have spent together. Smiling with some malice, I am sure that this time you will not ruin it, and you will put my quirks to good use, being completely covered by water. Tamura: Yes, master, clenching his fists. Garaki: Very well, putting his hand on the switch. It's time to start activating the machine. And after those words, the machine began to do its job. Its first function was to keep All for One alive while he transferred his hundreds of quirks through this same machine to a special container. The process took too long due to the large amount of quirks it housed inside, and once the last of these left his body, the same quirk he was born with, immediately the machine began to function as his life support. Compress. It seems that the last of his quirks finally left his body. Looking at Tamura: What do you think all those quirks will give you? Not receiving any response, Tamura? Tamura, staring at AFO and the divine dividing, almost there, not long now. Garaki, checking the control panel. Everything seems to be in order. Now we will begin with the next part, taking the anti-quirk bullet out of a small box and inserting it into the machine. Master, looking at AFO's body, who couldn't even speak due to exhaustion. When this starts, his dream will come true. About to press a button, but is interrupted by a loud scream. Tamura, now Albion! Surprising everyone and even more when they saw how the wings shone and the dragon spoke. Divide! After that single word, everyone present fell to the floor after having absorbed their energy, all except Tamura, who remained standing without any problem and approached the control panel only to kick the doctor, who was desperately trying to touch the button with all his strength. Unfortunately, he did not succeed and was thrown far away, falling next to the other members of the league. Nobody understood what was happening. They could only watch as Tamura opened the capsule, letting out all the water and causing All for One to begin to agonize due to the interruption of life support. That great villain that he once was could only look full of anger and hatred at his student. He wanted to scream, but he didn't have the slightest strength for that, and everything got worse for him when Tamura put his hand on his head, in which 4 of his fingers touched it directly. Tamura, I see you're speechless, master, smiling maliciously. I bet you're asking why I'm doing this, right? Shaking AFO's head from side to side. You see, it's very simple. In fact, changing his expression to a serious, an angry look. It's because I discovered the truth of what you did to me since I was just a baby. Confusing the league, but above all scaring Dr. Garaki enormously. Garaki, how? Tamura, Albion, looking at the wings, was the one who helped me open my eyes and told me the truth about everything you've done during your damn existence. Looking at the league, promoting rejection of people with mutation quirks. Weak people or any other quirk that doesn't fit into society's standards, leaving everyone in shock. That way you could always have more people to manipulate, and then throw away as if it were always garbage. To you we are nothing more than simple puppets. Squeezing AFO's head harder. All my misfortune was your fault, and I'm sick of it being like this. Noticing how AFO was trying to resist and wanting to talk. Don't expect to say some last words. Don't expect your death to be at the end of an epic fight between good and evil, or some of that stupidity about to touch him with his missing finger. You will die without being able to say or do anything to avoid it. A pathetic death is the only thing that awaits you. Touching him with his 5 fingers, activating his quirk, beginning to disintegrate him. It's ironic, don't you think? Seeing how that great villain completely disintegrated, dying from the same quirk you gave me. And after that, the room fell into complete silence. No one knew what to think or say about what they had just witnessed. The doctor just trembled, thinking that he was the next to be disintegrated. The gnome tried to get up, but the absorption of Albion's energy prevented it completely, as well as any attempt to create a portal on Kurogiri's part. And as for the other members of the league, they were only waiting to see what Tamura would do next. Tamura, don't worry. Walking and standing in front of the league, I can understand what you had to live through, seeing Dabi not being enough for someone, seeing Toga being feared for a quirk that we never asked to have, seeing Spinner having to live apart from a society that would never accept us. Looking at everyone else, I can understand you. That's why I ask you to join me. Extending his hand to everyone. Together we will get revenge on this world and fulfill all our dreams and goals. Looking at the wings, making Albion stop absorbing the energy of almost everyone in the room, leaving only Dr. Garaki, and the gnome is still on the ground. Dabi, being the first to get up. I already said it, I'm not really interested in the sekiryuutei. but creating a strong blue flame and avoiding damage to his body with ice. If someone doesn't distract him, I'll never be able to have my fight to the death with my sister, throwing his flames at the Noma along with his brain melting it. Killing him on the spot. Count on me. Spinner, I'm into getting up and walking over to them. Toga, getting up like the others. I'm sure Twice would join without thinking about it. I'm with you too, Tamura. Compress, looking at his allies. It seems we're all with you. Tamura, looking at the doctor and Kurojairi still on the ground. What are you going to do with them? Do we eliminate them? Causing Kurojairi to tense up and Garaki to start crying out of fear of dying. Tamura, no, they can still be useful. Staring at them. If they used us, it's only fair that we use them too. Dabi, okay, so what now? Looking at Tamura, what's the plan? Albion, make Tamura Shigaraki my next wielder, making everyone look at the wings. After all, he is the only one I will agree to lend my power to. Compress, I figured as much. Looking at the machine, is that why you didn't disintegrate it? Tamura, exactly. Heading towards the machine and entering it. In order to use the sacred gear, I must first become a Quirkless. Looking at Compress, understanding what he wanted. Compress, in front of the control panel, ready to restart the machine. Are you sure? It might still be useful. Decay. Tamura, I am looking at his hands. This quirk has done nothing but bring me misfortune, so I want it to disappear from this world. Compress, very good. Pressing the button, restarting the machine. It has started. After that, and having become Quirkless, Tamura, now backed by his own league of villains, threatened to kill Dr. Garaki in the slowest and most painful way imaginable if he did not implant the sacred gear, to which, with great fear and under the watchful eyes of everyone to make sure he did not do something stupid, he proceeded to do it. Naturally, they didn't forget Kurojairi, but knowing all of AFO's secrets, Tamura told Dabi where there was a controller for him, since after all, he was still a Noma. So by the end of the day, not only was All for One dead, and Kurojairi had become nothing more than a puppet at the command of his new master. Now Tamura Shigaraki had become the new bearer of Albion, that day being the return of the Hakuryuku. Villain's Lair, 1 week later. Tamura, entering a room, doctor causing him to jump in fright. How is your investigation going? Garaki, master, trembling with fear. VUC. I think I have an idea to make the Nomus much stronger. Tamura, okay, I want to see it. Garaki, oh of course, walking towards a table where someone was covered with a blanket. I'll show you. And with those words, Dr. Garaki removed the blanket that covered that body, revealing that it was the former director of the Hero Commission, Jutaro, who was missing some organs. But thanks to being connected by different conductors that were located in various areas of his body, which constantly injected him with trigger, they managed to make his organs grow again, only to be extracted again in a cycle that seemed to have no end for Jutaro, who, thanks to his regeneration, prevented the anesthesia from taking effect, so he had to endure all the pain. The only way his agonizing screams would stop was thanks to a small device that nullified the noise, because the gags did not last long and his vocal cords regenerated even though they were torn off. At that moment, Tamura touched the forehead of a Jutaro who could only cry from the immense pain, and in less than a second he had absorbed the memories of this one in search of something useful, and unfortunately he succeeded. Tamura, so this is what really happened with Izuku Midoriya's mother. Looking at Jutaro with contempt, it's the same as All for One. Looking at the doctor, what's your idea with the doctor? Garaki, their organs very nervous, feeling Tamura's contempt. If I implant them to the Nomus, they acquire their incredible regeneration, swallowing saliva. But the problem is that the assimilation takes too long. Tamura, doctor approaching Garaki to his horror, but he calmed down a little because of what he would say. Take all the time you need, passing by him to go out the door. I promise you that if you do an excellent job, I will leave you alive and let you go. Garaki, thank you very much, bowing master. Albion, speaking mentally to Tamura as he walked through the halls, will you really free him? Tamura, yes, after all, if we win we won't need him anymore, and he most likely won't survive long without our protection, and if we lose he will also fall, so no matter what happens, he is already finished, even if he doesn't know it yet. Albion, I understand, by giving him time you only increase the chances of victory. In the same way, until recently you made the sacrifice and now your heart is that of a dragon, so you need that time to control all my power. Hey, and what do you plan to do with that guy's quirk? Aren't you going to give it to one of your allies? Tamura, seeing a closed door from several meters away. Even though I want to get rid of All for One and all the quirks it has stored, I still can't do it. After all, it could still be useful to us, approaching that room. But if we win, the first thing I'll do is get rid of it. That's why I don't want to give it to any ally, entering the room which was where Bakugo was. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to use it. And with that, Tamura entered Bakugo's room, who had recently been awakened, and the first thing he did was throw an explosion in his face. Unfortunately for him, Tamura defended himself by spreading his wings, causing bitter memories of when he fought Izuku and used his sacred gear as a shield. And after that, Tamura absorbed his energy, forcing him to fall to the floor. And while he was still there, Tamura simply sat on a chair in a corner and began to tell him all the news that had happened while he was unconscious, how he defeated the leader of the Yakuzas, how he rescued a little girl whom he adopted with his now fiancée. Not to mention all the money he is surely receiving for having made a contract with the Yayorozu to manage his image, without forgetting the most important thing, the increase in power he obtained, and that when witnessing it all practically threatened the world. Bakugo just clenched his fists in frustration. Although he regained the mobility of his hands and the ability to use his explosions again, it was useless against Izuku's seemingly unattainable power. He had achieved everything: power, fame, riches, and the best of women. Each and every one of the things he wanted were taken away by someone he considered useless, with no hope of achieving anything in life. Tamura, I propose a deal to you, Katsuki Bakugo, just like I did when we met in the Kamino incident. I offer you to work with us, getting up from the chair and heading towards the door. Bakugo, I'm sick of deals, remembering how each and every person he made a deal with let him down. First it was All Might with One for All, and then he lost it. Then Endeavor with the commitment to his daughter, only for it not to take place, and finally the damn Hero Commission. Which, thanks to him, I ended up in this disgusting place staring at Tamura while he was still on the ground. Why should I accept a damn deal from you? Tamura, because you have nothing left, stopping absorbing his energy as he no longer feels hostility. Even if you return, they will never accept you as a hero, and the world now practically belongs to Izuku Midoriya, so everything he says is law. The quirk that you are so proud of is nothing compared to those who are awakening and acquiring powers of the supernatural era. Remembering part of Jotaro's memories, even your own mother stood by and did nothing after he almost killed you and destroyed your career. Seeing how Bakugo stood up and stared at him, you don't have to accept right away, and I can't offer you any power from the supernatural era. But what I can give you in exchange for your collaboration is the quirk that allows you to steal from others. Bakugo, opening his eyes in surprise, you mean? Tamura, exactly, interrupting him just to leave the room. But before leaving him alone, he says, I offer you All for One. And with that, time continued to move forward, and while everyone lived their lives living that beautiful dream, they did not realize that from the shadows the most terrible of enemies continued to strengthen their army, slowly but constantly. United States, unknown location, 1 year before the tragedy. Tamura, walking down a lonely street at night. According to rumors, that place has to be around here. Albion, Tamura, why don't you keep training? Even though you can now activate Balance Breaker at will, you're still a long way from matching our opponent's power. Tamura, I know, it's just that while you were sleeping I received some information that I had to verify. Passing by a television store while they were broadcasting the news, it seems like he's having fun without knowing what awaits him, watching the news for a second and being able to hear perfectly through his heightened senses. Reporter, dear viewers, in front of a large movie theater I am here to see the reactions of the first lucky ones who were able to see the new movies of two of the most beloved heroes worldwide. For those who have not yet found out, today was the premiere of the movie inspired by both the hero Sekiryuutei and the hero Edge Shot. Announcing with great excitement. The film inspired by the Sekiryuutei is about self-improvement, the value of never giving up on fulfilling personal dreams, while the beautiful love story with the heroine of the Eternal Flame, the heroine Phoenix, Lucky. I would also like her to dominate me with those arms, getting a little distracted, but recovering to continue with her work. While the Edge Shot movie is about an epic solo journey of a man with one goal: to blush as a little T, find the biggest breasts in the world. I don't understand why kids like this so much. Noticing how the door would open and the first person would come out. Look, it's Edge Shot approaching the hero. What did you think of his movie? Unable to finish the Sentence says the hero just ran away while crying and a few kids chased him while making a pay. Albion, Tamura, you better never say you like butts. Tamura, walking away from the place. I don't have time for something like that. Walking a few blocks until I hear something. It seems I found it. After that, Tamura just went into an alley that didn't seem to lead to anything, but in reality at the bottom there was a door hidden by all the darkness of the place. And once he got there he politely knocked on the door only to be greeted by a somewhat muscular guy while others pointed a gun at him. Doorman, what do you want? There's nothing for you here, go away. Tamura, I heard the rumors very calm, I want to be part. Goalkeeper, let's see if you can taking out a small device which began to analyze Tamura. This is a state-of-the-art scanner, designed with the sole purpose of knowing whether or not you have any of those aberrations. Seeing the result quirkless, you can pass, stepping aside, causing the other men to imitate him. Without saying anything, Tamura just began to walk down a long hallway, which had the function of producing strong electromagnetic waves with the sole purpose of damaging any electronic device. And once he had gone through it completely, he came to a large area in which dozens of people were in the middle, while in front of them was apparently their leader on a platform while he spoke to them. Leader, this can't go on like this. Speaking with a speaker so that everyone could hear, the world needs a real change and for the era of quirks to finally come to an end. Trying to calm the screams of other people, we all have something in common. We are all quirkless, and for that very fact we suffer from the worst contempt from the world. Many of us don't even reach adolescence, and many even get to the age where the first wrinkles begin to appear. And yet the traitor Izuku Midoriya, despite having gone through the same thing and having so much power, takes their side, calming the people again from their loud screams. But we are not like that. We do not forget what they did to us. Smiling a big smile, that is why we are the ones who must truly bring a new era to this world. We who carry the hopes of our quirkless brothers around the world. We will be a new faction of true heroes in the world. Faced with all those shouts, praises, and feelings of hostility, Tamura simply walked calmly up to the platform and, standing face to face with his leader, he began to speak. Tamura, and how will you do it? Leader, huh? Who are you? Confused looking at Tamura. Well, it doesn't matter. If they let you pass, it's because you're also quirkless like us, and you surely suffered for people with quirks, right? Tamura, as you have no idea, remembering his life with AFO, but that doesn't matter now. How do you plan to carry out that new thing? Leader, Eri Midoriya, smiling at him, and then doing the same with his group. That little walking aberration is the only one capable of eradicating people's quirks forever, since all for one died in the Battle of Kamino. Seeing Tamura's funny face, misinterpreting his thoughts, of course going head on, and getting his blood is completely impossible. That's why we're developing a plan. Tamura, I doubt any plan to distract or draw the sekiryuutei and Phoenix away from that girl will work. Leader, we know, that's why we'll be more stealthy. After the deaths caused by overhaul to several teachers of the UA Academy, many heroes were called to work as replacements. But this was only temporary. That's why they will soon be looking for new teachers in addition to various personnel. Tamura, and that's where your infiltrators will try to enter? Leader, exactly. So just one of you can find the best time to look for the blood or the data of these that you most likely have in your infirmary. Tamura, what a stupid plan. Sighing very well. And once they get the blood, what? Leader, we will create various bombs which release a gas that will have the same effect, and anyone with a disgusting quirk will be stripped of it forever. Thus we will eradicate those aberrations from this world. Smiling impressed. Tamura, it's impossible for idiots like these to carry out something like that, and judging by the quirk detector technology at the entrance and the hallway, it's most likely the American government itself who is using them and wants to obtain that girl's blood by any means necessary, and the other parts of the plan are just a lie to convince them. Disappointed, I only have one question. Leader, and what would it be? Tamura, if the plan is successful, thinking about the League members, what would happen to the people who previously had quirks? Leader, it's not obvious. Smiling maliciously, just like they treated us. Now we will do the same, taking out and showing a weapon. It doesn't matter what kind of quirk it was, strong, weak, or some mutation. Each and every one of them will only deserve to step on the sole of our shoes. Unable to finish his sentence due to Tamura's uncontrolled laughter. Tamura, Ha 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 ha, covering his eyes while his head pointed upwards, and I came to feel sorry for you for being so idiotic to be deceived. Ha 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 ha, stopping laughing, but you are so stupid that you don't realize that you are just hypocrites, and that deep down you are exactly the same. Leader, angry, what the buck are you talking about? Tamura, that if by some miracle you were to fulfill your plan, and you obtain that blood, you will never be able to fulfill your plan. It is obvious that Izuku Midoriya, Shuko Todoroki, Melissa's shield, or any other of your allies with powers from the supernatural era would never allow it. Staring at everyone, you do not want a new era. You only seek revenge and to put yourself above others. And that is exactly the same as how the world has been for so many decades. You are just a disappointment. Leader, silence. Pointing his gun at him while the other guards imitated the action. If you're not with us, you're in our count. Once you enter this place, there are only two options. Either you join US and you're one of us, or in a body bag. Preparing to pull the trigger, getting angrier for being Tamura with a smile. You think you're so brave to tell us all that, but you're just as vulnerable as any of us. Giving the order to the guards, shoot. And with that said, a shower of bullets was launched towards Tamura. None of them stopped until they ran out of ammunition in their cartridges. The different bullets that hit the ground and the walls had caused a small cloud of dust which prevented anyone from seeing how his body ended up. But everyone was sure that he was dead. Or so they believed until they heard his voice. Tamura, you're wrong. I may be quirkless like you, but revealing that he was wrapped in blue wings, I'm not vulnerable. Leader, that's it, trembling to understand what it was about. Tamura, yes, I have a sacred gear. Leader, with you we could. Tamura, no, rising a few meters in the air, the only one who can start a new era is me. When I faced the sekiryuutei, extending his hand to create a small ball of energy. You are of no use to me, goodbye. A second later, Tamura launched his attack. Although it was with the minimum of his strength, he still managed to destroy the entire place and start a fire in the entire building, causing the death of all the people. He immediately flew away as fast as possible so that no one would see him, and returning again to his lair to continue his training while time continued to advance. Villain's lair, unknown location, 6 months earlier. Garaki, Master, entering the room where Tamura was training. Tamura, what's wrong, doctor? Slightly irritated, don't you see that I'm still training? Garaki, I am so sorry, bowing, I just wanted to inform you of the progress with the Nomus. Tamura, make it quick, staring at him, making the doctor nervous. Garaki, the new Nomus using Jotaro's organs are already in the process of stabilization. In addition, I implanted the Quirk amplifier inside their skulls. At the same time, I installed a small tank inside their bodies that would inject them with a mixture of trigger and a lower version of the Quirk evolver that unfortunately I could not replicate in its entirety. Tamura, how long will it take for them to stabilize? Garaki, I estimate that in 6 months. I love you. Tamura, well, by that time I should be ready too, staring at Doctor. Good job, doctor. I just have one more question. What about Bakugo and Jotaro? Garaki, the boy has 99% of all for one fully assimilated. Feeling bad, I'm turning the other into the greatest Noma ever created, although his screams of pain are already hair-raising. Tamura, I understand, turning his back to the doctor to continue training. If there is no more for the moment, go, making Garaki just bow and then leave the room in silence. Albion, it's almost time. Tamura, yes, but let's talk about something more important. Am I sure I won't get into trouble if I use that Juggernaut drive? Albion, don't worry, the modifications that Aizawa made to the Divine Dividing now allow it to absorb magic from the environment and people without having to touch them first. Thanks to that, we will always be in our best state, and if you use the Juggernaut drive, it will be this energy that maintains it, and not your vitality. And with that last memory, Tamura opened his eyes as he noticed how the members of the League had arrived, so he stood up from his throne, and kicking the helmet that All for One once wore, he went to his team. Villain's lair, unknown location, present. Dabi, a few steps ahead of everyone. I already brought them, seeing that the last one to enter the room was Bakugo, all of them. Tamura, are you ready? Toga, I do. Holding a small vial of twice blood, we both are, squeezing the vial lightly. Compress, all members of the League are ready for this. Tamura. Tamura, and you? Staring at Bakugo, are you ready with your new quirks? Bakugo. I am looking at his hands while various quirks manifested. Now I have the strength to take revenge on All Might and One for All for abandoning me, thinking about Shuko. And when Tamura beats that bastard Deku, I will keep what is rightfully mine. Clenching his fist, hey, staring at Tamura, before we start, I would like to go somewhere. Tamura. Thinking for a few seconds, I think I know where you want to go, and that's okay. Just don't delay, taking out his phone just to give Kurojiiri the order to open a portal, understood? Bakugo. I know, crossing the portal. UA Academy dormitories, night. Izuku, in front of his companions, telling him everything he felt and knows while he has Eri by his side, and that would be all about Drake's eternal rival. Mineta, what are we going to do now? Trembling with fear, a villain as insane as Tamura with the only power that can rival Midoriya's. Ibara, hugging her boyfriend's arm, all those deaths and destruction, remembering the images of the destroyed capital, it's a demon. Kaminari, Midoriya looking at his friend while caressing his girlfriend's hair without caring about the thorns. If you fought him, how much destruction would you cause? Izuku, too much, clenching his fists. If he used the Juggernaut drive, it must only mean that he has total control of his powers, scaring everyone with his words. Kirishima, everything is chaos outside. People are afraid that the city they live in will be destroyed in an instant. Jiro, next to Kirishima, they have already started looting in some neighboring cities. Even a house was burned, sighing heavily. This really is a nightmare. Momo, what about our parents? Taking Kendo hand, they. Izuku, don't worry about it, Momo. I told the director that all our families should be brought to the shelter here at the academy. At this moment they should already be arriving. Shuko, entering through the door. In fact, they are already entering at this moment. Eri, mommy! Running into her arms. Shuko, hi. Honey, lifting her daughter while looking at her companions. I saw them entering when I came back from bringing my family from Nabu Island. Tetsu, what about the inhabitants of that island? Shuko, they have their own shelter, reassuring everyone, but we brought our families for that very reason. They are the people we love and care about the most, and being the only ones with the strength to face that threat, they are a very tempting target. Melissa, the shelters are extremely strong, but they are still not indestructible. That is why Uncle might offer to protect it from the inside in case they manage to get in, thus buying the time needed for Shuko or I to go and finish off the threat. Ida, it's been 2 years since we last faced the League of Villains. I can't imagine what new type of Nomu they've created, remembering that day when he saw Endeavor turned into a Nomu. Everyone was talking, trying to deduce the possible places where he could appear again, some other important capital, some city with a large number of inhabitants, or even the academy itself. The uncertainty of not knowing in which part of the world he could attack again was certainly terrifying. But what they never imagined is that the next time they would see him would be on television. But to their surprise, there he was. But not only there, the image was transmitted by every television, cell phone, computer, advertising banners. There was no place in the world that was not seeing him. And he appeared alone, sitting on his great throne with no one around him, and while he looked at the camera he began to speak. Tamura, all for one, would have given them a speech about society, heroes or villains, laughing for a few seconds, but I'm not like him. I'm sick of this whole heroes and villains thing, of playing cat and mouse. I'm sick of hiding. That's why I'm telling you this directly, Izuku Midoriya. My League of Villains, my hundreds of Nomus, and of course myself will begin our attack in a little over 24 hours, and will appear on Mount Fuji. Naturally, if you decide not to appear, I will begin to destroy the entire country until I find you. Do not expect an easy battle. We are willing to die, and both their blood and ours will stain the entire battlefield. After all, this inevitable battle represents the end of the Celestial Dragon rivalry. With those words, the transmission ended and did nothing but generate panic throughout the country. Those who lived in that area immediately began to run to the nearest shelter. Unfortunately, these were not enough for everyone, since the process for their manufacture is very slow and expensive. And no one imagined that such a great catastrophe like that would occur with the sekiryuutei protecting them. Even so, not only those who lived near the epicenter of the battle mobilized. Everyone in the country wanted to get into some shelter, since knowing that both dragons had similar powers, they knew that the destruction would not only be concentrated in that area. After that, All the students went to their respective rooms without saying a word, since they understood perfectly that if they decided to participate in that battle there was a great possibility of not coming out alive. That feeling accompanied them throughout the next day, which when spending time with their families they understood that if they and the professional heroes did not fight, their loved ones would die. So even with some fear in their hearts they would fight. UA Academy Dormitories, Izuku's room, night before the battle. Shuko, Izuku entering her fiancé's room. My mom is already taking care of Eri at the shelter. Izuku, thanks for taking her to your mom. Shuko sitting on the edge of the bed, extremely serious without us present. That is the safest place, clenching his fists nervously. This battle would be like the one they experienced in the ancient supernatural era. Shuko, hey, approaching her boyfriend to sit on his legs while wrapping hers around Izuku's waist. We will make it, no matter who we face, giving him a kiss to reassure him. Together we are an invincible team. Izuku, but not being able to finish his words when being kissed again by Shuko. Shuko, no buts, you promised Eri that we would always be with her, and you have never broken a promise, and you never will. Kissing again. But this time Izuku reciprocated. Izuku, wait, Shuko barely separating himself from his beloved's lips. Wouldn't doing this be wrong? Shuko, who cares? Kissing her neck. Besides, Ophis told me about her, and Issei's other wives did the same before fighting that trihexa, increasing the intensity of her kisses. If the previous sekiryuutei did it, moving away a little to give him a flirtatious look. Why don't you? Izuku, are you sure? Gulping because he can't hold on much longer. Shuko, smiling victoriously, as long as you don't leave me unable to walk there won't be a problem. Starting to kiss very passionately. That may not be the time to do that again, but no one would blame them. After all, they are about to have the bloodiest battle the world has seen since the supernatural era. That feeling was not just about the two of them. All the couples did something similar. Tetsu and Yui were hugging each other while kissing. Mandalay was sleeping hugging Kota in the shelter while they were hugged by Aizawa, while he only delicately caressed his girlfriend's belly for the new life that was being created. UA Academy Dormitories, Kaminari's room. Kaminari, are you sure about this? Ibara? Blushing a lot for having his girlfriend by his side only wearing underwear. Ibara, oh of course. Denki shedding small tears. Kaminari, hey, calm down, leaving his sadness aside to calm his girlfriend with a hug. What's wrong? Ibara, how do you ask that? Trying to separate from the hug. But Kaminari didn't let go. Aren't you afraid? Tomorrow we could die. And I just wanted to know what it felt like to do it with the boy I love. Crying on Kaminari's shoulder. You must consider me unpleasant for thinking about that before such an important battle. The blood of a demon truly runs through my veins. Kaminari, of course not. Hugging her a little harder, but without hurting her. Ibara, of course I'm scared, I'm terrified by the mere thought of dying, but none of that compares to the fear that something bad will happen to you. Separating from the hug to wipe his girlfriend's tears. I hesitated to do it with you not because we're in this situation. I did it because I don't want you to feel obligated to do it. Giving his girlfriend a sweet kiss. And I've told you many times, what does it matter that you're a descendant of a demon? You're the best person I know, and to me you're the most beautiful of angels. Ibara, Denki sobbing with happiness. Kaminari, everything will be okay, you'll see. But so that you believe me. Separating himself for a second to take a small case out of his closet. I'll make you a promise. Taking Ibara's hand. I wanted to do this once we graduated, but revealing that there was a ring in the case. I don't care about the past, but the present and your future with me. Putting the ring on an Ibara who could only cry in silence. Being together is what gives me the courage to want to survive tomorrow. Giving her a radiant smile, while a few tears escape. I can't imagine anything else that could make me smile so. Would you accompany me into the future as my wife? Before those words Ibara could only cry from the purest happiness, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing without seeming to stop. She could only feel that she had fallen in love again, and taking her boyfriend's hand she kissed him. It was a tender kiss, very innocent and without a hint of lust, one that represented herself. And separating for a second she gave him her answer. Ibara, in case it wasn't clear, with the kiss wiping away the few tears she still had. Of course I want to accompany you into the future, now and forever. Kissing her again, always together. Kaminari, we feel the same way. And with those last words said, the couple began to kiss again, but with the difference that this time, and without a shred of doubt in her heart, Ibara took off her bra just to join her beloved in body and soul. UA Academy dormitories, Kirishima's room. Jiro, it seems we weren't the only ones with this idea. Jiro unplugging her jack from the wall while lying naked on top of an equally naked Kirishima. Most of them seemed to be having fun too, moving her finger on her boyfriend's abs. Kirishima, hey Kyoka, you know you're not supposed to spy on people. Jiro, oh come on Jiro, tomorrow we will have the biggest battle of our lives. I just wanted to have as much fun as possible and know how our classmates are taking it. Kirishima, well, caressing his girlfriend's lower back and part of her, but without realizing it. I guess you're right, but it's still not right to do that. Jiro, what you're saying isn't very convincing while you're caressing my butt, you know that, right? Kirishima, I am sorry. I wanting to remove his hand, but one of Jiro's jacks stops him. Jiro, and who told you to take it off? Putting on a flirtatious smile, apparently being Midoriya's best friend gave you some of his perverted side. I bet he and Todoroki still have hex with him like rabbits in heat thanks to his great resistance. Kirishima, could you please not talk about other people while we're like this? Jiro, did you get jealous? Smiling when he noticed that he had guessed right. How cute. But don't worry, giving him a somewhat intense kiss. The only man who catches my attention and who I want to be with is you. Kirishima, Kyoka having a very radiant smile while hugging his girlfriend with some force. I feel exactly the same with you. Jiro, you know, leaning completely on Kirishima's chest. At first, when I was interested in you in the first year, I came to think that you would end up as a couple with Melissa, frowning a little remembering that feeling. Kirishima, I don't know why everyone thought that. Gently caressing Jiro's hair, we made it very clear from the beginning that we would just be friends. Blushes a little at what he would say. Besides, I also started to get interested in you after hearing you sing at that festival on Nabu Island. Jiro, blushes without saying a single word. Kirishima, that time you were really great. Never in my life had I heard someone sing as beautifully as you did. Your shine was something really dazzling that day. And all the times I invited you to karaoke after school with the excuse that you would teach me how to sing was just to see you shine once again. Noticing how his girlfriend was blushing to the jacks, I guess it was from that moment that I started to love you, Kyoka. Jiro, you! Suddenly standing up, revealing his big blush. Since when did you learn to say those kinds of words? Kirishima, I guess since I fell in love with the coolest girl in the world, bringing her closer to his face to kiss her. And so everyone else shared their intimate moments with their loved ones. In the face of such a threat that was approaching them, it was really foolish to keep some words or some feelings to themselves. They simply wanted to enjoy their last moments of tranquility, and that was no exception for anyone. UA Academy dormitories, Izuku's room. Unfortunately for the couple, before they could finish their moment, someone knocked on their door with some force. They knew it couldn't be Eri or a member of her family since the shelters were already sealed, so it could only be one of their companions. They tried to ignore those knocks, but they simply wouldn't stop, provoking Shuko's anger for interrupting them at the best part. And covering herself only with some sheets, she quickly went to the door, and as soon as she opened it, and without waiting to see who it was, she threatened to burn whoever interrupted them if they didn't have an excuse other than that Tamura had appeared before. Shuko, seeing who it was, Melissa. And before her was Melissa, wearing nothing more than a light green baby doll that matched her eyes, which had small tears, and at the same time her cheeks had a tender blush. Neither of them said anything. They simply looked at each other. That silence seemed eternal until the first one to speak was Melissa, who only said one thing. Melissa, please. Shuko, knowing what he meant and slowly moving her lips to give him an answer. Mount Fuji, Battle Day. Extra hero, gulping tea this will be. Extra villain, the decisive battle gulping. The reason why everyone was like that, without making almost any noise, was very simple. Everyone could only watch the two imposing figures that were positioned in front of the two sides. The sky had turned red, as intense as if it were a bad omen of all the blood that would be spilled that day. No one had started to fight, and many were already sweating from nerves. But it was no wonder, since before them were the two most powerful beings on this planet, who after so many centuries had finally met, and those were none other than the Red Dragon and the White Dragon, who that day they would end their rivalry. Chapter 50, The Heavenly Dragons. Silence, a gloomy and deathly silence reigned over the place. Even though there were dozens or even hundreds of people in that place, no one dared to say or make any kind of noise. even going so far as to hold their own breaths. Although of course no one could blame them, after all, before them were the strongest beings in the world, two eternal rivals with the power to shape the world to their full pleasure. Those rivals were none other than the two celestial dragons. Izuku, his helmet disappearing. Is it necessary to do this? Slowly rising into the sky. Tamura, a few words before we start, huh? His helmet disappearing as he rose alongside his rival. Very well, I guess we can have a little chat. Staring at him as they rose higher and higher. Of course this is necessary. Izuku, clenching his fists. Do you know how many lives will be lost? Increasing his strength. Boost. Tamura, yes, absorbing energy from the environment, while his gaze only showed seriousness. I know. Divide. Drag. Albion, why after so many centuries do you still want to continue this fight, even when we have long forgotten the main reason for it? Albion, have you already forgotten the promise our ancient bearers made? Drag, no, but just because of that you support the world being at war again. Do you agree that many people die like in that battle? Albion, Drag, I don't feel any attachment to humans, and I don't need to remember the reason for our rivalry to continue our fight. The only thing I want, the only thing I've wanted all these centuries that I was away from this world is to finally know which of us two is the strongest, and this is the last chance we'll have to find out. Tamura, don't waste your time trying to stop this with words. It's too late for that. Wanting to change the subject, but the real question is whether you and your side are really determined to do this. Getting into position. After all, the vast majority of people fight for reasons they don't understand, for causes they don't believe in. Izuku, imitating Tamura. Of course, everyone is determined to make justice prevail today. His helmet appearing. That's why we are heroes. Tamura, ha ha ha, villains are always evil and heroes are always justice. Making a small sign with his hand, being noticed by Dabi. Dabi, it seems that the time has come for this. Taking out a small controller and pointing it at a tied-up Kurogiri. I'm so sorry, you always seemed like a good person to me, but at the end of the day you're nothing more than a gnome oppressing the controller. Kurogiri, being injected by the Quirk evolver combined with the trigger drug AHHHHHHHHHHHH. Going out of control, disappearing from the place to create thousands of portals around the world and making everyone see the battle. And that is how all the people in the different underground shelters, or in extremely remote places, were able to clearly see the magnitude of that battle, and not only see it, but even hear the screams of one of the protagonists of the battle. Izuku, but what? Confused by the portals. Tamura, this battle for good or wrong will change the order of the world. His helmet appearing as he gained everyone's attention. Good and evil are terms that have changed over time. Clenching his fists and preparing for the first attack. Children who have not known peace, and those who have never known war, have different values. Remembering his childhood for a few brief seconds, only those at the top have the right to say what is right or wrong, but this place is the neutral point. Releasing his aura to charge his fist. Will justice prevail? Of course it will. Launching towards Izuku at top speed, ready to strike the first blow, since the winner will be justice. Boost. Slash divide. 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 And with that said, a powerful blow was given, only to be equally received by Izuku's attack. The clash of their fists and energies was so strong that all the clouds around them were pushed kilometers away from the place, leaving the sky completely clear. That naturally was the signal for everyone to begin the battle. The heroes set out to find the villains and the dozens or even hundreds of gnomes, and although it seemed that the number of gnome would surpass them, it was only a matter of a powerful flame burning them, leaving not even the smallest ashes of them. Many were impressed by that. But not by those flames, but by the power that was now demonstrated, although it was not for less, since they were the flames of the heroine Phoenix. Shuko, well, I'm done with these gnomes now. Hearing a loud impact and looking up at the sky, noticing the clear clashes of the dragon's energies. Izuku, I know I shouldn't get in the way of the two dragons' fight, but I wanting to help her fiancé. A loud scream stops her. Extra heroes, damn, some gnomes are entering the portals. We have to prevent this as soon as possible. It's no use, there are too many of them. Shuko, seeing how a large number of gnomes of various sizes and shapes enter several portals and how the people on the other side fled. I will not allow it. Throwing a large flame at them, but before they could hit a large amount of ice stops them with great difficulty, surprising Shuko. What? Dabi, I hope you haven't forgotten me in these 2 years, little sister slowly approaching Shuko, emerging from the curtain of steam from the clash of their 2 attacks. Shuko, Tuya clenching his fists. Why? Dabi, it's gratifying that you still call me by my old name, but now I prefer Dabi if you don't mind, creating ice and blue flames in his hands. Shuko, why are you still with all this? Clearly angry, creating small flames because of her anger. Why, after so many years and even with the death of the damn Endeavor, are you still with this? Staring at him. Dabi, that's something you would never understand, the frustration of having been the first mistake, the constant struggle to be stronger. That's why I. Shuko, why do you continue to cling to that useless fight, to the desires of a wreck of a human being who called himself our father? Dabi, staring at her with a very serious face. What do you know about fighting, perfect daughter? When have you had to fight against the mutilation of your own body, the fruit of your own flames? When have you had to do more than list your achievements one after another? Everyone who knew of our father's actions only referred to you as a success, and to me as a failure. Shuko, listening attentively to her brother. Dabi, even though you lost your flames, a goddess herself came down from the heavens and gave them back to you stronger than ever, and also with the ability to regenerate your body. He crying tears of blood. I don't care about any of this. I don't care about the sekiryuutei. I don't care about the rivalry of the dragons increasing his blue and ice flames. The only thing I want is to show the world that I am not a mistake, that my flames are equally valuable. Launching himself to attack Shuko. Shuko, Mom, remembering the promise she made to her mother a long time ago, I don't know if Tuya can be saved anymore, but even so creating her wings of fire ready to fight her brother, I'll try. And so the battle of the brothers began, as dozens of gnomes began to cross the different portals while some heroes followed them, and the heroes of those places also prepared for battle. UA Shelter Academy. Eri, in front of the monitor of the external cameras, watching the battle. Mom watching Shuko dodge large amounts of ice while throwing her flames. Dad watching Izuku exchange a series of blows so powerful that it generated strong currents of wind. Yukin trembling a little while tightly hugging a small stuffed animal of her father. Being noticed by someone. Calm down, coming to her side and putting her hand on Eri's shoulder. The Crimson Knight will always protect us from danger. Eri, huh? Seeing who was talking to her, remembering when her parents told her about her. Are you Akane? Akane. He smiling sweetly. I'm glad the Crimson Knight told his daughter about me. Eri, yes, they told me about you. Smiling while looking back at the screen. Akane, imitating Eri's action. Then you know that he will never break his promise. Smiling watching Izuku's battle. The Crimson Knight will return to save the world. Eri, yes. Having a determined look on her face as he saved me and was my hero. Akane, he will do the same and be the hero of the world. Laughing a little, infecting Eri. Rei watching the whole scene while smiling. I'm glad to see that Eri is calmer now, but watching her children's battle while shedding a few tears. Tuya. Tashinori, honey wiping Rei's tears with his only arm. Your daughter is an incredible woman, and a better heroine than I will ever be. Smiling at her. If anyone can save your son, it's her. Rei, thank you. Burying her face in her lover's chest. Fuyumi, Haruto holding her son in her arms, watching her husband holding several villains with his sacred gear. Please be careful. Those and more reactions were had by all the people in that shelter in the academy, watching helplessly as their children, partners, siblings, students, friends, gave their all in the great battle, unable to not see the events and internally thanking to be safe in that shelter, despite being a somewhat selfish thought. They could not avoid it. After all, seeing how the gnomes invaded various parts of the world without shelters, they were thankful not to be those people. Unfortunately, that thought was interrupted when a powerful blow shook the entire place. The cameras outside and through which they were able to see what had happened had been destroyed, stopping the transmission of images. With a new shock, the heroes inside were alerted in case of emergency. Aizawa, Shino, take Koda and go to the back. Wanting to go to the door, but his girlfriend grabs him by the shirt. Mandalay, but with Kota behind her while they both had tears which only increased when the shelter shook again. If something happens to you. Aizawa, calm down, there is an emergency plan in case the door falls, but it is the last option. Kissing her for a few seconds to try to calm her down, and until we get to that I can't stay behind, smiling genuinely at her. Besides, after everything I made you wait to be together, I wouldn't dare leave you alone. Mandalay, you better shedding her last tears because I hope we can grow old together next to our grandchildren. Aizawa, it's a promise, giving him one last kiss and then running to the door. Cementas, arriving at Aizawa's side as they ran to the door. How many Nomas do you think are attacking? Aizawa, I don't know, feeling another jolt, but from the force of those impacts there must be many or some very powerful. I hope there is a way to see. Nizu, there is still a way to get information. Running and jumping on Aizawa's shoulder. Cements, direct, what does this refer to? Nizu, the shelter's cameras may have failed, but there are more cameras in the academy that should still be operational, as well as several microphones. Using his phone to try to connect. We may not know exactly what we're dealing with, but at least we'll be able to get some information. Arriving at the door, noticing that there were already 2 people in it. Tashinori, will this hold up? Looking at a prototype robotic arm. David, I don't know for sure, starting to put it on his best friend, but it's better than nothing. Aizawa, are you ready? Earning a nod from everyone as David finished putting that robotic arm on him. All Might, entering his muscular form while using the black whips inside his arm to control it. Let's do this. We can't let the young people struggle alone. It was the mistakes of our generation that caused this, and we must take responsibility for it. And with those words, the other heroes inside the place motivated themselves, waiting to see what would happen, but to their surprise the powerful attack stopped. With great intrigue, the director Nizu quickly managed to connect to the few microphones that were still working, and the first thing they heard was a very familiar scream that they had not heard for a long time. Bakugu, All Might! All Might, surprised young Bakugu? Mina, hearing that loud scream, recognizing him instantly. Bakugu? Standing up from the spot and walking slowly towards the door. Bakugu, come out and fight me, you damn coward! Hitting the door several times, making it shake a little. I know you're there. Hitting it harder and harder, I can feel it. Confusing everyone. Mina, Bakugu getting closer and closer to the door. All Might, how? Feeling like the core inside the Ofa was reacting this sensation? Coming to a conclusion he didn't like. Don't tell me that you. Bakugu, I will kill you after I take away one for all, and together with all for one I will be the strongest. Proclaiming after giving another strong knock to the door, causing the shelter to shake again. Mount Fuji sky. Izuku, dodging a blow from Tamura and returning it, hitting him in the chest and pushing him several meters away. Dragon shot. Launching his attack towards his enemy's face. Tamura, it's useless. Raising his arm to then activate his technique divide. The attack disappearing completely. Don't take me lightly. You should already know that attacks like these will never be able to hurt me. Izuku curse. Dryag, speaking to Izuku in his thoughts. Comrades, I know you don't want to cause much damage to the environment and not harm those who are fighting below us, but if you continue like this will never end. Izuku, I know. Tamura, you care about those below us, right? Charging an energy ball in his hand. We are willing to give our lives for this. Launching his attack from a distance. Izuku, damn you! Wanting to go stop her, but Tamura intercepts him. Tamura, if they face us with such poor determination as that, they won't stand a chance. Just look. Watching with Izuku how that attack generated a huge explosion, killing several on both sides, but the villains kept attacking. Izuku, very angry, separating himself a little from Tamura only to exchange a series of blows that seemed to have no end. Damn bastard. Are you willing to sacrifice your allies just to destroy the world? Charging more energy in his fists, and if you do it, what? Managing to connect a powerful blow to Tamura's face, managing to make a crack in his helmet. What will you have left if you destroy the entire world? Tamura, ha ha ha, don't talk nonsense. Launching himself again towards Izuku to begin an exchange of blows where the energy they used was increasing. I don't want something as absurd as that. Managing to connect a powerful blow to Izuku's face, making a crack in his helmet as well and moving him several meters away. What I want to destroy is the status quo of society, looking through several portals looking for something. That way I'll have a blank canvas to improve things, finding what I wanted while smiling for everyone. Izuku, do you think you're some kind of vigilante? Clenching his fist, things were already getting better until you started this damn war. Tamura, naive, staring at him, you are so blind to reality that it is even pitiful. Even with all your power you cannot see it. Glancing at the portal that interests him, I already told you, but justice always wins. Since only the winners have the right to write history, and what they call justice is nothing more than their way of legitimizing violence, that is why, charging a lot of energy in his wings, I will show it to you directly. Launching himself at maximum speed at Izuku, managing to drag him to that portal that he saw before. Mount Fuji, battlefield. Momo, these things seem to have no end. Brandishing her sword wrapped in flames, cutting and burning any Noma that came near her. Kendo, I know. Crushing the heads of several Nomas, this seems like a nightmare. Momo, what? Smiling a little while creating several grenades, paralyzing some villains. You're not going to tell me you're scared, are you, honey? Kendo, of course not, wanting to make a little joke. None of this compares to the time you introduced me to your parents, giving a strong blow to a Noma, throwing it towards Momo, who was ready with her sword. That time I swore that I would die. Momo, hey! Pouting slightly as she sliced the Nomu in half. That's not funny. Kendo, hee, sorry love. Seeing the immense battle and the large clouds of smoke that were already ascending to the sky, do you think any of our companions were in that attack? Momo, I hope not. Feeling bad for not having much information, I seeing how a Nomu rose again from among the apparent corpses and launched itself towards Kendo, careful. Creating a small cannon, firing, managing to open a small hole in the Nomu. Kendo, I got it. Putting his hand in that hole and using his quirk to expand his hand, making the Nomu explode from the inside out. How disgusting, shaking his hand to clean it. Momo, we better have these conversations when we're done with all this. Kendo, I agree. The minutes passed, the different fronts fought fervently among themselves. After the opening of those portals, much of their forces had to be moved to pursue those Nomas and villains. Everything was chaos, and it was worse not having a good way to communicate, and that was how Kendo managed to see how his friends from the former Class B were having difficulties on the other side of one of the portals, and decided to help them. Kendo, using his giant hands to crush the head of a Nomu, do you think you'll be okay without me for a minute? Looking at his friends. Momo, noticing that, who do you think you're talking to? With a confident smile, creating a stun grenade and throwing it at some villains. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, a future heroine whose veins run with the blood of a dragon. Kendo, I know, but it's not just because of that you're amazing. Approaching her to give her a little kiss, which was gladly reciprocated. Take care of yourself, love. Momo, you do it too. Watching how he walked away and went through said portal, good, smiling while holding tightly the handle of the sword, whose flame increased in intensity. One don't have to hold back anymore. And with that said, a sea of flames was released, not as powerful as Shuko's, but still powerful enough to sweep away everything in its path, creating a small circle where she was alone in the center. For a second that she had to contemplate that battlefield, she could see her other companions fighting alongside some professional heroes. In addition to Melissa, who was in the distance destroying large amounts of Nomas. But for some reason these did not seem to have an end. On the contrary, with each second their number only increased. A large number of thoughts came to her mind, and it was in that moment of distraction that a silver-colored knife pierced those flames and went straight to Momo's face, which she was able to dodge in time, but still one of her cheeks was cut. Toga, you're finally alone, talking behind the flames. Momo, that voice, raising her sword into position while blood continued to fall down her cheek. Because I'm not surprised that you're here too, you damn crazy woman. Toga, look who's talking, speaking in another direction, making Momo turn her body. You killed a man, speaking again in another direction, confusing Momo. You burned him alive, doing the same thing again, making Momo nervous. And what did you do? Momo, holding her sword tighter. That villain's thing was just self-defense, and the mission was to rescue the girl you kidnapped. Toga, that's not the problem. Speaking in front of Momo, we have also killed, speaking to her right. We are aware of that, and we carry their deaths in our memories. Besides knowing that we will have consequences, speaking to her left, but just because she is a heroine and belongs to a family with influence and wealth, everyone can let it go. speaking behind Momo. Momo, where the hell is it? It's like it's in more than one, very concentrated, realizing something. Wait, twice blood. Toga. Oh, I see you've already realized, speaking in several directions at the same time. Even though you killed him, he continues to accompany me with his blood. Momo, that means that all those nomas that seem to have no end are. Toga, do you need to say something so obvious? The flames begin to go out, managing to see each other directly. When some of you, heroes, make a mistake, everyone forgives them, or their punishments are ridiculously small. The fire disappears. You manage to advance while more clones of her appear, beginning to surround Momo. But when one of us, villains, do the same, everyone doesn't stop looking for us just to lock us in a dirty cell and throw away the key. Momo, things are not like that. Being increasingly surrounded and getting into position, we also have to assume our consequences. And the best example of that is how Endeavor's name was stained trying to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Toga, ha! Yeah, right, taking a small syringe out of his pocket. That only happened because the sekiryuutei was involved and the Hero Commission just didn't want to earn their anger seeing the immense dark clouds rising to the skies. Just look for yourself. The two dragons haven't been fighting for long, and they've already caused more damage than any fight between heroes and villains. Before staring at Momo. Momo, what the hell do you want from all this? Not understanding her rival's motives. Toga, smiling creepily, live according to my own desires, and for that first injecting the syringe into her body, causing the quirk evolver to enter her system. I want to avenge my friend. The original and the clones launching themselves towards Momo, starting their battle, while her gaze only showed anger. UA Shelter Academy. Bakugo, hitting the door with multiple quirks. It's just a matter of time. Hitting the door directly, managing to make a small crack, which made him happy. His infallible shelter is already giving in, scaring the civilians inside. Cementos, Dr. Shield nervous, is that true? David, I don't know. Helping director needs to connect to the other cameras in the academy. Even with all our research and budget, we haven't managed to replicate even remotely close to the material that the sacred gear is made of. Nizu, that's why we created other escape systems. Besides, we have it. Managing to connect to the other cameras, getting to know what was happening outside. Unfortunately, it happened at the worst time, since in their attempt to reconnect as quickly as possible, the images were transmitted to all the monitors in the bunker, making everyone see it, causing nothing but panic, since the portals all saw how the Nomus were massacring some heroes, tearing their limbs, splitting them in half. And although many others managed to stay firm, the weakest were not so lucky. Those images will never be forgotten, especially one, since they saw how the heroine Empty Lady tried to uselessly defend herself from small Nomus with the appearance of animals which climbed up her legs and chewed them, causing her to release large amounts of blood, and in her desperation she tried to step on them, managing to kill some. But they did not stop and managed to make her fall on her back. And to make matters worse, the young woman gave a loud scream to stop after a few seconds, since those creatures had torn her back and managed to enter her body, voraciously consuming all her internal organs despite the fact that she was still alive. Only for them to finally come out through her abdomen, nose, ears. Her eyes slowly lost their shine, becoming a dull color, only for something to move inside them after a few seconds, those Nomus coming out after devouring them. That image caused many people to vomit and some to faint from not being able to resist it, and despite the fact that the heroine was dead, the Nomus did not stop devouring every part of her body at high speed, and to the misfortune of the heroes who were nearby, those creatures were far from satisfied. And without any mercy for the people inside the shelter at the academy, their nightmare was only beginning, because the constant attacks and screams of the enemy at their very door that separated them from that nightmare did not help. Bakugo, seeing how the crack grew bigger, creating a large flame in his hand. If you don't want to come out, I'll take you out like the cowardly rats that you are. Throwing a gigantic flame throughout the door, causing the intense heat to begin to pass into the shelter through the cracks. Hiding in a damn bunker is the most pathetic thing that exists. Intensifying the flames, after all it's just a coffin. Civilians, terrified, hugging his son who wouldn't stop crying, please All Might, come out and protect us. You are the strongest here. Please save us, my children are still too young to die. After so many pleas, All Might had already seen the faces full of fear and tears of the children. the experienced hero came to a conclusion. All might, David staring at his friend. At this rate he won't last long, and if young Bakugo knows where we are, it's only a matter of time before more of those Nomas arrive and we're all lost. David, scared by his friend's tone of voice. What are you trying to say, Tashinori? You being interrupted. All Might, we must keep these people safe, making a tough decision. That's why I asked you to speak at the door, and while I face and restrain young Bakugo, you activate the escape protocol and hide somewhere else. Closing eyes. It's the best for everyone. Being interrupted by a scream. Rei and Oo, coming up behind her partner and hugging him from behind. Please don't do it. Burying her head in All Might's back as she started to cry. Just wait for one of the boys to arrive and… All Might, you know I can't do it without looking away from the door, which was starting to turn a reddish color. The situation out there is much worse than we imagined, and I doubt we have that much time to wait. Rei, no, no, no! Turning her head in denial as her crying intensifies. All Might, please laugh. Rei, I don't want to. Hugging him with all the strength she can. I know I'm being selfish. I know everything that's at stake. But still, I, with her voice trembling while everyone listens to her, and Fuyumi just cried knowing what she would possibly say while carrying her son and holding Eri's hand. I don't want to lose the man that I genuinely love and who loves me the same. All Might, Rei turning slowly and being the one who now speaks to his partner. I can't do it. Young Bakugo was my former successor, and now that he has all for one more than ever, it is my responsibility to stop him once and for all. Wiping Rei's tears with his real hand and making his cheek on it. But that doesn't mean I intend to die. After all, I want to see how you play with your grandchildren, and those I know will come in the future. Smiling gently. Rei, they are also your grandchildren. Giving him a little kiss. Promise me that you will return. All Might, yes. Deepening the hug, lifting her up in the process. I will do it. After that small and warm moment in the middle of the great storm they were experiencing, David proceeded to start the protocol to open the door. Bakugo, for his part, seeing the door begin to open, stopped his constant attacks, and with a deranged smile simply waited for the one he was looking for to come out. The other heroes inside only made a small wall with their bodies while All Might slowly left the place, and they could see their former student in front of them. Once she got out, the door began to close slowly. But what no one expected was that a mind quickly ran towards Bakugo, and with great horror everyone saw how, as she passed by the door and before All Might could stop her, she quickly threw a large amount of very corrosive acid at the door hinges, damaging them and causing them to not close again. All Might, no! Trying to help the door close, but it wouldn't move. Young Ishido, starting to hear the moans and screams of fear from those in the bunker. Why? Bakugo, ha 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 ha. Not holding back his laughter as a mine approaches him. This is really funny. Grinning like a psychopath when your gaze changes from hope to despair. It's a real pleasure for me. All Might, clenching his fist as he stood in front of the entire door. David, still looking at his rival. Can you fix it? David, with cements at his side. We'll try that. Mina, finally arriving towards Bakugo. Katsuki, holding him by the chest as small tears came out. We can finally be together. Bakugo, having an oddly calm attitude. Be with me? Staring her straight in the eyes, making her blush. Is that why you did that? Mina, why yes. Nodding. It's clear that the heroes won't be able to win. But I didn't do it just for that. Shedding small tears. I love you. I loved you from the beginning of the academy. You don't know how much it hurt me not to have been able to help you and do something against that damn Midoriya. But now we… Bakugo, I see, slowly bringing his hand closer to Mina's face. Mina, why yes. Closing her eyes, thinking she would receive a caress. Once this is over and Midoriya's tyranny ends, we can always be together, become a family, and be able to meet your parents. Bakugo, unfortunately you won't be able to meet them now. With his hand centimeters away from Mina's face. Mina, I understand, they must be hiding so they can be safe. Being interrupted when she's roughly grabbed by the throat. Bakugo, because I killed them. Having a crazy smile again while squeezing Mina's throat tighter while remembering that moment. Bakugo residence, one day before. Mitsuki, listening to someone knocking on the door loudly. I'm coming, going to open it. Masaru, who could it be? I'm about to go too, but I see Tamura's broadcasts. But what? Getting scared, honey, you have to see this. Mitsuki, I'm coming. Slamming the door open, who is the rude one who's shedding tears upon seeing her son in front of her? KK touching her cheeks to check that it wasn't an illusion, only to start crying more. Katsuki trying to hug him, but he rejects her and pushes her hard, throwing her to the ground inside his house. Bakugo, as outrageous as ever. Damn old lady. Mitsuki, not caring about being thrown to the ground. Where have you been all this time? Slowly getting up as her tears wouldn't stop. Do you have any idea how worried your father and I were? Slightly angry. We spent entire days asking for help to find you. Bakugo, who did they ask for help now? Angry. The damn Deku. Showing his hands. The damn bastard who almost took everything from me. That one. Getting his father's attention, who, upon recognizing his voice, stopped watching Tamura's broadcast and went to the entrance of his house. Mitsuki, Katsuki, calm down, and don't say that to Izuku. You know that we. Bakugo, I don't give a buck what you say now. Much angrier. I don't know what the hell he expected when he came to this place, clenching his fists while at the same time his father also arrived. Masaru. Katsuki? Crying and wanting to go hug his son. Katsuki. Bakugo, don't touch me, you damn weakling. Throwing him with a gust of air coming out of his hands, crashing him against his wife, throwing them to the ground. Now they miss me. Now they want me by their side. Creating lightning in one hand along with some wind, and in the other his explosions along with several particles of earth. But what did they do when that bastard took away the one who should be my wife? Increasing his powers. What did they do when because of them he was expelled from the academy and ruined my dream forever? Mitsuki / Masaru, unable to respond because of the fear that was rising in their hearts. Bakugo, exactly. Combining all powers, nothing. Mitsuki, that's not true. Katsuki wanting to answer him more, but fear invaded her. Bakugo, enough. Rising several centimeters in the air. My own parents, my own master, and the power that should have been mine by right abandoned me, but no more. Slowly approaching his parents, who only backed away when they saw their son's face. Now I have the quirk that allows me to have all I want. I will recover one for all, and when one of those two damn monsters finish the other, they will be so tired that it will be my time to finish them. Pointing to his parents, who knew what was coming next, so they just hugged each other while closing their eyes. I will be the strongest in the world. Yes, it always should be. Launching his attack directly at his mother's as a small, final tear representing what was left of Bakugo's humanity was extinguished. UA Shelter Academy. Present. Mina, Wawa starting to turn purple. PPLEP please, running out of breath. Keikatsu. Bakugo. Ha ha ha, starting to generate small rays of red while the pink color of Mina's skin disappeared. Did you really think I would notice a damn extra like you? Stealing her quirk completely, but without changing her skin tone. The only one worthy of that is the damn two-faced one, having a disgusting smile. And when this is over I will subdue and grape her, for as long as it takes, until she can't live without me. Disgusting everyone. Ha 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 ha, seeing how Mina convulsed due to a clear lack of oxygen in the brain. As for you, you are useless to me. Die not letting Mina scream by destroying her vocal cords. All Might, this is enough. Launching at top speed, I will stop you. Feeling the danger sensor activate. Bakugo, activating his new quirk, generating a powerful acid which melted Mina's neck, decapitating her on the spot, and whose attack went in the direction of All Might. But he manages to dodge it by moving to the side and starting to float. So those are the famous quirks of the other carriers. Smiling, how I would like to bend their pathetic wills once I absorb them, starting to deform his arms and parts of his legs ready for his battle. All Might, starting to generate several black whips. I will never allow this. Launching again at high speed. Bakugo, you're just a pathetic old man whose time is over. Even as he launches himself into a fist fight with such intensity that he creates a huge air current. Nizu, holding on with all the strength he had in his little paws to Aizawa's shirt, which was held on with his bandages, cement, create a retaining wall now. Cementas, preventing David from flying away. But sir, at this scale no wall you make will resist. Nizu, well, just keep creating them. Clinging tighter at this rate, we'll all be blown away and we won't have a chance to close the door. Cementas, gulping at the titanic task that awaited him. You understood. Bakugo, very slow. Ha 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 ha, dodging the punches and some of the black whips. You're old. Throwing a large number of consecutive air blasts at him, managing to hit him several times, making him retreat and crash into the cement wall, breaking it again now that I remember, behind those pathetic walls of the piece of concrete. That's a very interesting quirk. All Might, sensing who he was referring to. Damn you, I won't let you touch a single hair. Launching himself again while cement regenerated the wall. Definitely my biggest mistake was having chosen you as my successor. Beginning a series of extremely powerful blows. Bakugo. Ha 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 ha, this is better. Excited. Wouldn't it be fun if it was that easy? Generating energy beams, fire, electricity, hurricane winds, and they were all launched at All Might. When I'm done with you, my next acquisition will be the quirk of the supposed bastard daughter of that useless guy. All Might. Launching a powerful blow surrounded by black whips and loaded with the FA gene, piercing through all the other attacks and hitting him square in the face. And no one messes with my granddaughter. Sending Bakugo to fly several meters, impacting on the academy, causing it to collapse on top of him. Mount Fuji, Field of Flames. Shuko, stop it, Tuya! With her suit intact and she being calm while her brother already had his upper clothes burned and breathing with difficulty. Even with my ice regulating your flames, your body does not. Dobby, shut up! Catching his breath. Don't think I don't know you're holding back. Clenching his fists. Do I represent that little threat to you? Clenching his teeth tightly, making them grind a little. Shoto, it's not that, idiot! Staring at him. Just look at how we are. Pointing out how everything around him was covered in fire in the sea of flames. Not even my ice could keep your temperature regulated. Clenching his fists. Please stop. Dobby, it's useless smiling while searching for two objects in his pockets. Just as you won't stop trying to stop me, I won't stop moving forward, and if with my normal quirks I can't reach you, I have no choice but to use these things, taking out the quirk amplifier and the syringe with the quirk evolver. Shuko, opening her eyes with a look of fear. Don't do it. Wanting to take a step, but Dobby quickly puts the syringe on her neck before injecting himself, stopping her in the act. Please don't do it. Bad memories coming to her. Didn't you see the monster that Overhaul became when he used them at the same time? Dobby, of course I saw it, with a melancholic look on his face, but at this point and after so many sacrifices I can't turn back. Shuko, please no shedding small tears which evaporated due to the intense heat. I don't want to lose a member of my family so quickly. Dobby, you say that because of your immortality, right? Winning Shuko's genuine attention, causing more tears to come out of her eyes to be equally evaporated. Don't be surprised. We were with the other celestial dragon for 2 years and he told us several things. Shuko, Dobby, do Mom and our brothers know? Shuko, clenching her fists. No. Dobby, I see, and all the more reason I have to do this. Shoto, stop. Launching at high speed, but his brother throws all the ice he can, causing him several injuries for not dodging it. If you do this, you'll become a monster. Dobby, there is a monster inside all of us. Putting on the amplifier and injecting himself with the syringe. Why, you see the power with his muscles tensing from the great load and with the veins all over his body very visible. Does not reach those who were born strong, exponentially increasing the amount of ice he released. Managing to make Shuko retreat or fast, or intelligent, all the flames that surrounded him began to go out, being replaced by extremely cold ice. Shuko, trying to melt that ice, but her flames were increasingly inefficient. Dobby, no smiling as the pain in his body calms down. It reaches out to those who would do anything to acquire it, smiling as he removes the few pieces of burnt cloth from his abdomen as a big smile appears on his lips. You said I would become a monster, right? Starting to freeze the entire environment around him. Well, it's time to let the monster out. Shuko, damn stupid! Throwing a huge flame much more powerful than the previous ones, reaching Tuya. Dobby, freezing that flame with a big smile. I'm glad that now you take this more seriously, little sister, looking at his hands while the blue flames from before began to take a whiter color, being impressed by how hot they were, but at the same time his body resisted them. We who share the same father and the same mother were born being so different. Our lives should have had the same value, Fuyumi's, Natsuo's, yours and mine, creating a gigantic flame causing that frozen field to be covered by flames again. Shuko, this is bad, getting defensive. I can feel them from here. Those flames are too intense. If I'm not careful they could burn me. Dobby, our lives should have the same value. Everyone should have the same right to be happy. But in this world that doesn't exist, remembering his past, the class system is a curse. It makes people's hearts corrupt, laughing a little, giving rise to the return of the domains. Staring at his sister, but enough talk. The time has come for the true fight. Releasing all his power. At that instant, the battlefield was constantly changing, going from the absolute cold to the most stifling heat. The earth was fragmenting, melting, freezing, all at the same time, all at different times. The air was constantly expanding and compressing. It was simply a climatic catastrophe that was slowly spreading in all directions. The unfortunate people nearby were dying instantly, some being incinerated, leaving not even the tiniest of ashes, others being frozen immediately only to evaporate, leaving no trace of their existence. The air was dense, extremely heavy, and very difficult to breathe. The only ones who could be inside that catastrophe at that moment were Shuko, whose regeneration constantly kept her stable, and of course the origin of said calamity. Dabi simply did not stop releasing all his power, mixed with his hatred and resentment repressed for so many years. And with that scenario is that the brothers' final fight developed. And while all that was happening, far away from the place, in one of the portals in the sky, Izuku and Tamura had come out. Even with their exchanges of blows, Izuku, using a knee to the abdomen, manages to get rid of his rival, only to see that they were on the coasts of what seemed to be still his country. That should not have been much of a surprise to him, but what did catch his attention was seeing a gigantic fleet of warships from different countries in the area, although of course most of them flew the flags of the United States. Japan coast sky. Izuku, what are you doing here? Alerting all the sailors with his presence, get out now. Sailors, all hands ready for arms. What are those monsters doing here? Captain Chuasc Kuon Fate. Captain, what are we doing? Prepare the missiles. We are going to destroy all the enemies at all costs. We're taking back our world. We're not going to let some damn monsters take it. They were the screams of all the sailors, no matter the language. Each and every one of them had the same tone of hatred in their words. A few seconds later, the big cannons began to aim, but not only at Izuku or Tamura. Those cannons also aimed at the different portals where Mount Fuji was and the largest concentration of nomes. Villains and heroes were fighting. Izuku, what do you think you're doing? Clenching his fists and moving until he was in the middle of the canyon and the portal where he had come out. Stop. Angry. Tamura, it's useless to reason with them. Slowly approaching. This was always their plan, seeing the sailors, making them more scared and start shooting at both of them with their weapons. But it was useless because the bullets only bounced off their armor while you played at being the hero of the world. The different governments began with this plan under the table, and from any curious eye that wanted to see them. Izuku, what the hell do you mean? Tamura, did you really think that corrupt governments would just sit back and do nothing after their world order was threatened? Waving his hand to point at the large fleet of ships, the damn old men sitting comfortably behind their desks don't want to lose even a single bit of their influence. That's why this is their answer to us. Looking down at the sailors, most of whom were already overcome with fear when they saw that their weapons were ineffective. At that moment, the different phones in the different command posts rang in unison. The captains of each ship answered quickly and began to receive orders from their leaders, something that both Izuku and Tamura could hear with their senses so enhanced. Unified fleet, you are allowed to launch all your missiles. Don't leave a single one, even nuclear ones. Izuku, fully understanding, don't do it. Tamura, ha ha ha. Moving slowly to start entering another portal and arriving at Mount Fuji again. Don't waste your breath. They will continue on. They stopped thinking for themselves a long time ago and only follow orders. They would destroy the world if they were ordered to. If that means getting rid of us. Entering the portal, while his armor slowly disappeared. Izuku, turning his head to see the sailors and then Tamura, are they going to kill everyone just for that? Clenching his fists as his heart accelerated. Why? It's crazy. Tamura, do you think so? Without his armor and with his arms outstretched while below him the battle and the screams of agony continued. Is there an indelible line that divides sanity from madness? Or does one mix with the other with the slightest turn of events? Haha, we will soon find out. The world itself is crazy. Smiling. Izuku, stop! Seeing how the cannons were pointing at the different portals where several targets could be seen, including his friends and Shuko, stop. intensifying his aura trying to intimidate them, but it's useless. Tamura, ha 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 ha, look at their pathetic attempt to end this. Clenching his fists, they're hoping to end the threat while we were busy fighting each other. No matter how many good deeds you've done in these 2 years, none of it matters to them. Your promise of a glorious tomorrow is completely indifferent to them. As long as the same ignorant and power-hungry people remain in the most important positions, this world will never change. Izuku, enough not knowing what to do and not knowing who that word was intended for. Tamura, to them, you were never a hero, just a dictator who threatened to destroy an entire nation for touching his daughter. Izuku, watching how the ship's doors opened at the same time, managing to see the tips of the missiles ready to be fired. Please no. Tamura, they never lost their fear of you. But there may be a way, starting to smile sinisterly, maybe if you are willing to sacrifice everything you care about for the good of the world, they will come to see you as a hero. Hehe. Izuku, what? Tamura, it's simple, you just have to let all those missiles fall on top of all of us on this side of the portals, and although I don't think I'll die from that now that I have my defenses at minimum, they could hurt me and you would have the advantage to finish me off without any major problem. Although of course you would sacrifice the people you care about, listening to the sailors and the captain's positions. Captains, screaming in unison in their different languages, turn the keys. Tamura, you must make a decision quickly, staring at Izuku. Will you sacrifice your friends for people you don't know and who hate you, or will you save them? Indirectly, you will prolong this war and more people will die all over the world. Izuku, looking in various directions, clenching his fists, clearly hearing a single word from the captains. Captains, fire. Izuku, generating a large ball of energy in his right hand and looking at the different ships, dragon shot, firing his attack in the ocean right next to the ships. Tamura, smiling as particles surrounded his body and the armor reappeared. That desperate attack by Izuku was so charged with energy that the instant it hit the sea, the gigantic explosion under the water lifted each and every one of the ships. The giant waves made them collide against each other, causing them to explode. The decision was made. He knew clearly what would happen. Even so, he did it. The young man simply could not let that happen. But unfortunately for him, the consequences were greater than he imagined, since the different missiles also left the ships, but now without a fixed course and were going in the direction of different portals. Izuku quickly tried to destroy them, but when he didn't even have half of them, he was intercepted by Tamura from his unprotected back, causing his attacks to stop and some missiles to go through various portals, causing more destruction to the world. Tamura, ha ha ha, dragging Izuku through the giant waves and ships that he finds in his path. I knew it, you're like me. Izuku, damn bastard. Freeing himself from Tamura's grip only for him to grab him by the neck and start giving him a large number of kicks. Because of you I became a murderer. Tamura, you were already a killer. Holding one of Izuku's legs and now starting to be the one to hit him with his arm, or did you forget how you killed Overhaul? Hitting Izuku in the face, breaking his helmet. Izuku, shut up. Increased his power with a series of boosts that was a completely different matter. Hitting Tamura's face so hard that it breaks his helmet and hits him full in the face, making him bleed, and we are not the same. Tamura, those are lies and you know it. With a big smile, not caring that his nose was bleeding, but I don't blame you. In both cases they threatened to take away your loved ones. Launching himself towards Izuku while dodging several of his energy shots, W2 would do anything for those people. Izuku, relentlessly launching several dragon shots which Tamura dodged, and they fell on the ground and see only increasing the disaster. Tamura, we were both abused as children. Getting closer and closer to Izuku, we were hurt by those we trusted the most back then. Causing both to remember those moments as Tamura got closer, stripped of our loved ones equally. More memories coming to both of them at the same time as Tamura absorbed immense amounts of energy and charged his fist with it. We were excluded by a society that didn't care just for being different. Getting to Izuku and giving him a powerful blow to the face, breaking his nose and pushing him into another portal only to be followed by it. Every blow, every word, every memory, all those things impacted Izuku. Not only his physique was attacked, his memories and heart were equally attacked. He wanted to refute every word to Tamura, but how would he do it? Despite all the deaths that were happening in the world, despite all the destruction he was causing, at no time had he told a single lie. Izuku knew it. He had already killed someone. He had already seriously hurt more people by his actions. Even though they were guys like Muscular or Bakuga, he knew it, and that was what bothered him the most. While at the same time his fight continued, going through various portals which took him to all parts of the planet, and everywhere he went he could only see civilians running from the Nomus, heroes trying to stop them, heroes defeating them, Nomus defeating them, civilians attacking each other to be able to enter some shelter that was open. City by city, country by country, continent by continent, there was no place where they did not bring war on their backs. With their intense auras surrounding their entire body, they only left a red and white trail across the sky. Passing through buildings, through monuments, through mountains, there was nothing to hold them back or stop them. And at all times his memories did not stop, their abuse since childhood, one by his first friend and the other by his father, how his mothers consoled him from his incessant crying, how they at first were the only ones who calmed them and protected them from that cruel world, and how they lost them. Izuku, going through a portal, arriving at a completely frozen 1AHHHHH. Giving a powerful blow to Tamura's chest, managing to destroy his armor, and throwing him to the ground, breaking it, and raising large amounts of snow. Why don't you give up? Undoing his armor, equally being tired and falling to the ground. Tamura, who catching his breath, who protects the weak from the man who protects the weak? Achieving green face to face after the snow left, noticing each other's wounds. Izuku, confused. What? Tamura, you took on the role of the man who protects the weak and stopped many villains, but in comparison, wouldn't they be the weak next to you? Izuku, they clenching his fists, dragging some snow in them. I have an ideal, a dream to reach. Swallowing, I admit that I was wrong. I know that regrets are useless. I know that the past cannot be changed, but everything I have done has been to improve the lives of the Quirkless. Tamura, admirable, smiling slightly. You are admirable, I mean it, but without stopping to look him directly in the eyes. By choosing a side, you abandon the others. Izuku, not understanding what he meant. What are you talking about? Trying to get up slowly like Tamura. I didn't abandon anyone. Tamura, you did it, not consciously of course, but it is undeniable that you abandoned people with quirks, causing him to open his eyes, especially those who later became villains. Izuku, that standing up completely like his rival is not true. I have helped people with quirks in the same way, and if those people became villains, it was by choice. Tamura, choice? Getting angry while clenching his hands, starting to bleed. That's the same way of thinking of everyone in this disgusting world. Remembering his childhood, that's what they always say to justify crime. Remembering the past of his classmates, it's so easy to say those words when you have hot food and a roof to take shelter from every day. Starting to shine his wings. Izuku, preparing the boosted gear. Tamura, I know perfectly well what it's like to be on the streets begging for food only to be ignored by everyone. Pointing at Izuku, this is why I'm doing all this, to give a future to all the rejected ones, to all those who were born with a weak quirk, or those who don't fit into the norms and are cruelly called villains. Starting to emit small particles, ready to use his balance breaker again. If you fight for the Quirkless, I'll fight for those that no one else does, for the ignored ones, for those who had no other choice in this world. Drake, speaking mentally to Izuku, partner, don't get distracted, he just wants to get into your head to have a chance to defeat you. Izuku, I'm not sure about that. Since we started this battle, at no time have I felt any lie in his words, and even though it hurts me to admit it, I don't hate him. Instead, I think that in a certain way he has a point. Tamura, ready to continue. Spreading his arms after all. Izuku, making the gem of the boosted gears shine with the same intensity, as the divine dividing. The battle of the dragons is still far from over. The two rivals speaking at the same time, only to start their battle again. Balance breaker. UA Shelter Academy. All Might. Damn full of wounds, he's stronger than all for one, and on top of that he has incredible regeneration, starting to lose his muscles. Bakugu. Regenerating his few wounds. It's useless to resist. Old man, your wounds just multiply and mine heal in seconds. All Might. I have to keep fighting, but I almost have no strength left, breathing with difficulty, but feels a hand on his shoulder, realizing that they were the former carriers. What? Nana, don't give up. Toshinori, Remember that you are not fighting alone. Yoichi, even though my brother is gone, our work is not done. None of us can stop until All for One is stopped forever. Daigoro, what does it matter if he is stronger? You have never given up, and even though you made a grave mistake by choosing him as your successor, you have completely corrected it in these 2 years. Sixth, you already have the strength and experience necessary to overcome this last fight. Use our quirks as support objects like that arm. Fourth, we will help you use them, that way your body will not have to bear so much load. Third, don't stop moving and attacking with everything you have, that way you'll have more power with my quirk. Second, eighth, you still have your trump card. My quirk by now should have increased its power so much that it should be able to break the laws of physics. Be careful when you use it. At that moment all the bearers joined their hands behind All Might's back, giving him a second wind to continue his battle. The core of one for all inside his being shone with great intensity. That sacred flame that was almost extinguished by a bad decision now shone and burned more intensely than ever. At the same time that electrical particles along with small trails of smoke began to surround his body to everyone's surprise. Bakugu, damn bastards! They managed to see the carriers. Even if they give more powers to this old man, things won't be different. Launching himself at high speed, propelled by strong currents of air when I absorb them, I'll make sure to torture them for all eternity. All Might, increasing the intensity surrounding his body at the same time as dozens of black whips came out of his back as well as an immense amount of smoke. I will never give up. Launching himself at high speed while floating all over the walk and moving his legs and arms to accumulate kinetic energy just like young Midoriya. Reaching Bakugu and launching a powerful punch at the same time which they both collided. I have a promise to keep. Using the FA gene to go beyond his 100%. With renewed determination and the constant help of the bearers, the battle between former master and student resumed, their blows colliding relentlessly, generating gigantic air currents which uprooted the trees around them, debris flying in all directions. Bakugi used every quirk he had at his disposal, even his most recent acquisition, by throwing large amounts of corrosive acid at him. But the enormous experience accompanied by the danger sensor made the difference in power become shorter and shorter. For his part, the poor cement was already exhausted. The fight of those two opposing forces constantly destroyed the improvised wall of the shelter, so he couldn't stop for a single second. But, although he was already reaching his limit, he had already decided it a long time ago. Despite the fact that his generation was responsible for causing such a catastrophe and that it was the new one that was carrying his sins and trying to repair it, he would not sit idly by, so he would give his all to keep his students' loved ones safe. Unfortunately, that was not the only battlefield, since all over the world hundreds of nomas were roaming around freely. The lifeless bodies of civilians, heroes, villains, and the nomas themselves flooded the streets, painting the walls of the few buildings that were still standing with their blood. At this point the flames consumed the entire world and their black smoke began to dominate the skies, that together with the flying nomas whose mouths were full with their victims, while their blood fell into the fire as if it were rain, gave no other impression than that they were in hell itself, and soon that impression would only increase. Vatican. Bishop, in front of many believers, brothers and sisters, you should not be afraid raising his hands right now. Humanity is in its darkest era. But I assure you that the Lord has not abandoned us. Banging the table, that blasphemy that God has killed was the cause that launched his wrath against us. Believers, yes, it is true. The Lord is eternal. He will protect us. Will eliminate evil from this world. Eradicate those damned monsters who desecrate his great work. Punish such vile creatures for stealing his glory. Many believers were inside its doors, confident that this sacred territory was the only place where such creatures that many considered demons could never enter. But when it was full, their hypocrisy and fanaticism overwhelmed them, and the great bishop who directed the words did nothing but encourage that. Bishop, silence. Making everyone pay attention to him. All your prayers will be heard by the Lord. And once order returns to this beautiful and just world, it is clear that we must deal with the origin of this evil. Staying silent for a few seconds, the Quirkless. Gaining everyone's attention. This is all their fault. If the cursed child of Izuku Midoriya had never been born, those supernatural powers would never have returned. being heard by everyone when transmitting his words on the radio, that is why being interrupted when a hero slowly opens the door. What is happening? Why are you not at your post? And the others. Hero, dead, falling face down to the ground, leaving his spine exposed, deftly giving his last breath when he was stepped on by a large gnome at the same time as the windows were broken by more of them. Bishop, I am possible. Trembling like all the parishioners, why you cannot enter the house of God. Nomu, walking slowly, God scaring everyone who heard his voice, he's not here, causing many to cry in fear, this is just an empty box. Bishop, raising a cross, God is in all his churches. Nomu, the love of your God, getting closer to the bishop as the other gnomes surrounded, everyone else no longer exists, and if it still did, it wouldn't love you. Bishop, I have fulfilled your will, urinating on himself, the work of my life has been in your name. Nomu, the work of your life, arriving in front of the bishop and looking him straight in the eyes would only make him vomit. Bishop, I am a good man who followed his faith. Nomu, if I still existed, I would know that we would not be here if it were not for you, opening his mouth, releasing blood mixed with blood on the ground, staining the bishop's clothes, it is all your fault. Bishop, the evil, trembling even more as tears came out, are the Quirkless. Nomu, lies in the house of your God? Bringing his hands slowly to the bishop's face, if he were alive he would be disappointed. Bishop, and no. Nomu, don't worry, we love them. Bishop, huh? Nomu, we love you, opening his mouth while the other gnomes did the same with the others, we could not be here if it were not for you, taking the bishop with his hands and lifting him several times until they were at his height, leave us thank them, starting to eat his face. Bishop, screaming from the intense pain, but his scream is overshadowed by the others who shared the same fate. Those screams were transmitted everywhere by the speed that continued to transmit, even when the unpleasant sound of the flesh being torn and being consumed by those creatures. Once that scene was over, everyone could only imagine the worst scene that their minds could give them. Without knowing that it was much worse, since the walls of the former sacred place were now stained with blood, small pieces of entrails were sticking to the ancient mosaics, and the floor was completely covered with blood. Unfortunately, and as a result of collective panic, the bishop's last words were implanted in the minds of many of the people in the shelters, and they thought that if the Quirkless had become extinct, no sacred gear would have awakened and that apocalypse would never have happened. Mount Fuji, battlefield. Melissa, in her balance breaker, finishing off countless gnomes. Damn, these things never stop coming out, destroying their heads with a beam of energy. Fafnir, calm down, Melissa. If these enemies bother you so much, take a moment to find their source. Melissa, I can't. Without stopping for a second while doing that, hundreds of gnomes would enter those portals and the situation would be worse for everyone, launching several energy beams. I have to stop as many as I can. And so she did. Dozens and dozens of gnomes fell under her power. She was simply the one doing the most work after Izuku. Unfortunately, the enemy was aware of this, and before they discovered the hiding place where the origin of all the gnomes was, the largest of all appeared. It was gigantic. The gnomes around it seemed small in comparison. This creature advanced towards Melissa, crushing her brothers, not caring one bit about their lives. It only had one goal: to destroy its enemies. Ayaha! Letting out a loud scream, his voice distorted due to his immense size. Even so, and despite them, he moved ridiculously fast. Crushing one more of his brothers, he launched himself towards Melissa to give him a huge blow that managed to hit him full on as he was still busy with the other common gnomes. Despite wearing her armor, she could feel the impact inside her body, spitting blood on her helmet and being thrown several meters, thus destroying the only obstacle for the gnomes and the portals that connected the entire world. Melissa, what was that? Getting up quickly only to stumble slightly while still somewhat stunned by the blow. Fafnir, Melissa, be careful. With great concern in her voice, that blow somehow managed to break through the armor's defenses, surprising its wearer. If your body didn't have dragon parts, one would have killed you. Melissa, did it go through the armor? Remembering a fight from the past, like what Izuku said when he fought the gnome version in Endeavor. Ayaha! Launching himself towards Melissa again. Melissa, it's dangerous. Carrying 2 large spheres of energy in her hands, that's why I have to finish it off as soon as possible. Launching her attack, which is much stronger than what she normally used, completely destroying the upper part of the Noma. Okay, now. For a second she thought she had defeated him, that finishing off his brain would be the end like with all the other Nomas. But he was different, that strategy would be useless against him. Since in less than a second he had already completely regenerated and launched a powerful kick enhanced with several bursts of air that the creature created behind his legs. The surprise and speed of that attack was more than enough to hit Melissa again. That blow to all her ribs had raised her hundreds of meters, causing her intense pain. And while she fell still writhing in pain because she still had many human parts, the immense creature once again generated an imposing scream. Slamming into the ground around him, breaking it with ease, he began to run straight to the point where Melissa would fall, and as if he were a furious bull, he lunged at her, managing to hit her with his arm before the poor thing even touched the ground, and he pushed her away from the place, crushing villains, heroes and Nomas alike. The path of death and destruction he left in his wake was unmatched by any of his own. Without any mercy, that creature accelerated its attack, in a single direction. That mountain that they considered sacred in that country was its collision point, and when it arrived it crossed it without any difficulty, using Melissa as a tip to pierce it, and when it completely crossed it, it threw a Melissa paralyzed by pain towards the heroes in the nearby area who had managed to control its position. Haruto, using his sacred gear to hold many villains well, now that we're done here we must listening to the loud bang. He immediately ran towards the origin of the noise. He didn't know exactly what it was, but a bad feeling flooded his thoughts, and unfortunately he wasn't wrong, because when he saw that creature throw Melissa, who arrived close to his feet, he recognized him, and how could he not? After all, even though his face was no longer the same, Haruto would recognize those eyes wherever they were, since they were the same ones that looked at him for many years while he suffered in silence. Haruto, D-Director, not believing what he was seeing. Jotaro. Arctic. Tamura, ha 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 ha, receiving constant blows from Izuku, but also managing to hit his own. Izuku, what's so funny? Crashing their fists together, fracturing all the ice on the ground in the area and staying like that while they struggled. Tamura, haha, catching his breath, it's nothing. I just find it ironic that you're giving so much of yourself to those who have never done so to deserve it. Izuku, that's not true. Increasing the force by fracturing the ice more. Shuko. Remembering their kisses, my beautiful daughter. Remembering how he regularly makes her candy apples while she received them with a huge smile only to be scolded by Shuko, my friends. Remembering how they shared the weekends at his house and had fun on the beach, my teachers. Remembering how they supported him. Tamura, and are you sure about everyone? Izuku, angry, don't try to make them look like. Tamura, didn't they tell you the truth about what happened that day in the Kamino incident? Stopping struggling, did they tell you the real reason why a very important person to you is no longer in this world? Izuku, what? Getting a brief image of that last moment, and that last smile. Tamura, it seems that is not the case, and they were not entirely honest with you. Moving a few steps away from Izuku, the truth about your mother, the truth about Inko Midoriya's death was not collateral damage. Izuku, remembering his mother's face. Tamura, the truth is that she was murdered. Chapter 51 returns. She was murdered. That scream echoed throughout the desolate frozen wasteland. An incessant echo made it repeat itself constantly until it was lost in the distance. After those words, Tamura was breathing with some difficulty, the result of all his accumulated fatigue throughout his long fight against Izuku, a fight that will only become more intense. The blood of both of them stained the white surface. The icy air slowly stopped as a result of one of the two celestial dragons. Izuku, it's a lie. The young man denied it fervently, unable to acknowledge such a fact, unable to think about that day. Izuku, it's a lie. His crimson aura surrounded his entire body, increasing in intensity more and more. The snow and blood around him instantly evaporated, while an intense heat wave began to change the entire landscape, exposing the rock ground beneath so much snow. Tamura, I'm not lying. Being calm, I have no reason to lie to you. Izuku, it's a lie. Launching himself towards Tamura, who receives the impact with his hands and begins to struggle, causing the entire ground to begin to split. My mother died as collateral damage in the fight between All Might and your damn teacher. His strength increased, but Tamura matched him. The whole place began to shake due to the strength of both dragons. Tamura, don't ever mention that damn all for one again. Getting angry for a moment, I'm free now and I'm telling you the truth, Izuku, shut up. The armor reappears minus the helmet. Why should I believe what the damn guy who wants to destroy the world says? Albion, Izuku Midoriya speaking as the armor covered Tamura again. Except for the helmet, my partner tells you the truth. Some time ago I absorbed the memories of the former director of the Hero Commission. Izuku, Jotaro, Haruto's person told me not to trust, relaxing his strength a little. And what does that matter? Albion, he was the one who tricked your mother with the job interview in that place called Kamino. I absorbed his memories and saw how he tortured her. I saw how he abandoned her when that place was about to fall because of that little battle. Tamura, the reason for all that was just to see if there was a way to control you and… Izuku, damn you, don't want to get in my head. Drake, partner speaking only to Izuku in his mind. Even if you don't want to admit it, Albion doesn't lie feeling bad. He has no reason to lie. At that moment Izuku remembered it. He remembered his mother's smiling face when she told him that she had been offered a new and better paying job. That time was the last time he saw her smile. The last time he felt the soft touch of her hands without them being bloody. Thinking that all of that was a trap just to control him made guilt begin to rise in his heart. Thinking that everything his mother had to go through hurt him. Thinking about everything his mother had to endure was too much. Thinking that this moment of happiness in his life was a simple lie made him angry. Izuku, his crimson aura like blood itself intensified, as did his strength. The balance breaker helmet had appeared again, while the snow several kilometers away melted from the intense heat it emanated. Gigantic columns of rock rose from the strong clash of both beings. The entire Arctic continent was shaking. Hundreds and hundreds of large blocks of ice that had not yet melted fell into the sea, starting a chain reaction that would harm the world. The animals that were unlucky enough to be in that area died from the intense heat to which they were not accustomed. Tamura, ha 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 ha, starting to laugh in a twisted mix between madness and rage as the helmet of his armor appeared on his head. Do you realize now? Struggles at the same level as Izuku. Everyone lied to you. From your dear master Edge Shot, who was the one who discovered all that. The current director Haruto, who is even your brother-in-law, was by his side while they tortured your mother, and he didn't tell you anything. His words were like sharp swords which attacked Izuku's heart. The young green-haired man began to cry behind that red helmet, while the landscape around him reflected the state of the whole world. Death. Tamura, we are not so different. Remembering part of his past, they always kept information from us just to try to control us. They always denied us our dreams, but not anymore. Increasing his strength, we are free now. Exclaiming with great force, the people who held us back are no longer there. Both Izuku and Tamura remembered their lives in the middle of their confrontation. That dream they once shared was cruelly belittled by the people they considered closest. In Izuku's case it was Bakugo, who at that time he thought was his friend, and in Tamura's case it was his father. All those bad memories of the past, the truth behind his mother's death, and the way they hid it from him for more than 2 years filled him with immense anger, letting himself be carried away by it while the last drops of his tears fell down his cheeks inside the helmet. Boost! 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 Divide! 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 Boost! 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 Divide! 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 That was all that was heard before a gigantic explosion of power occupied a large portion of Antarctica, splitting the continent itself in a big way. The corpses of the animals killed by the heat were instantly evaporated. All the ice melted at the same time, evaporating and ascending to the sky, which due to the immense power of the area caused gigantic rays to begin to form. The battle of the dragons had intensified, and thanks to the portals in the sky which connected the entire world, there was no place where it did not lead, all while those explosions of energy continued to occur one after another as they ascended into the sky. Battlefield, England. Kaminari, damn! Full of bruises, cuts, and other wounds, this is completely crazy. The streets were on fire, an almost endless black smoke rose into the sky, the city was almost destroyed. In the distance you could hear the dozens of battles between the heroes and the villains, as well as some nomas who began to arrive without knowing the reason. Kaminari, Midoriya said while looking at the sky and could see how everywhere the situation seemed the same. Please win your battle and help us end this walking with some difficulty through the rubble, that way Ibara and I can get married peacefully. Trying to joke to calm his nerves. If you do it now I will ask you to be the best man, haha. The boy joked, trying to hide his great fear and concern for his beloved fiancée. He knew that she was with her classmates from the former B class, since he saw how they crossed the portal to another part of the world. He wanted to go with her, but he was more needed in this place. While he was walking lost in his thoughts, he saw something that immediately left his blood cold. In front of him was a villain who had a badly injured Jiro at his mercy while holding what appeared to be her broken arm, her body covered in wounds and blood. That image was too intense for the young hero. Kaminari, Jiro? Villain, ha ha ha. Without listening to Kaminari, you did give me a lot of problems with your sound waves. Girl squeezing Jiro's arm tightly, but in the end it was all useless. Both you and the other heroes will soon fall, and once the sekiryuutei dies we will take the world for ourselves. Kaminari walked at an ever-increasing pace towards that villain. Filled with anger, he made his electricity begin to come out of his body. Villain, although now that I see you well, shamelessly looking at Jiro's entire body, noticing part of his exposed skin due to his torn suit. You don't have many tits, but I don't care. Licking his lips, I know. Exclaimed with twisted joy, once we win I will keep you as my hex slave, that way you could stay alive, ha ha ha. Distracted by imagining so many situations. If you agree, don't say anything, okay? Not receiving an answer naturally since Jiro was unconscious. How good. Slowly approaching her, don't worry, I know you're going to like it. Oh, and so you can see that I am a good master. I can include your mother if you want. Of course she would have to be hot, but we'll see about that. Kaminari, damn you wretch! Throwing a huge electric shock at the villain from the side, making him retreat many meters. You will not lay a single finger on my friend. Villain, screaming in pain. Kaminari, filling up next to his partner Jiro. Seeing all her wounds by Ophis, how they left you. Tearing part of his pants to bandage some wounds. Calm down. I'll get you out of here immediately. Tearing more of his suit to bandage all his wounds. I just hope that after this you give me a good discount when I hire you to play music at my wedding. A small joke came out of his lips, trying to distract his worry. I have to save her. If I don't, I'll never be able to look Kirishima in the face again. The boy tried to lift the girl, slowly so as not to hurt her more than she already was. But that was frustrated when that villain from before had returned with a very annoyed appearance. Villain, damn hero! Slowly approaching, don't you see that she agreed to be my pet? Very upset. You heroes only ruin everything. Kaminari, clenching his fist, she would never accept that shit. Full of anger. Villain, how annoying. Smiling, I'll kill you and then take my new pet. Kaminari, that will never happen. Generating electricity throughout his body. I have a commitment after this war that I can't miss. Remembering Ibara's face, generating many more rays. Battlefield, France. Ibara, holding a very injured Yui in her arms. Why? Seeing many of her injured companions. Why did you do it? The captaincy was a complete ruin, monuments destroyed, houses on fire. The Eiffel Tower, the monument that an entire country was proud of, was nothing more than pieces of metal scattered on the ground. Blood stains the streets, a small river of blood flowed everywhere. Various nomas flew over the ruined city, carrying in their jaws various people. It didn't matter who they were, heroes, civilians, children, adults, elderly, men or women. There was no distinction whatsoever. The shelters that protected various cities in Japan were not implemented by everyone, not because there were no memories to build them. It was simply because they came from Izuku's close circle. That irrational fear of condemnation led to many different people being condemned. On top of a small pile of corpses was a villain. His hair was blonde, His eyes were a very light violet color, wearing an elegant suit, believing himself to be superior to other people. Ibara, why did you join the villains? Holding Yui's body tighter, Monoma. Monoma, looking at his former companions from above and looking over his shoulder, pathetic. Kendo, answered the damn question. Slowly getting up, as did some of his classmates. Villain, what should we do with them? Asked one of the villains who was next to the blonde, who just stared at him. Monoma, leave this to me, you guys go have fun with those hiding in the catacombs. At that the heroes were surprised. It is assumed that no one knew that they had some civilians there. There was no way they could have discovered it without a quirk specialized in locating people. It was there that they realized Monoma had copied one of that type. The villains at his side just smiled as they left. Shishida tried to go after them, thinking that his great strength in his beast mode would be able to reach them. That was useless, since Monoma used a quirk that everyone knew perfectly well, the ability to move the earth of one of the members of the Hussy Cat, raising a huge wall of earth that prevented it crashing against it. Monoma, how rude, Shishida. You just met up with an old friend and you want to leave already? Smiling with great arrogance, stay here a little longer, haha. Shishida, damn, very angry. Kendo, Monoma. Monoma, yes, I know, staring at her, there's no need to shout, ex-president. His smile only showed arrogance. Without moving even a little from those corpses, his former companions understood it. Monoma had a time limit that he could copy a quirk. That is why they had to gain enough time before he could no longer use it. Monoma, because this side does accept me. That was his answer to the reason, just that. There was nothing more. None of those present could believe it. None of those present wanted to accept it. Ibara, just for that. Her hands shook with anger. Just for that stupid reason you helped millions of people die. Monoma, shut up. Those words made him angry. They were the only ones who accepted me after that damn rat Nizu expelled me from the academy. Only they know how truly dangerous Izuku Midoriya and all that supernatural crap are. Only they. Ibara, those are just damn excuses. Screaming loudly, full of anger, you're just resentful for being expelled from the academy. You're just throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child who wasn't paid attention to. The girl's words struck deep into Monoma, hitting him where it hurt the most, his pride. Ibara, Dio, you think you're some kind of savior? You're just a pathetic, jealous man with airs of grandeur who should never have entered the academy in the first place. Those words caused Monoma to twitch in his eye. He was clearly angry. Time passed. The seconds seemed eternal. Everyone waited patiently for Monoma's time limit to run out to stop him, but that never happened. On the contrary, he slowly began to float above the corpses. Monoma, what a dirty mouth you have, Shiozaki. It seems that the purest of all was corrupted by the allies of the sekiryuutei. Breathing somewhat agitated, seeing how now all his companions were standing. But do not worry. I will save them from their influence. The men with death and the women. While smiling shamelessly, let's say that they will receive a more thorough cleaning, haha. At those words the women tensed and the men prepared for the approaching combat. But what no one expected to hear was a soft laugh. It was calm, soft, that laugh out of tune with the atmosphere of the place. They turned their gazes towards its origin and noticed to their great surprise that said laughter came from Ibara, who slowly and gently put Yui on the ground, only to then slowly walk towards the front of her companions and see the villain in front of her. Ibara, pure? Don't make me laugh, letting out one last laugh. I've never been pure. The ancient blood of one of the demon kings of the past runs through my veins, but that's okay, she smiled, remembering how she got depressed at that fact. But a very special boy for her helped her overcome it. Someone very special made me see that there is no problem with that. The girl remembered her first dates with her fiancé, how he was a bit clumsy at the beginning. But it was that same innocent clumsiness that made her laugh when she needed to do it the most. How they spent all the time together until finally the boy worked up the courage and declared his love for her. The previous night passed through her mind, when they gave themselves to each other body and soul, at the same time that they made a promise represented by the ring she now wears on her finger, the promise to always be together. Ibara, despite rejecting me, he accepted me just the way I am. She smiled as her cheeks blushed slightly. She knew it wasn't the time or place to say those things, but something made her want to, and more importantly, he helped me accept myself. Staring at Monoma, we kept moving forward, overcoming the loss of our friends without forgetting them. We created new bonds, some for life, but compared to you, you got stuck. Those words made Monoma angry like never before in his life. He couldn't find words to debate them. He couldn't, and that was what irritated him the most. There was no turning back. It was too late for that. And it was with those words that the fight between the former members of Class B began to fight. UA Shelter Academy. All Might, ugh! Spitting blood as he fell in his thin form in front of the shelter door. Bakugo. Damn old man holding the hero's synthetic arm, destroying it instantly as it regenerated from its wounds. Even with all the energy that the bearers gave you, it is useless if its vessel can no longer support it. Ray, watching everything from a distance with little Eri in her arms, honey, full of worry as her tears ran down her cheeks. Eri, Grandpa, crying. Fuyumi, with her baby in her arms while also crying, Tashinori-san. Aizawa, All Might. David, Toshi. Those reactions were very similar for everyone in the shelter. Some cried, others just looked away, but in the end they all shared a single feeling, concern for the one who was once the symbol of peace. He listened to them. All Might heard them clearly, how everyone called him, how everyone believed in him, trying to get up to keep fighting. Even if he was missing an arm, it didn't matter, but it was all useless. He didn't want to admit it, but Bakugo was right on one point. Your body is no longer in a condition to have the one for all. So many wounds, so much accumulated damage, it didn't matter that the bearers supported him. Simply the time of his body had already exceeded the limit, and the simple fact of continuing to fight was already a miracle in itself. In this last battle between one for all and all for one, both had the same strength, but in a battle of resistance, All Might had everything to lose. Bakugo, ha ha ha, mocking as he slowly approached. The years have treated you badly. Damn old man. His laugh had a tone of complete superiority. Even though they gave you all the power of one for all, you no longer have the body to use it. Ha ha ha. How unlucky. His words were hurtful. He walked slowly just to increase the time of pain of the one who was once his master. But don't worry. Once I tear it from your skeletal and dying body, I will put it to good use. All Might, what? Spitting out large amounts of blood, trying to get up, but falling to the ground on his face. What are you planning? That question, full of pain, was said, making Bakugo stop and stare at him. He didn't say anything, but his gaze said it all. Bakugo, what I've always wanted, what should always have been, clenching his fists to be the strongest. At that, Bakugo looked up at the sky, towards the different portals, managing to observe how Izuku and Tamura fought, and the plague of death and desolation they left in their wake. Entire forests burned. Monuments such as the Great Wall of China completely destroyed. The pyramids being nothing more than small mounds of rock scattered everywhere. Mountains wiped off the map in just seconds, creating tsunamis in all seas. They were the very embodiment of calamity. That was a power unmatched by any existing quirk. Even if someone had them all, it would be impossible to overcome. All Might, that never happens. Bakugo, I know. Angry, looking at his former mentor starting to walk slowly. I know that I will never be able to beat them under normal conditions. That is why I have to take advantage of this only opportunity. Smiling madly, those damn monsters are killing each other, getting a little closer. Once I get the one for all out of you, I will be able to enhance all my quirks, and I will wait. Taking a step further, I will wait until one of them wins. He will be so injured and tired that he will not be able to defend himself, and that will be when I kill him. That plan was completely cowardly. Attacking when their enemy was weakened was what many thought, but they forgot one detail. This was a war, and in wars there are no rules. Bakugo, but if I'm honest, I want the winner to be that damn Deku, smiling with great madness while his gaze only reflected immense hatred, since I want to be the one who kills him for humiliating me like that 2 years ago. Touching the scar on his face, which never recovered despite having a regeneration quirk. Ha ha ha, I want to be the last thing that damn thing sees before he dies. I want him to see how I will mutilate him, how I will break his arms and legs, how I will tear them off, how I will use his intestines to hang him, while the last thing he hears is how I will enjoy the body of the damned two-faced. Disgusting, nauseating, disgusting, these and more synonyms for a single feeling of rejection were what he felt. All Might spat out blood before even trying to get up, while a puddle of it formed beneath him due to all his open wounds. Bakugo, But in the meantime I'll do the same to you, All Might, haha. Those words caused the little girl to struggle against the arms that held her, trying to free herself from them despite both an older woman and a recent friend telling her not to. All Might, why you breathing with great difficulty? Are really you're crazy? Bakugo took several steps. Both Aizawa and Cementos wanted to avoid him. The first used his only eye trying to limit his quirks while Cementos tried to get him as far away as possible. Unfortunately, it was all useless. Without his two eyes, Aizawa's quirk was not as effective, and even if he had both, it would be impossible to cancel so many quirks at the same time. For his part, it only took a single movement of Bakugo's arm to destroy the master's attack. It was weak, too weak in comparison. That was a useless resistance. With a single explosion from his original quirk, the villain threw the two heroes into the walls of the shelter with such force that they could feel some of their bones breaking. Rei Yarai no. That was all the woman could say at what she saw, the young girl running as fast as her legs would allow her. She was no longer the same girl who ran to ask for help. Eri, passing by the teachers and standing in front of All Might while extending her little arms, don't hurt my grandfather anymore. She ran to help someone. All Might, Eri, don't do it! Trying to get up with all her might, go back to the shelter now. The girl ignored him. Her legs were shaking. Her heart was pounding. She was scared to death. But at the same time her heart filled with courage as she remembered everything her father had done so far. She was his daughter. She was proud to be one. She wanted to be a heroine in the future. That's why when he saw someone in danger his body couldn't resist it any longer and simply reacted. All Might, Eri, please. She could only stand up a little, but immediately fell, an action that made her granddaughter turn around and put her little hands on her bloody chest without caring about the blood that was on it. Please go into the shelter and go with your grandmother. Eri, I don't want to. Interrupting him, I don't want to see how you continue suffering, Grandpa Might. The hero's tears began to fall down his cheeks, getting lost in his blood. All Might, I failed young Midoriya, my students. The world. His tone was melancholic. His heart was full of regrets. I can't fail them again. That's why you. Eri, I won't do it. Holding the hero's tray tightly, my dad forgave you a long time ago. Those words made the All Might open his eyes. He told me that he could never hold a grudge against you, that you are and always will be his hero. Starting to cry while his little horns slowly began to grow, the hero who never gives up. All Might. Bakugo, are you really letting a little girl defend All Might? Walking slowly while doing nothing but laughing, and here I thought you couldn't sink any lower, you damn old man. His steps were slow. In his arrogance he did it on purpose just to generate more tension in everyone. Aizawa looked up at her. Cementos weakly touched the ground. Both used their quirks again, receiving the same result, a strong blow with a current of air each. Mandalay dragged her partner in tears while Nizu, with the help of several people, did it with cement. In this place there was no one left who could defend them, or so they thought. Bakugo, pathetic, they are so pathetic that it is even insulting to see. Seeing Eri's back, noticing how she was sobbing, give up girl, this old man has no salvation. The promise of your useless father will be broken. He will not protect them, haha. Once I tear off the one for all, I will kill him, then you will go. Although I plan on saving your head to show it to Deku before killing him, having an extremely twisted smile, and of course I will also show it to both of their faces when I submit it to my will, ha 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 ha. Those words caught the attention of Rei and Fuyumi, fearful of what this crazy man wants to do to Shuko, who without any remorse said it in front of everyone to their horror. Bakugo, I will chain her. I will cover everything around her with the thickest ice. I will subject her to the lowest of pleasures. I will make her beg for more. I will grape her every damn day in front of the heads of that useless Deku and his bastard daughter. His pupils trembled. Showing that he was lost in madness, she will be mine, and no one else's, as it should have been from the beginning. With her I will have the strongest offspring. Threads of saliva came out of his mouth, and I will enjoy it every damn second, and it will be like this forever. That and more things were said. The fearful adults covered the children's ears. So much depravity disgusted everyone. Despite being one step away from death, their mere instincts still made them protect the youngest. Bakugo, for his part, just kept talking. His mind was fragmented. Despite spending a lot of time adapting to All for One and all his quirks, this was not his original body. Each body adapts to the person's quirk. That's why despite all his body he couldn't handle so much power, and the first sign of that was his rapid mental deterioration. Ray, this boy, with tears in her eyes, she ran despite some people who wanted to stop her. If this is the end, I want to be next to my little granddaughter and the man I love, arriving next to both of them, hugging them. All Might, why, biting his lips in frustration, clenching his only fist, the great hero now fallen lamented for being so weak. Why can I never save those I care about? The memory of his teacher came to his mind, the memory of how All for One killed her in front of his eyes while Gran Torino took him away from the place, saving his life, but the cost of that was the death of Nana Shimura. Ray, I'm sorry, Natsuo, Fuyumi, Shuko Tuya, she cried, closing her eyes without noticing how Eri's little horn grew bigger. I'm sorry for not having been the best mother to you. I'm sorry for so many things. I'm sorry that this is the end of the road. She saw the sky. Noticing by pure miracle the battle of her eldest son and her youngest daughter, only shedding more tears. Shuko, please stop, Tuya. Her lips trembled. If he's like this crazy monster, I'll, even if it hurts me, end his suffering. And the woman saw the end. Bakugo was already in front of them, slowly raising his arm to give them the final blow, and that her life passed before her. Her memories invaded her mind, her forced marriage with Endeavor, the birth of her children, the tragedy of these. Shuko's change when she met Izuku, how she forgave her for leaving a mark on her beautiful face for life. She saw how her children slowly made their lives forgetting the pain of their past. Her approach to All Might, about how she did not feel worthy of loving and being loved by a man for her sins, but it was her children who motivated her. It was they who encouraged her to find the happiness she so deserves. How she was the one who worked up the courage and took the lead by stealing a kiss from the peace symbol, their dates, the announcement of their relationship. It was a short time, but it was one in which he was truly happy. Bakugo, I'm already bored, I'll end this. And Eri, shut up. Interrupting him as her little horn begins to glow, and her tears fell on her grandfather's chest. That will never happen. The bad guys will never win. Her little hands began to glow as she began to rewind. All Might's body heroes like my parents, and my grandfather will always win. A childish statement, no doubt, but full of hope, the hope that people needed more than ever. Bakugo didn't say anything, he just stretched out his arm towards the little girl who had her back to him. All Might immediately released some black whips to try to stop him, but it was useless. They were very weak, even though little by little he was feeling a little better. The children cried, their parents hugged them, whispering that this would soon be over, their legs shaking, hope fading, but one little girl wouldn't let it happen. Plus Ultra! An immense light takes over the place, so bright that it obscures everyone's vision, forcing them to close their eyes. The scream of the white-haired girl did not stop, forcing her body further, forcing her quirk beyond its limits, giving everything so that the hope her parents gave her 2 years ago would not be lost. For his part, Bakugo, despite not seeing anything, continued to reach out his hand, and when he was about to touch the little girl he received a hard blow to the face. That blow was incredibly strong, so much so that he instantly felt as if he had broken not only his nose but his skull. Throwing him dozens of meters, leaving him in a pool of his own blood, that could have been his end if he had not had a great regeneration. The girl's voice began to fade as well as the immense light. When everyone finally began to slowly open their eyes, they saw the figure of a large man, extremely muscular. His blonde hair waving with the wind that he himself had generated with his blow. Slowly everyone began to see him better, realizing who he was. Everyone recognized him instantly and at the same time not, with his right arm still stretched out, happy to have it back after 2 long years. Bakugo, damn you! Slowly getting up, feeling all the pain as he regenerated. How many more times will you get up? All Might, as many times as necessary, with little Eri in his left arm while he was unconscious. I could do this all day, but it's time to end this. Ray, Toshi with his hands covering his mouth as tears fell upon seeing his partner. Civilians, it can't be. It's All Might, but... His arm returned. Not only that. His body is All Might in his golden age. The great hero, the symbol of peace, had returned in his best condition. No, even much more than that. Not only his body was completely recovered, not only his arm had returned, Not only his stomach wound and his missing organs had returned. Now it was much more. The little girl's effort gave rise to this miracle. All the power of One for All was maintained, all the quirks of the bearers remained the same, all their decades of accumulated experience were the same, the only thing that was rewound was her body. Now, with the body in peak physical condition, with the power of his quirk fully unlocked, the great symbol of peace All Might was currently at the pinnacle of his strength. There was no longer any limitation, there was no longer a time limit, there was nothing that could stop him from finishing off once and for all the eternal rival and great mission of the bearers, ending the All for One. His great power was more than ready to be used in the best possible body. With a serious look, with a brave face, the great hero remained firm. It was there that he slightly lowered his gaze and looked at his little granddaughter. She was sleeping due to the great effort she made. He just smiled and looked at his beloved. All Might. Ray helping her up with the whips, take her gently, handing her granddaughter. Go back to the shelter. I'll be fine, smiling like she always did. I'll never fall again. Looking towards the shelter, David. Calling his best friend, is the door already repaired? David, not responding for a few seconds until he finally finishes. Now it's done. We can close the shelter again. Heading to the control panel, get in quickly. Ray, let's go, honey, before. The woman took the man's hand, trying to take him away while they still had time, but the man didn't move. He just held the woman's hand lovingly while looking her straight in the eyes. All Might. I can't, seeing how his wife cried, wiping her tears with his right hand, this being the first time he touched her with it. As the bearer of One for All, it is my duty to stop All for One, and even more so if it is my former successor who carries it. Also, with my body fully recovered, I can go help in the war. Ray, I knew you would say that. Walking away slowly with Eri in his arms, tears ran down his cheek. As the shelter door slowly closed, please be careful. Come back to all of us. Come back to me. All Might. Smiling, how lucky I am that such an incredible woman like you noticed me. A gust of wind waves her hair. I love you. Ray, don't tell me now. The door was closing more and more, making them both stop seeing each other. Tell me when all this is over and we're together. All Might. I'll do something better than that. No one was looking anymore, but he still spoke. When this nightmare is over, let's get married on the most beautiful beach, just like you always wanted. Ray, yes, was all he could say before the door closed completely, leaving them isolated and unable to communicate. It's a promise. Once the door was closed, David and Nizu, trusting in their great friend and companion, activated the escape protocol, causing the entire shelter to begin moving through different tunnels located under the academy which connect to different areas of the country. Before they couldn't do it, Bakugo would have chased them, but now that All Might was in the way, they could leave to keep the heroes' families safe and take that immense worry away from their hero. Now All Might didn't have to hold back. There were no more civilians to protect, only a villain to defeat. Bakugo had not yet fully regenerated when a strong blow hit him in the face again. The speed of the gear change, the accumulated strength of the FA gene, and the agility that floating gives him was all he used to send the villain away from the place, continuing his battle, but now much more brutal. Battlefield, Japan. Always. Tamaki, are you okay? Nijire/Ryukyu, no, full of wounds. That city was completely in ruins. There was no way to save it. The forest that surrounded it was on fire, the buildings were ruined, the streets were full of corpses, among a twisted mix of heroes, villains, civilians, and nomes. That battle was brutal. Dozens of crushed bodies, the ground was painted scarlet red by the blood of the fallen. The only heroes left were those three. There were no others. The remaining nomes were devouring the corpses. It didn't matter who it was, a hero, a villain, a civilian, or even another nomu. It didn't matter. For those creatures, they were all potential meals. And even though there was only one villain left standing, that didn't matter. After all, he was one of the heavyweights, equipped with several tubes connected to his body, constantly supplying him with the trigger drug. His muscles grew to a huge size, disproportionate even for him. But that didn't matter to him. He was amazed, delighted by this great battle. With a sinister smile, the great villain looked at the last heroes and spoke. Muscular, this has been an incredible battle. So many people showed me their blood. His smile was twisted. Now only you three are missing. After that I will go somewhere else to continue fighting. The villain began to walk, The gnomes behind him saw that there would soon be fresh meat, so they began to follow the muscular giant. The three heroes knew that this would be their end. They no longer had the strength to face it. Barely if they worked together they could against the gnome. This was definitely a lost battle. Stepping on the lifeless bodies, breaking them as they went, death itself was approaching them. The three of them knew it. No one would go to save them. That is why in their last moments they wanted to be at peace with themselves. They both looked at each other. Nijire, without losing her beautiful smile, began to shed small tears. Nijire, my feelings were completely reciprocated, so I don't regret it in the slightest. Although her tears spilled, running down her cheeks until they fell to the ground, I would have liked to wear a beautiful wedding dress while we got married like they do in the West. At the same time they were talking, and without anyone present noticing, someone was running in their direction. He was fast, incredibly fast, with great ferocity, running through the great burning forest, with his 4 legs giving everything he was about to arrive. Ryukyu, I'm sorry, crying for not being able to fulfill that for the woman he loved. Nijire, okay, taking her hand and looking her straight in the eyes, but I have a request. Ryukyu, tell me. Nijire, if you think about reincarnating in another life, do it at the same time as me, that way we can meet and I'm sure I would fall in love with you again. Ryukyu, Nijire, she just nodded. Nijire, no matter how long it takes, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, even 10,000 years, I will wait for you so that we can love each other as much or even more than now. That smile, all her feelings began with that pure smile of Nijire. The girl only extended her hand towards her partner. Despite being afraid, despite knowing that this would be her end, she would be fine as long as both of them were together. While that was happening in the middle of the burning forest, help was arriving, at a steady pace, without stopping, without slowing down even a bit. He could already see them. He could see how the muscular giant was right in front of them. He had to act now. He had to save his friends now. Tamaki, I have a regret. The boy by mere instinct stood in front of the two heroines. There wouldn't be much difference. Even so, he did it. I would have liked to have been braver and told my feelings to that girl. The face of a woman came to his thoughts. The face of the woman he became interested in as soon as he saw her 2 years ago. How bad seeing Muscular with his arm raised ready to crush them. I really would have liked to at least ask you Ravity out on a date. Muscular, if you've already said your last words. Throwing his fist towards Tamaki, who didn't look away, show me your blood. At that moment that seemed like their bitter end, something happened. The help they needed so much, from the friend they hadn't seen for so long, had arrived. From among the forest the llamas a powerful roar resounded everywhere, so imposing, so powerful, so proud. It was the roar of a king. The roar of the king of lions. That roar paralyzed the whole place. The gnomes, but especially the muscular one, turned to see its origin. It was imposing. A great golden lion had arrived, but it had not arrived alone. Muscular could barely see him. A young man of great build and strong muscles had launched himself at him at great speed. He could not avoid it. He could not dodge it, receiving an extremely strong blow, so much so that it even made him retreat several meters, all while shouting a single word. Power! Finally, he had arrived. The great hero who 2 years ago lost his quirk in the fight against Overhaul arrived at the battlefield. His friends recognized him instantly, as did Ryukyu. Despite being more muscular, he still had that same smile full of confidence. But now there was something else. Now it was also full of pride. Tamaki, Mirio. Mirio, hi. Greeting them enthusiastically. Sorry for the delay. I was looking for you, but on the way I took care of some villains and gnomes. Seeing the situation and all the inert bodies everywhere, this doesn't seem to have an end. Clenching his fists, getting serious. Tamaki, Nijire, Ryukyu, don't worry. We'll take care of it now, you guys rest. Ryukyu, watch out! He warned as he watched the gnome launch itself at Mirio from behind. Nijire, raising her arm trying to use her quirk. Mirio, don't worry, smiling, I have my back covered. In that instant the great king had arrived in the blink of an eye, launching himself upon the gnome, and with his powerful jaws he had torn off his head in a single instant. What for them would have cost them at least to stop, the great lion had done as if it were nothing. Again making something very clear, sacred gear was infinitely superior to any quirk. Regulus, throwing the Noma's head away. Don't get distracted in the middle of the battle, spoke in a scolding tone. Mirio, I didn't do it, I knew my partner would cover me. At that the lion just smiled. The trust that both forged in these 2 years of training resulted in both forcing a great bond, just like he once had with Sarorg. Muscular, yes, finally. Very excited, I finally meet someone very strong. Taking something out of his pocket, I was saving this for my rematch against Midoriya, but I think it will be worth it with you too. In that he shows what he had stored. Instantly Mirio recognized it. It was the same as Overhaul when he became so strong. He was the Quirk Evolver. But at that he just smiled. Back then he was too weak to protect others from that, but things were different now. The instant he injected muscle into him, his entire body began to change, becoming even larger. His muscle fibers hardened, giving him the impression that he was wearing thick armor. But his size not only increased, his strength did as well. The ground where he was fragmenting as it could not withstand his weight. Muscular, come on, attack. Speaking with a distorted voice, what are you waiting for? Attack both of you at the same time if you want. The crazed giant addicted to battle declared. The 3 wounded heroes warned Mirio to be careful, that if he was very strong before now, who knows how much he can destroy. Mirio, thanks for the warning, but don't worry, he spoke while Regulus stood next to him just like Midoriya and Drake. Regulus and I will work together, staring at Muscular with an extremely serious look. This will be your end. Damn murderer. I will make you pay for all the lives you have taken. Tamaki, Mirio, you understanding part of what his friend said, can you use that too? He didn't answer, he simply took a breath, preparing for what he will do. With great pride he will shout the manifestation of all his arduous training up to this moment. Balance breaker. A great light had enveloped him, a great cloud of dust enveloped him. When both things dissipated, everyone saw it. Regulus was no longer at Mirio's side. Now he was covered in an imposing golden armor, with his great mane moving slightly in the wind, with the face of a lion on his chest. He didn't say anything else, he simply launched himself at high speed against the great villain, destroying with great ease the few Nomas who tried to attack him. That was how their battle had begun. Japan battlefield, Mount Fuji. Melissa, that really hurt. Getting up slowly, I don't like this kind of pain. I'll stick with the one Izuku made me feel when he took my. Fafnir, focus, this is not the time to think about that. Scolding her, you must be careful with this enemy. In front of her was the greatest Noma ever created, far stronger than any other, with more quirks inside him than any other, more dangerous than any other. Melissa, I know, clenching her fists, this time I won't be caught off guard. She wanted to throw herself at the dangerous creature, but someone stopped her. Haruto, wait. Managing to stop her, Melissa, leave this thing to me, you take care of the source of so many Nomas, otherwise the groups of heroes around the world will not be able to cope. Melissa, but... Haruto, please, he stared at her, I still have several pending accounts with this thing. Melissa, do you know him? Haruto, yes, his bitter memories came to his mind. He was the former director of the Heroes Commission and the one who was once my boss, Jotaro. At that, strangely, the Noma did not move, as if he was waiting for them to decide who his opponent would be. At that he just smiled, making Melissa more nervous. I know this looks bad. I know that if he could even hurt you with your armor on, it means that he is very strong. But even so, I will take care of it, showing great determination. Maybe I am not as strong as you, much less as Midoriya. But he clenched his fists tightly, I am also a dragon. At first Melissa didn't want to leave, much less leave Haruto and the other heroes who were at her side in the face of such a monstrosity. But then she could see through the almost endless portals how the number of Nomas she saw only increased. She knew it. It was thanks to her that they were being held back, and now that she was not in her position, these were the consequences. Melissa, making a decision. Okay, starting to rise, I will find the origin of those Nomas as soon as possible, and I will stop them no matter what, moving away from the place at high speed, but not before saying a few last words. Be careful. Haruto, you guys go too. Talking to the other heroes, stay together, and help anyone who needs you. Heroes, but sir, you worried about their boss. Haruto, go, it's an order. With his fists clenched, the current director of the Heroes Commission looked into the eyes of the former director. Both had been left completely alone. I had a feeling that one day we would see each other again, but not like this. Getting into battle stance. For many years I was very afraid of you. For many years I did nothing to prevent you from hurting people at will, but never again. The place was silent for a few seconds, until the creature that was once a human began to laugh. His voice was distorted, twisted, dark, and it was with that same tone that he spoke. Jutaro Nomu, weak, speaking little due to the damage of his vocal cords, pathetic, smiling, worried about useless. In this, Haruto's memories are triggered, as he saw Jutaro manipulate, lie, silence, bribe, belittle and kill. All with the sole purpose of fulfilling his ambitions and making him stay in power. Haruto, none of them are useless. Angry, all of them, despite being afraid, despite having families waiting for them, decided to fight. Creating a small aura, we all have people we want to protect. Remembering the face of his Fuyumi and his son, that's why. His aura increased. Haruto had not trained much in all this time. His body was certainly that of a dragon, but he never took it to the maximum. He now saw that as a mistake, but it was too late to change that fact. However, he still had an option. He also made the sacrifice, but he never used it. Now that his body was that of a dragon, he would surely resist for longer. Balance breaker. With that shout, his body was covered with armor as black as the night itself. Both enemies stared at each other, either taking a single step. Time seemed to stop for them. It was not until in a burst of speed both launched themselves at the same time, starting the battle. UA Academy. All Might, somewhat tired and with some small wounds, thanks to the danger sensor of the fourth carrier and the floating agility of my teacher, I am able to dodge almost all of his attacks, seeing Bakugo in the middle of the rubble regenerating. The place was a complete disaster. The imposing and prestigious Hero Academy that once stood there was nothing more than rubble. The trees around it were charred, uprooted, cut in half, melted to their roots. The glory of the past had been completely destroyed. All Might's fists were bleeding. It was not only his own blood but also Bakugo's. Despite all the coating and strengthening quirks that All Might's new body had, it was much stronger than anyone could have imagined. All the power of One for All accumulated over a century. All the power of the quirks of the former enhanced bearers. All their experience over the decades made them worth it like never before. Bakugo, damn you! Getting up from the rubble, finishing regenerating, but now it was noticeable that she was slower. Why are you still fighting for useless people? In her madness she questioned him. This world should be only for the strongest. With those words the villain launched himself towards the hero at high speed, using acceleration-type quirks in his legs, hardening quirks in his hands, emission quirks to launch different projectiles at him, even throwing gigantic amounts of acid towards him. But All Might wouldn't let him, running at a speed not similar but superior thanks to the gear change, stopping instantly and accelerating again when necessary. He didn't have to worry about attacks on his back because the danger sensor warned him. He didn't have to dodge the acid since the black whips formed a shield that protected him. All Might, I fight to do the right thing. Dodging an attack to launch a powerful punch with his right arm, hitting Bakugo in the side. I fight so that the new generations do not make our same mistakes. Approaching Bakugo to give him an upward kick, lifting him dozens of meters in the air just to follow him. I fight for the happiness of my loved ones. Raising his arms while covering them with the energy of the whips while remembering Izuku's words. I fight so that we can see a glorious tomorrow. With those words the hero hit the villain with both arms, making him descend at high speed. The force of this impact was such that the ground shook a little, while a large cloud of smoke formed because the villain fell into the rubble where ironically his classroom used to be. Bakugo, why you seeing All Might come down right in front of him? Both of them were where they once were 2 years ago, in the position of student and teacher. You suddenly getting up, slowly regenerating, feeling great pain, but it was ignored by his anger. You were the person I admire the most. He declared you were the strongest, the one who always winned, the one everyone wanted to surpass. But with a big proud smile you showed them that that would never happen. All Might, my smile never meant that. Bakugo, shut up. His eyes glowed, a sign that he was charging a large amount of quirks to use them at the same time. The All Might I knew would never have given up to that monster. He gritted his teeth. You just ruined yourself when you asking for forgiveness from a useless Quirkless. All Might, if that was the impression you had of me, then you never really understood me. Even more disappointed, and at this point I'm not surprised you never understood. You were just the worst mistake in my life. Bakugo, Filled with anger at those words, Bakugo generated a huge explosion that the might avoided thanks to the danger sensor, floating, gears shifting, and the FA gene. What he saw when the explosion cleared was the large crater it had left, and how in the middle of it was Bakugo with a look full of incredible murderous intent. All Might, looking at the different portals for a second, seeing how many people died at the hands of the Nomus. I have to end this as soon as possible. Flying at high speed, an idea coming to him you were never worthy of even knowing about one for all. Seeing how Bakugo's body began to change slightly that day I met them both, I was wrong about both. Dodging explosions that Bakugo sent him, Ike was Izuku Midoriya, who I should have chosen as my successor. In that Bakugo's arm changed, becoming bigger like All for One once did, but unlike him, he now launched a gigantic ray that split everything in its path, but All Might managed to dodge it even though clearly he doesn't need it, but without a doubt he was the right choice. His plan had worked. Those words irritated Bakugo so much, and even more so his madness and mental deterioration by no longer supporting the constant use of so many quirks made him distracted for a single moment, leaving an opening that of course the hero would take advantage of. It was there that All Might would give the strongest blow of his entire life, but he was not alone. All the bearers were at his side, imitating his action, making everyone contribute their power to finally put an end to his great mission. The maneuverability of floating, the black whips covering his fist, the smoke screen so he doesn't see where he's going to hit, the danger sensor so nothing stops him, the FA gene charged with all the kinetic energy accumulated throughout his battle, and the gears shift to the maximum to go faster than ever and cause the most damage possible. All the bearers shouted in unison, the very core of the One for All trembled. That sacred flame was now a great fire, ready to fulfill its mission. The first one changed everything. The second accepted the charge. The third one accompanied them. The room was hidden. The fifth encouraged him. The sixth I preserve. The seventh recognized him. And the eighth. I inspire a lot. That was all Bakugo could see before receiving the full blow of All Might in his chest, right where his heart was. Without hesitation he attacked him with everything. It didn't matter how reinforced that area was. It didn't matter what quirk he used, nothing would work. That blow went through him instantly, destroying his heart, and greatly damaging his internal organs. All while the hero shouted his most powerful technique. United States of Smash. That attack was huge, generating a gigantic tornado that lifted tons of debris that were around it, throwing Bakugo towards a nearby mountain, with a large hole in his chest that pierced it, blood coming out everywhere. Once he hit the mountain, he began to pierce it. The impact was such that it generated an earthquake in the entire area. Although even with that he did not have the strength to turn a mountain like Izuku to dust, that blow was loaded with so much power that part of it collapsed on itself, applying several hundred tons of weight on top of Bakugo's body. All Might, breathing with difficulty, I no longer feel the danger sensor catching my breath, seeing his broken fist that was without a doubt the strongest blow I have ever given in my entire life. Staring at the ruined mountain I already laughed. Eri and the others must be far away watching the portals. I'm tired. I don't know if I finished All for One, but clenching his fists. Nana, go, appearing at her side. We all know that you want to go help other people. All Might, teacher. Nana, One for All was born to defeat All for One, but you gave it a new purpose, smiling as she disappeared. Protect whoever needs you with a smile. All Might smiled. He didn't say anything else. He simply took one last look at the mountain where nothing moved. Looking away, he activated his teacher's quirk and flew at great speed towards the battlefield, a place where his students needed him. Battlefield, sky, place everywhere. Izuku, curse, crying inside the helmet while facing Tamura. It's all my fault. Drake, Izuku, calm down. You're letting yourself be overcome by anger. Full of concern, he warned him, but his bearer ignored him. Izuku, while I, giving a blow to Tamura and receiving one from him, while I, launching several energy blasts in any direction while Tamura did the same, while I was having fun at the camp, my mother was being tortured, and all because of my fault. The young man is emotionally broken, blaming himself for everything that happened. If he had not been born, the supernatural powers would possibly never have returned. His father would not have abandoned his mother. she would not have had to work so hard to get several jobs. She would never have had to pay so many lawyers when she sued the schools that harassed him. Inko Midoriya's life would have been better if he had never been born. Izuku wasn't thinking clearly. His hatred was taking over him more and more. His teacher knew it. Haruto, his friend, and now his family knew it. Did anyone else know? He didn't know. He didn't know who he could trust. Were they hiding more things from him? So many doubts, so many negative feelings took over his mind, but above all his heart. Both dragons fought with great ferocity, crossing hundreds and hundreds of portals, only bringing destruction in their wake, until they reached a large meadow. It was night. Incredibly, the ravages of war had not reached this place until now. Tamura, why do you want to continue being a hero? He questioned, full of pain, bleeding under the armor, but still firm in his belief to change something to protect this world. Clenching his fist, giving a strong blow to Izuku's helmet, breaking it into hundreds of pieces, showing that he was crying, do you still want to protect this damn world? The world that rejected you. The world that rejects anyone who is not useful to them. His words were clear. He did not hesitate to say them. He wanted something to happen, and he was willing to do whatever it took to make it happen. Tamura, life sentence, corporal sentence, prison sentence, fame sentence, fortune sentence, exile, execution, torture, sadism, denial, contempt for prejudice, selfishness that robs men of fortune, death penalty, penal service, prison, custody, fine, crime out of spite, crime out of self-interest, unconscious crime, conscious crime, civil war. Incentivizing, perjury, theft, assault, kidnapping, suicide, rape, arson, bombing, noncompliance, negligent homicide, mass violence, workplace death, accident due to overconfidence, misdiagnosis, concealment, noncompliance for benefit, noncompliance for self-protection, noncompliance for love, noncompliance for respect, selfishness. Fraudulent theft, complicity in fraud, murder, robbery, personal crime, spite, attack, dirty attack, every violence, every crime, every victim pays for everything. Izuku, don't say one damn word. Giving a strong blow to Tamura's helmet, breaking it, but also throwing it against the ground at high speed, generating a great tremor. Once he fell to the ground, he got up as if nothing had happened. Despite the pain, despite bleeding, he just looked at him with that big twisted smile, and despite that blow he continued. Tamura, that's the kind of world you want to protect. The world that tortured your mother just to gain something. The world that didn't change a thing when it found out about our powers, they just hid it. Clenching his fists, if you really want to change this world, you have to reject it, and create a new one. Taking a breath just like your mother did. Those words had already pushed Izuku to the limit. During all her torment, she never said anything. She challenged that guy. She challenged this entire corrupt world with all her being, just for you. After those words, Izuku shed one last tear, his mind only seeing the beautiful and calm smile of his mother, the woman who, despite having the whole world against her, loved him and protected him until the end. Then he remembers the last time he saw her, so full of wounds he thought it had been because of the collapse of that building, but now he knew that it was never like that, and after that the scream. Izuku, that was a heart-rending cry, full of pain, full of resentment. His power rose higher and higher. Strong currents of wind began to form around him, while an intense crimson light illuminated the center of this. Tamura, finally he's going to use it. Smiling, are you ready for this, buddy? Albion, yes, I am. Let's take our confrontation to the highest level. With that said, his power also increased more and more, only causing the great current of wind to intensify. Gigantic red and white rays fell in all directions. A breaking sound began to be heard. It was the sky itself who began to fragment due to the enormous amount of magical energy that was accumulating in a single point after so many centuries. It was in that instant that everyone in the world felt it again, that primal terror coming from their supernatural genes, that terror that made babies cry, that terror that paralyzed adults, that terror that made even heroes, villains, and gnomes stop fighting for an instant. The Great War was reaching its peak, and it was all due to the phrase that the sekiryuutei and the Hakuryuku said at the same time. I am the one who would wake up. Chapter 52 Fall. I, the one who would awaken. That phrase was shouted at the same time by the two eternal rivals, the sekiryuutei and the Hakuryuku. Izuku, who was in the heavens, and Tamura, who was firmly on the ground, increased their power exponentially, causing everything around them to begin to tremble, the earth to split and the heavens to separate. Giant red and white lightning bolts struck the place, and without anyone noticing, the sound of glass breaking made an appearance. It was the sky itself that was breaking under so much magical energy. And yet, its sound was drowned out by the roar of the dragons. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of God's supremacy. The skies were shattering all over the world, people's panic increased. Before their eyes it was as if reality itself was breaking, bending before the power of the dragons. They weren't so wrong. Small spheres of light came out of the gems on his armor. They were again the ancient child-bearers. Don't use that form. The voice of the little infants was heard again. Their tones seemed choppy. They were crying. Don't do it! Remember your promise. You were doing it. Don't fall into hatred. You promised us a better future. The pleas were said, imploring him to reach Izuku's heart, to see reason. He was not using his own version of the Cardinal Crimson promotion, but that form that almost cost him his life 2 years ago. I laugh at the infinity, and I despise the dream. I envy the infinity, and I chase the dream. His words were ignored. The young man was lost in his thoughts, in his pain and anger, a scene constantly playing through his mind, the last time he saw his mother safe and sound. I'm leaving now, see you in a week. Light tears began to form as her mind recreated the moment she said goodbye before going to camp in her first year. How could I have been so unexpressive that time? I told her my secret, and as always she accepted me with her warm smile. I left in a hurry. She approached me, but out of my excitement I left without giving her a hug or a kiss on the cheek. I would give anything to be at your side even for one more second. Guilt tormented him. He was not responsible for his tragedy. But that's how guilt works. It torments us even though we have no responsibility. The waves of magical energy intensified as the chant and transformation came to an end. The eyes of the world once again saw the figure. That image of calamity was coming to this world. I will become the red dragon of domination. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. While I was having fun with my friends, I confessed to Shuko, we had our first kiss while I was happy. She. Her smile crossed his mind, as radiant, beautiful, and full of love as ever. That woman who unknowingly worked a miracle. Loving her little quirkless boy in a world where the normal thing was to just kill them, and no one would care. Instead she loved him with much more intensity. Despite having the heart of a dragon, it hurt Izuku to remember all those beautiful moments with his mother, tormenting himself and letting himself be carried away even more by his anger, as he reproached himself for never doing anything to return all the love he received. Thinking that those days will never come back. I will sink you into the depths of crimson purgatory. I will take you to the furthest limits of innocence. While I was happy, she was tortured because of me. Nobody told him anything. The adults he trusted didn't tell him anything. He started a family. He promised to change society. He didn't want a tragedy like the one he experienced to happen again. But what's the point if the same people he's trying to help are the ones ruining everything? An imposing cry of pain came from between his jaw. He could no longer hear the gigantic storm that surrounded him. Everything was lost. There was no turning back. Both he and Tamura simultaneously were about to end that chant. Albion. Tamura pulling him just before saying the last words, this battle will soon end. And before that happens, I want you to know something. Regardless of what the result is, I want to tell you that it was an honor to be your partner in these 2 years. Tamura smiles slightly as he begins to move his lips to finally begin the end of the rivalry between the dragons, which will begin when they both shout at the same time. Juggernaut Drive. After that word, a huge explosion shook the surroundings and further fragmented the skies of the entire world. That valley where they were, which had once been a quiet place full of large green meadows and lush life, had ceased to exist. Air. Both beasts launched themselves into an attack without any mercy. Bites, scratches, explosions of power, everything was allowed in their last fight. Their blood stained the ground where they passed. flying at dizzying speeds, creating tornadoes behind them. Passing through the different portals again and again, bringing only destruction and death wherever they went. Once again the calamity was before the eyes of the world thanks to the still open portals of Kurogiri. The hell of Kamino could not be compared. It was no longer just a city, the entire world was submerged in said hell. Some people fell to their knees, the hope of survival had left their gaze. Those images of the dragons, together with the latest transmission from the Vatican, only caused despair in the hearts of the people. Panic took hold of their hearts and minds. The situation was the same no matter what part of the world you looked at. Heroes and villains were falling dead in ever-increasing numbers. The military fighting the Nomus were just cannon fodder. Their weapons had almost no effect on the skin of the once human monsters. The little damage they managed to do was instantly regenerated. For many decades, scientific progress only focused on quirks, neglecting all other areas, economic, cultural, infrastructure, and of course weapons. Now that quirks were insufficient to overcome such a threat, it was more than clear that they had been wrong to focus only on them. Presidential Bunker, United States. President, it's the end. The supposedly most powerful man in the world was looking at the different images on the big screen in front of him. In each and every one of the images he only saw death. Those creatures had entered the White House and killed everyone in it. It was only a matter of time before they reached them. Secretary, what do we do, sir? Those two were the only ones alive in the place. With great nervousness the poor guy was scared of the death that would soon come to him. Unbeknownst to them, their situation was very similar to that of various governments. President, if we are going to fall, we will not do it alone. After hearing the first knocks on the door of his bunker, the president calmly takes his special briefcase and slowly opens it. Secretary, what do you mean? Turning the first key after recognizing his identity before the computer, the president looked the man in the eyes. President, orders the activation of nuclear warheads on submarines that are still functioning. In an extremely selfish move, the activation of these weapons of mass destruction began its countdown. The assistant following the last order as the first claws breached the reinforced steel door, causing the sound of writhing flesh to fill the room. Secretary, how many and where do we throw them? How many and where do we launch them? The door was about to give way. In a cruel and macabre irony, a twisted mockery of fate, for the first time the different light men of the world had agreed on something. President, everyone and everywhere. The last order was sent and the last key turned. Just at that moment the Nomus entered, wanting to feel the taste of human blood once again. The secretary only cried while praying, while the president only closed his eyes waiting for his bitter end. President, may God have mercy on us and our great nation. One last lie came out of his lips, and an instant later he left this world. As the Nomus devoured their corpses on the screens, a countdown timer began to tick. There was no way to stop the missiles. Each nation would launch their nuclear warheads at the same time. It was definitely the end of the world. Destroyed city near Mount Fuji. Mineta, no matter how many of you show up, blood pouring from his head, I'll be in charge of stopping you. A cry of motivation towards him came out loud from his lips, and it was no wonder, since the enemy he had before him were the small Nomus that sought to devour everything in their path. His endless hunger was demonstrated when he devoured empty lady from all sides, even from inside her body. Of the great hero only her giant bones remained. Mineta, where do you think you're going? Throwing one of his spheres towards his right side again, the hero caught one of those small beasts, and without any fear he launched himself to hit it in the face, sending it against its brothers. During his 3 years at the academy he had greatly improved his skills. His small size was no impediment now for the young adult, on the contrary, it was his greatest advantage. Mineta, I haven't forgotten about you either. Another of the creatures passed by his right side. It was far away but not out of his reach. Using one of his spheres on the ground, Mineta jumped on it to propel himself at great speed towards his adversary. His speed was such that once he reached the small Nomu he crashed him against the wall, killing him instantly. Mineta, they're very weak, but panting from exhaustion they don't seem to have an end. Instantly another Noma lunged at him, but due to his combat experience he only dodged it, and kicked the small beast in the abdomen, while hitting another sphere on its body, and was thrown to his other brothers. He had created a great wall full of claws and fangs eager to devour him, but at the same time they were trapped. This was what made this Noma dangerous, their endless number of them attacking in endless waves. And yet Mineta was managing to hold them back, trapping them with each other. But why did he go so far? The answer was very simple. Why? A young girl cried, "Why do you go so far for us?" Mineta, the answer is very easy, miss kicking another Noma because they were in trouble. Without taking his eyes off the Nomas, the young hero was the only thing standing between those two women and death. The young girl could only look at his back, her small cape fluttering with her movements. Despite the blood spilled, he did not stop. Please, young man," the older woman spoke, "don't waste your life for an old woman like me." Her tears increased. Please, take my granddaughter and save her." The two women she was protecting had very different ideas. These two women were a young girl and her grandmother, the only family they had left. The grandmother begged her granddaughter to leave her, that without her she would be able to reach the shelters in time. The granddaughter refused. She would not abandon her only relative and the woman who practically raised her. "What are you talking about?" Looking at her grandmother, "I could never leave you, Grandma." But honey, I'm just a burden to you now. Because you didn't want to leave me, you couldn't get to a shelter in time. It wasn't your fault." His fists clenched tightly as the sound of claws and fangs came closer. "I've already lived my life." The grandmother raised her voice. "You, on the other hand, still have a lot to live for. You still have a lot to see and feel. You." Her tears increased, as did her granddaughter's. "You still have a long life ahead of you." Despite being a young girl trying to carry her grandmother, no one around them helped them. When the evacuation notice was given, they were left to their own devices. The people who lived near them only thought about saving themselves, a selfish thought. But no one could blame them in the end, they were human too. "Mineta, I won't abandon you." Throwing more spheres and punches at the Nomas that were starting to come out of the wall, "I'll take you both to a shelter." Dodging claws and teeth only to put more spheres in the Nomas' mouths. "I won't give up. I'll keep you safe." Shedding much more blood, it's a promise. Relentless as fire, displaying a will as strong as steel, Mineta stood firm in the face of adversity. The screams of the Nomas trapped in the front row sounded even louder, only to watch in horror as they themselves were devoured by their own brothers to make way to satisfy their infinite hunger. "Mineta, don't worry, I." With more spheres in his hands, his legs bathed in his own blood trembled. It was no longer just because of the physical pain, he was afraid. "And yet, it's okay, you can run away if you want." The girl caught his attention, making him turn his face and look into each other's eyes. "Neither of them will hold a grudge against you if you decide to save yourself." The old woman cried on her granddaughter's shoulder, while hugging her, and remembering all the happy times they spent together. "You've already done more than most for us. If you leave now, you still can." "Mineta, I already said I won't do it." Turning his face to see the Nomas again, getting closer and closer to breaking free. "Because I." Looking sideways at the sky, Mineta could see some of his friends still fighting. They did not give up, they continued fighting. Under normal circumstances, anyone would run away without thinking twice. But why didn't he? He was scared, he was exhausted, he couldn't fight anymore, he didn't want to die. His heart was beating fast. At that moment he saw two silhouettes in a distant portal. He saw the friend who started it all, fighting relentlessly against his adversary. Despite the fact that he lost control again, he was sure that he would recover it, that he would win and save the world. He wanted to be like his friend. He wanted to be the best version of himself. One who, despite fear, did not flee. One who, as soon as she sees an injustice, intervenes to stop it. Mineta, the city's scorching flames, the endless beasts that devour everything in their path, are an enemy I do not have the means to defeat. In his final moments, Mineta remembered his life, his longing, his desire, his motivation to be better. The first beasts began to break free, their fangs craved his flesh. "Mineta, even so, I can't afford to lose to them." Unbeknownst to him, someone was approaching at high speed while repeating the same action with his right arm. "Mineta, for those who wish for a quiet life. For those who long for a better tomorrow. For my friends who still haven't given up." Each and every one of them. Just like me. The Nomas were completely released. An endless swarm launched itself towards those three people. Mineta, seeing it, did not retreat a single step. Mineta, I'm grape juice. A proud student of UA Academy, and together with my friends we will save the world because we want to be heroes. Despite death hovering over him, despite his legs shaking, despite his tears, the young man was smiling. That should have been the end of their story, but it was not the case. The old woman and her granddaughter closed their eyes hoping for their death to be quick. Mineta, on the other hand, even with his big smile, was willing to fight until the last second. It was there that the attack that he heard for many years resonated in his ears, a name that inspired an entire generation. All Might smash! A huge current of air swept away everything in its path. It was strong, much stronger than before, and it was no wonder, with his body in its best physical condition, with all the power of one for all unlocked, with his years of accumulated experience, plus the power of the FA gene made his blow send all those vile beings flying. Without wasting any more time, and before they could react, Black Whips grabbed the three people by the waist, ascending into the air alongside the great hero who flew freely with a big smile on his face as he looked at his student. All Might, excellent speech. It was not one filled with rage against the enemy, but a cry meant to inspire you. Having reached me those words, there was no way I could ignore them. The young hero shed many more tears when he saw the man who inspired many with his smile, and who in his last moments, he wanted to imitate. All Might, with such fighting spirit, with such courage, you really are like a bolt of spring lightning. You young people definitely already stand out even more than my generation ever wished. Flying at a slightly slower speed, the great hero had arrived at a small mountain not far from the epicenter of the great fight. Once they landed, the whips that held them disappeared. Mineta was speechless when he saw it. All Might, really, his smile widened a lot more, almost as if it were shining on its own. I feel very proud that you and the others are my precious students. Although he was wrong with some, the others more than made up for that mistake. At those words, Mineta cried again. All Might, you did a great job, young Mineta, crouching down while putting his hand on his shoulder, but you're not done yet. You promised to take them to a safe place, right? Mineta, wiping his tears, yes. Clenching his fists, I'll take you to the nearest shelter. All Might, well said, getting up while pointing in a direction. The closest one is in that direction. Once you arrive, rest. I will take your place in this fight. The young man smiled just like the veteran hero. It was at that moment that a concern came to his mind. Mineta, All Might, what happened to the UA shelter? So many questions, but no time to answer them. All Might, it's a long story. The shelter had to activate the escape protocol, but they are fine. A light sigh came out of Mineta's lips. His family was there. But if his master told him that they were still safe, then he would believe him. And then he would ask him how he returned to his old appearance, and even more incredible, how he got his arm back. All Might, I have to go, my other students need me. Without wasting any more time, the great hero took a great leap and then began to fly through the air thanks to his teacher's quirk. Already alone, but safe, Mineta looked at both women and with a smile to convey security, he spoke. Mineta, now we are safe. But we must not stay still. He kindly helped the grandmother to walk, being helped by his granddaughter who did not stop looking at him. What's your name? And I don't mean your hero name, but your real name. Mineta, Minoru Mineta, having a big smile, and one day I will become a great hero just like my friends. Saying this phrase, Mineta closed his eyes while his face pointed towards the sky, not realizing that the girl was smiling at him. You are already a hero, she said in a whisper as her cheeks blushed at the sight of the young hero who was willing to give everything to protect them. Thank you. So the three continued on their way. Fortunately for them, they did not have to face any major danger, but the story was very different for others. Burning forest. Dabi, what's wrong, perfect daughter? His voice resonated, distorted by all the pain he felt. Can't you stand the heat? The older brother's body was becoming more and more deformed. His own flesh was falling apart, leaving the bone completely exposed. His extreme fire and ice, despite the increasingly worse condition of his body, did not stop coming out in large quantities. Shuko, stop for the last time, Tuya. Both brothers launched a gigantic burst of continuous fire which collided with the other. The immense heat in the area burned everything in its path even though the fire had not yet reached it. The ashes covered the air. Dabi, don't be stupid! Creating more flames as well as ice after coming this far, it's impossible for me to stop now. Beads of sweat fell down Shuko's forehead despite having her Phoenix genes unlocked 2 years ago. Despite having completely mastered them, her brother's intense blue flames hurt her. And not only the flames, the ice also hurt her. Having injected herself with the Quirk Evolver had made an evolutionary leap to her original power. Shuko, curse, taking a step back. Even with my regeneration, it's leaving burns on my body. Parts of her clothes were disintegrating. Mom, forgive me. Creating her wings of fire, With a look full of determination, the young woman flapped her wings as the fire in her body increased. Shuko, my daughter, Izuku, the family I formed, they are my top priority. Like everyone else, Shuko had felt and heard her lover's roars of pain. She knew that something bad was happening to him. Her mind flashed through her daughter's small white hair, Izuku's messy green hair, Izuku's straight blonde hair. Shuko, I can't waste my time with you. After her loud scream, an explosion of fire pushed Dabi, causing him to fall to the ground writhing in pain. Shuko looked up at the sky without hesitation and took flight. She had to find where Izuku was through the portals. She had to help him get out of that state like the first time. But someone didn't agree with that. Dabi, you too? Clenching his fists, you, of all people, will also turn your back on me? His teeth gnashed due to how hard he clenched them. Don't ignore me. A strong explosion of fire swept everything around him. At the same time, a large pillar of ice propelled him at great speed, and once he could not go any higher, large amounts of flame constantly came out of the soles of his feet. Coming up to his sister in midair, looking at her with a face full of anger, resentment, pain, regret, rage, sadness, melancholy, and a host of other emotions. Dabi, look at me, little sister. Touching Shuko's arm, the ice began to run through it, causing her great pain, causing her to release many more flames in response, but they were useless. Dabi, despite the infernal pain that plagued him, continued to hold her firmly, even when his own muscles were melting. Shuko, let me go, Tuya! The two brothers were flying through the skies like a flaming meteorite, fighting relentlessly. Dabi, don't run from me, perfect daughter. The few tears that came out of his eyes evaporated instantly. You are nothing but a coward. His flames increased once more in intensity as he remembered his past. I opposed the tyrant who called himself our father, while everyone else only got fat with the hypocrisy that he fed them. A huge explosion of fire created a huge heat wave which turned some of the nomas below them into nothing but ashes. Shuko, do you think I didn't oppose that bastard? Angry, do you think? Her words were interrupted when Dabi released a large blast of blue fire. Shuko in response did the same, creating a stalemate again. Dabi, how did it feel to play Happy House? How did it feel to have everyone praise her? How did it feel to have everything you ever wanted in life? Stopping producing said blast, Dabi in his outburst of anger and resentment launched himself to attack her with his fists imbued with fire and ice alike, while creating more fire on the soles of his feet to make Shuko back away. Blow after blow was thrown, Shuko using her combat experience dodged them and even returned them, but despite everything, her brother's body was already so damaged that his nerve endings no longer worked. He no longer felt physical pain. Shuko, brother, it really saddens me to see you in that state. Her fists were thrown much faster, all aiming at her opponent's burned face. You're crazy. So much power has deranged you. For a moment she thinks about her mother. At the same time she made a decision. If I don't stop you now, you won't let me help Izuku. I'm sorry. But I have no choice but to finish you off once and for all. His heart was pounding. The decision had already been made. His brother was clearly suffering. The only way to bring peace to his soul was to defeat him definitively. That was easier said than done. Battlefield. Momo, you won't be able to hide much longer. A sharp dagger shot towards his face, which was dodged at the precise moment. After that, Momo brandished his fiery back, throwing a large flame towards the direction of origin of the attack. The flames destroyed dozens of clones, but not the original. Toga, did you really think I was there? Throwing more daggers, how stupid! The sharp weapons were aimed at various points on Momo's body, but they were useless. Resistant steel plates formed on her thighs, forearms, back, and various other areas to protect her. Her constant attacks slowly destroyed them, even more so they were newly created, but at the cost of exhausting the hero much faster. With no other option and being surrounded by an infinite number of clones, Momo had created 2 large weapons on her shoulders which fired constantly. I no longer had any blind spots. Toga, look at you, you're a walking arsenal. Running through the clones that were rushing towards Momo, Toga threw more daggers even though she was running out of them. It was then that the shots rang in her ears. A rain of bullets swept away everything in its path along with the flames on her back. In a moment of carelessness, Toga tripped and fell face first onto the ground, only to see an instant later one of the clones she had created fall in front of her. The shot he received in the middle of his forehead was clearly visible, and additionally the flames had reached him. The clone turned into a viscous substance an instant later. Memories of that day hit the villain's mind, that day when her only friend saved her from burning to death by sacrificing himself. Anger rose in his twisted heart. Toga, it's so easy for you now, huh? More clones were created beginning to overwhelm Momo. It's so easy for you to kill now, isn't it? In a fit of rage, the original Toga launched herself at Momo while her weapons were busy with the clones. Holding the hilt of her dagger very tightly, the blood-addicted girl lowered her arm very forcefully once she was in front of the hero. Toga opened her eyes in surprise as she didn't feel her attack pierce her opponent's flesh. Instead, it had only generated some sparks. Momo had created another steel plate right in the middle of her chest upon noticing the attack. Both rivals looked at each other full of determination to emerge victorious. Toga, it's so easy for you to pull the trigger when you're pointing at someone's head now. The bloody girl saw how her clones began to be disintegrated due to Momo's weapons, which increased their power and lack of shooting. Momo tried to move her arm that was holding her back, but the clones tried to stop her. But as soon as they touched her, they were turned into ashes by the intense heat. Despite being very weak, there were too many, and as soon as one left, another instantly took its place. Momo, hypocrite! Bringing her other hand slowly towards the villain's face, you're just a lunatic murderer who has taken countless lives. Holding the villain's face tightly, covering her right eye, and I'm not going to listen to your delusions. Toga, agh. A cry of pain came from Toga's lips. Momo had created fuel as her molecules vibrated at high speed, resulting in a large flame that hit her face, but especially her eye. Taking advantage of the opportunity and the carelessness of the clones, Momo grabbed her sword and spun on her axis, creating a circle of fire that destroyed almost everyone around her. Instantly, many who were next to the original used their bodies as a human shield, saving the blood-addicted girl who was currently writhing in pain while lying on the ground. Momo, why are you panting from exhaustion? Heroes don't kill, that's true, but pointing her sword towards Toga, there are exceptions. Neither of them said anything, not a single word or cry of pain. Despite all the noise of war, the explosions, the roars, both remained for a moment in complete silence. Momo, that day I did what was necessary to save my little niece, and even though I didn't like it, I don't regret how things turned out. Her sword created a flame for the last time. She was exhausted. Her lipids were at critical levels. She could no longer fight, or at least for much longer. Momo, this is a war. There will inevitably be casualties. Preparing to deliver the final blow. People like you, with rotten souls, must be stopped at all costs. Toga, it's true. Without turning his face to see her, he discreetly put his hand in his pocket. Even knowing what would happen, how the world would see me, I decided to follow this path. Drops of blood fell to the ground along with tears. In his hands he had found what he was looking for, and he held it tightly. Toga, despite everything I did, I had a friend. Slowly getting up. Despite the pain, I was alone. Everyone always stayed away from me, everyone except him. Those words slightly dampened Momo's will. It wasn't that he would forgive her, much less that he wouldn't kill her. She could simply see part of her story reflected in Izuku. It was that loneliness, that rejection of what was different that motivated his actions. Toga. Everyone didn't care about his death, either the villains, nor the heroes. Standing up with his back to Momo, nobody cared, only me. Seeing another syringe of the Quirk evolver in his hand. In a fair world, I expected everyone to receive the same punishment for committing the same crime, but this is far from being a fair world. Raising his arm towards his neck, Toga injected himself with a second dose of said drug. The consequences did not matter to him. He had nothing left to lose. He only wanted to avenge the only friend he had in this life. Instantly Momo attacked with her flames, only to be surprised to find that a wall of blue fire had been created between them which stopped her attack, only for a confused Toga to take her last dagger, and it disintegrated in her hand. Her heart was beating so hard that it was inhuman. Her body wouldn't hold out for long, but she didn't need to in the first place. Momo fired her weapons once more, only for several pieces of debris around her to levitate and cushion the damage. A quirk capable of copying the appearance of others by drinking their blood, its natural evolution was to copy the quirk of said person if the necessary conditions were met. But now, having injected the quirk evolver twice, the result was Toga. These are the quirks of Dabi, Tamura, and Ochako. The quirks of those people who once had some impact on his life manifested in his being, with his body burned, with his face disfigured by the burn. Toga looked at his rival while smiling. There was no longer the need to use clones. She took a step forward only to be greeted with a burst of gunfire aimed at her head, only to be repelled by a steel plate created on her forehead. Momo at that opened her eyes in great surprise. Not only did the quirks of those people who had a positive impact on her life manifest. Naturally, she didn't know how to use them perfectly, nor did they have as much strength as the originals, but it was her newfound versatility that was so dangerous. Toga. This a stream of wind ruffled both of their hair. This isn't over yet. Both of them stepped forward ready to face each other once more. They were exhausted, their strength was depleted. This was not so much a fight of strength, this was a fight of endurance. Atlantic Ocean, near the coast. Soldier, Captain, we have received an order from the command center. With concern at the order given, the soldier delivered the message to his commander-in-chief, who upon seeing him only sighed with resignation. Such an order would only be given if everything was already lost. The man looked out the central window right in front of his post. The great battleship, once a jewel of the power of his great nation. Surrounded by other ships that protected it, fighter planes flew from its surface to eliminate from the air the nomas that attacked its territory. Not a single one returned. Captain, start the launch sequence. Sending his message to the other ships with said weapons, the soldier at his side showed his key ready to turn it at his command. The defeated man shed a last tear for what he would do, but before he could do so, two enormous roars rumbled above them. The impact was such that it even made his bones tremble. Boost/divide, 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 boost/divide. Boost/divide, 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 boost/divide. Constantly those two words were repeated without rest. Instantly the men fell to their knees, unable to get up. Their energies had been drained. The dragons had arrived through a portal, arriving just above them. Their attacks were constant. They bit each other, they scratched each other. Pieces of their flesh flew everywhere. Their blood stained the seas. Their muscles were torn. Their bones were pulverized. A titanic fight was taking place where neither seemed to have the window on the other. Captain, D-damn M monsters, M-damn M monsters. Using all his remaining strength, the man slowly crawled across the control panel, thankful for the fact that he had landed on it unlike the other soldiers. His target was a single button. The countdown had already started, but if he managed to press it, the missiles would come out immediately. They were right on top of him. They weren't going to have a better chance of hitting them directly. He could take advantage of the fact that they were too distracted destroying each other to notice. Captain, we are going to die here, but if we can take them to hell with us, then our deaths will have had meaning. Using the last of his strength, the man had reached out and pressed the button with his fingertips. Instantly the floodgates of all the Alliance ships opened and the launch began. But to their misfortune, the dragons, giving a powerful roar, separated, flapping their wings with force only to launch a powerful energy attack which, upon colliding, generated a gigantic explosion in the skies. This explosion split the skies even further, even reaching the ocean itself, generating a series of tsunamis that would hit the coasts and wipe out all life on them. The ships were engulfed in the explosion, as were the missiles, which disappeared in the intense light. Those men died for nothing. The remains of gasoline burned in the middle of a gigantic storm, the broken, dark skies, dropping gigantic red and white rays, now adding to the apocalyptic vision of the sea in flames. Air. Above all that, the two silhouettes of the heavenly dragons stood imposingly, their tyrannical fight continuing. Both of them pounced on each other as they entered another portal, leaving only death and destruction wherever they passed. Battlefield, England. Villain, what the hell was that? Villain, huh? Turning his body, seeing Kaminari trembling from the pain all over his body. Are you still going to keep fighting? A twisted smile formed on his lips. You should have already realized that your little rays are useless against my body. Kaminari. I don't care. Running as fast as his legs could go, he approached the villain. I already told you that I won't let you take my friend. Behind the subject, Jiro continued unconscious. Once Kaminari had him within reach, he threw a punch with the strength he had left, only to be held by the wrist by the villain. Villain, this is ridiculous, tightening his grip, causing Kaminari to fall to his knees in pain. Why do you heroes never let us have fun? Shaking him on the ground. Look around, this world has come to an end. What's wrong with wanting to have fun before it all ends? Kaminari, she's my friend, throwing his other fist. That's why I won't give up until I rescue her. Before his fist hit the villain's abdomen, the latter easily grabbed him by the wrist. The crunch of bones slowly breaking could be heard. Even so, Kaminari discharged all of his remaining energy in a gigantic ray, which was seen by someone and an instant later headed towards his position. Villain, I admit it, you have a lot of determination. Unfortunately, that won't give you victory. Having an idea, I know. Lifting Kaminari at the same time as his arms dislocated to look him straight in the eyes. I'll let you live if you help me get more pretty girls to have fun with. What do you say? With his eyes closed and gasping in pain, Kaminari slowly looked at the villain. Instinctively he took a step back. Those eyes were not of someone who had lost the will to fight. Kaminari, I will never help you, much less die in this place. A beautiful smile appeared in his mind. I already offered my entire life to someone who is waiting for me. At those words the villain became enraged. His generous offer was rejected. He had lost interest in the young hero he saw. He only wanted to have fun with the girl he defeated and maybe later look for her mother so that they would not be separated at the end of the world. No, it wasn't because of that. They were just excuses. The truth is that I was afraid of that look. Villain, die already, you damn brat. With a resounding force the villain lifted Kaminari as high as he could and began to throw him towards the ground at high speed. A few more centimeters and he could leave with his prize. But above all he could stop seeing that look. Kaminari, I'm sorry guys. Kirishima, I'm sorry. A beautiful smile appeared in his mind. I'm sorry Ibra, it seems I won't be able to keep my promise to marry you. Even in his last thoughts, the smile of that girl who made him fall in love did not disappear. There was only 1 centimeter left for his head to hit the ground, and in that instant, just like what happened with his partner, a powerful fist saved him. All Might smash! Hitting him squarely in the jaw, the strong fist of the great hero who had arrived, sending him flying against several rubble. At the same time he used the whips to hold his student at the last moment. Kaminari, All Might? Unable to believe it, the young hero just looked at his teacher. He was going to tell him about Jiro, but as soon as he opened his lips she was already at his side. The black whips had gently brought her. All Might, today I will correct all my past mistakes. Kaminari looked up, managing to see his master's back. He looked imposing. His figure looked heroic and powerful just as he remembered it as a child. The great hero had returned. Villain, who was the damn thing that? Coming out of the rubble, the subject instantly became scared when he recognized it. Impossible, was all that was repeated in his mind. His body trembled as the great hero approached him. All Might, you dared to hurt my precious students like that. Closing his fists, as the whips wrapped around them and small but agile spikes formed on his knuckles. Villain, what are you going to do? All Might, your skin is very tough. That's why I'm preparing this. Getting closer and closer, the villain, full of fear, wanted to escape from the place, only to fall to the ground instantly. When he saw what had happened, he realized that one of those whips was holding him by his ankle. Villain, oh okay, I surrender. Raising his hands, but the hero's steps continued. I surrender. Ignoring his words, the villain tried to break that black energy that held him. I said I surrender. Take me to a cell so that. A final footstep was heard right next to him. All Might was already there with an extremely serious look. Silently he just raised his right arm while tensing his muscles. Villain, please I. All Might, Detroit Smash. A powerful blow was dealt again to the villain's face. His tough skin cracked, leaving the mark of his large fist on it. Once the small smoke screen dissipated, it could be seen that the villain was not moving. Kaminari, is he? All Might, unconscious, approaching his students. Kaminari, to be honest, I wouldn't have minded if he died. All Might, I understand you and I don't blame you. Using the whips to lift them at the same time as he began to float, you resisted magnificently. Young Kaminari beginning to fly towards one of the portals. Kaminari, where are we going? All Might, with the others confusing him, I've been flying everywhere, saving everyone I can. I've done the same with some of your companions. Smiling, I'll take them with me. Kaminari, All Might, please also go for. All Might, I know. Still with his smile, after leaving them I will look for Shiozaki with his other companions. Crossing a portal, the young hero once again saw Mount Fuji in the distance. His heart beat with some happiness knowing that he had returned home. He slowly looked towards the ground, which was getting closer as All Might decency. Japan, Mount Fuji, makeshift camp. Hawks, I see you brought other students. All Might, yes, lowering them very carefully. Any news? Hawks, only a few. Nomu attacked, but we defeated it. Staring, when will we take the wounded to the nearest shelter? All Might, I would like to gather a few more students to make a single trip and open the doors to the shelter they arrive at just once. Hawks, I understand. With Mineta it was a different case. The shelter was close to the place where he saved him, and he checked the whole area before leaving completely and calmed down when he didn't see any threat nearby. But in this place it was different. They were close to the battle. There were some nomus and villains in the nearby areas. Transporting several people consecutively would only completely give away their location and that of some shelters, and they could also take advantage of the moment when the doors opened to attack civilians. While the adults talked, Kaminari saw his still unconscious friend, detailing her injuries. His conscience tormented him. I should have protected her, he repeated repeatedly. Kirishima, Kyoka. The voice of his friend's partner made him nervous. How could he face seeing one of his best friends now? Kirishima, what happened? Kneeling down to gently grab her face, Kyoka. Kaminari, he's unconscious, spoke with an exhausted tone. A villain attacked us and... His words stopped when Kirishima stared at him. He thought she would yell at him, that she would tell him off for not protecting her enough, but to his surprise, the only thing he received. It was a hug. Kirishima, thank you for protecting her. His hug lasted for a few seconds, then he hugged his partner. Really, thank you very much for protecting her. Kaminari, what are you talking about? Confused, if I had paid more attention I would have noticed the villain before he attacked her. If I had been stronger she wouldn't be like this. If I... Kirishima, haven't you seen yourself? Opening his eyes, Kaminari began to feel a strong pain that was increasing. The adrenaline in his system was running out. It was then that he noticed his body. It was full of bruises, scratches and blood. Kirishima, your wounds only show how hard you fought to save her, right? Smiling widely, I would have done the same in your situation, no matter how my body was. If I saw Shiozaki in danger I would give everything in me to save her. A small tear came out of Kaminari's eyes. He was grateful to have such good friends, companions he can fully trust, and it all started when he wanted to improve as a person due to Midoriya's words at the long-ago sports festival. Kaminari, wiping his tears, yesterday I proposed to Ibra. His friend widened his eyes in surprise and she said yes. A big smile formed on his face. Kirishima, congratulations. Kaminari, thanks, and by the way, would you like to be one of the godfathers? Creating a few seconds of silence, I'm also thinking of asking Midoriya if he wants to be one. but for now looking at the sky while closing his eyes, I think I need to rest my eyes a little. With less weight on his conscience, he slowly closed his eyes to rest as best as possible due to all the wear and tear on his body. Instantly he felt a gust of wind on his cheek. All Might had gone out to look for the other students. Kirishima, marriage, huh? Caressing Jiro's cheek, that sounds good. A small sigh after so much fighting. In the distance a large cloud of ashes could be seen rising towards the clouds. At the same time, every few minutes they could hear two great roars. They could feel how the battle of the dragons continued relentlessly. While that was happening, All Might rose to the skies and looked through the endless portals. In most of them he only saw chaos, but without any people in them. He was trying to find his students. Without realizing it, he had already reached the top of Mount Fuji. Rea-ah-wea. A powerful howl was heard. Immediately All Might looked down only to realize the fight that was taking place. A warrior in jet black armor hitting and being hit by a Nomu extremely different from the others. Without really knowing who it was, All Might deduced that it was a sacred gear, so he quickly descended from the skies at high speed to try to help the armored warrior because he had an idea of who it was. The great beast once stopped howling, formed a twisted smile on its lips, planted its fists on the ground, lowered its center of gravity, as well as its head, while pointing its horns at the warrior in black. And before anyone could say anything, the great beast began to run. Uhut! An attack that did not wait for any signal. This one had a single objective. Haruto, no matter what happens! Stretching his arms, I will stop him. Once the great beast was halfway there, a dozen black whips grabbed him by his limbs. Haruto opened his eyes wide when he saw who it was. Wanting to tell him to go away, that this was his battle, he opened his mouth, but the great beast prevented it with its actions. Despite being pulled with all the strength of All Might, he pushed himself with much more force, breaking the ground with each step he took, relentless as a cannonball. The eyes of both men widened at that fact. The collision was imminent. Haruto held him by the horns, being dragged backwards while All Might kept pulling him, and even with that the speed of the beast did not decrease. An instant later the warrior in black was hit against the sacred mountain, going through its rock, causing him great pain as he had received part of the damage in his chest when he let go at the last moment. A loud bang was heard after that attack. Tired of his bonds, the beast held the whips, and now he was the one who pulled the hero using all his strength, only for a second later a new hole to be in the rock wall. The impacts were so strong that it shook the earth around them. A new howl resounded. All Might, what puff, coughing up some blood as he leaves the mountain, and the black whips that surrounded him to protect him disappeared. What is that thing? Seeing the beast rejoice, it's a monster much worse than the Nomus. Haruto. He's my former boss coming out of the rubble. Despite the fact that the armor was intact on the outside, inside his body he was injured. He's the former director of the Jutaro Hero Commission. Instantly All Might recognized Haruto's voice, despite the fact that he had retired from his hero duties. They met very often. After all, they both have a relationship with a member of the Todoroki family. All Might, let me help you fight this thing. Haruto, no! All Might was ready to launch himself towards the beast so that he could strike the first blow. Fortunately for the Haruto, he stretched out his hand just in time and stopped him. Haruto, that thing can kill you with one hit. Touching his chest, it has a quirk that allows it to penetrate all defenses and do damage inside the body, impressing the hero. If it weren't for the fact that Melissa and I have dragon bodies, we would already be dead. Upon learning that such an aberration had hit his beloved niece, All Might became angry and now wanted to hit him with all his might, but Haruto's warning should not be taken lightly. All Might, we must do something to Haruto. Yagi-san, this is my battle. It is my responsibility to stop him once and for all. The memories of those days hit his conscience. All Might, but Haruto, please, this is for all the times I kept silent and blindly obeyed your orders despite knowing it hurt people. This was his sin that still tormented him in his conscience. Although in those days he trusted Jutaro's words that everything they did was for the greater good of society, now he knows that he was only manipulated. That's why he took the position as director of the Heroes Association, to do things right this time, eliminate corruption in the organization, provide real help to those who needed it most. Because of that, in these 2 years he had never trained, much less when he started a family with Fuyumi. Still, she didn't regret it. Creating a better world for her daughter to live in was her dream. Haruto, but if you can help end this war faster, calling the hero's attention, find and help Melissa end the source of so many nomas, I'll be fine. All Might, it's okay. The hero understood. He slowly began to float, while the intimidating gaze of the beast analyzed them, but did not attack. It was waiting for its target. All Might, you better win, otherwise Fuyumi will kill you. A little joke to lighten the tension. Haruto, the same applies to you. If something happened to you, Raisen would be very angry. All Might, haha, you're right. At the end of the little joke, both nodded. All Might walked away at high speed looking for Melissa. He had to look for many people, but if he managed to make the source of nomas be destroyed in the long run, it would be of great help to everyone. Once they were alone, Jutaro's mouth slowly opened, and a single word came out. Jutaro, weak. With a distorted tone that was barely understandable, the beast began to laugh. It was now clear to Haruto that he was his main target. That mockery, despite sounding different, had the same meaning, but things had changed. Haruto, it's true, stepping forward compared to the others with powers of the supernatural era, I am the weakest, but... His aura increased. The great beast in response got into attack position. I am still a dragon, and inside me resides one of the 5 great dragon kings. 2 loud roars rang out, coming from the beast and the dragon. Both charged forward to begin their battle. Japan always. Muscular, stop avoiding me and fight. Mirio, and give you the pleasure you so desire? Jumping a few meters back, I don't intend to give you any of the gratification of the battle. Hitting the ground, the villain began to split it in half. In his concern, Mirio watched as the only 3 survivors would be swallowed by the earth. He would never allow that, and with incredible speed he had arrived in front of them, lifting them with great ease to take another jump and leave them in a safe place. Mirio, are you okay? Ryukyu, yes, thank you. Nijire, you're amazing, Mirio. Hugging her partner, when Ryuko-chan and I get married, you have to be our best man. Ryukyu, hey, Nijire, this isn't the time for this. Blushes a lot as the cheerful girl's face is pressed against hers. At least wait until we're alone to get so close. Nijire, hee, I love that you're so shy. Despite everything they had experienced, their wounds and exhaustion, now that the blonde was wearing golden armor, they could only feel great tranquility at this moment. They knew that as long as their friend was present, they would not suffer any more harm. Tamaki, Mirio looking into his friend's eyes, that thing is no longer a human being. I know it may be hard for you, but... Mirio, I know, smiling, thanks for worrying about me. Stretching out his fist as his smile widened further, Tamaki did the same in response, and both fists collided. Their friendship was such that despite the time apart, it was as if not a single day had passed. Muscular, stop ignoring me and show me your blood. With a battle cry, the villain launched himself at high speed towards his adversary, tensing all the muscles in his arm, ready to give the strongest blow of his life. His strength had increased the moment he applied the evolver. At this moment he was stronger than ever. The dozens of corpses of heroes in the surroundings proved it. Tamaki, Mirio, dodge it! Mirio, feeling the incoming attack, turned around to face him, but the warrior wearing golden armor remained motionless in the face of such an attack. Upon receiving that powerful blow, it generated a wave of wind that raised a lot of dust around. With a big muscular smile, thinking he had killed his opponent, he withdrew his hand, only to realize it was completely broken. Muscular, impossible! His bones were sticking out of his hand, his blood began to spill onto the ground. A strong fear flooded his heart, causing him to take a great leap backwards. The cloud of dust slowly dispersed, and the first thing that stood out was the figure of the golden lion on the chest of the armor, shining so brightly in the rays of the sun. After that, face followed the rest of the body. Looking straight into Mirio's eyes, he instinctively took a step back. His gaze had changed, no longer that silly and friendly look he always had. Now it was extremely serious, looking deeply at him. That look was that of a predator intently observing its prey. Mirio, for so long, step forward, you have caused countless tragedies. Step forward, destroying families. Step forward, taking away people's dreams. Muscular, out of pure instinct, retreated. He had already felt that feeling of fear running down his spine once. 2 years ago, when he fought Izuku and almost beat him to death if it weren't for his compassion. But now he didn't feel like he would get such forgiveness from the lion watching him. Mirio, tell me, was that your best shot? In just a blink of an eye, Mirio had covered the distance that still separated them. His right arm was behind him only to clench his fist tightly. Mirio, I'll show you a real heist. With a tone full of pride, the Golden Warrior launched his attack towards the center of the villain's chest. That resistance he was so proud of was no match for the lion's claws. Piercing through the skin, tearing through the muscles in its path, breaking every bone and organ it came across until Mirio's arm pierced through the muscular man's back. An immense cry of pain came from the villain's lips. Despite his regeneration, it was useless since Mirio's arm continued to pierce through his entire chest, preventing it from taking place. Muscular, d-damn! In desperation, the villain threw a large number of punches at Mirio's face. All of them, however, had the same result: nothing. Mirio, now it is your blood that stains the battlefield. The games were over. What Muscle wanted most was to feel the excitement of a great battle. But against such overwhelming power, this excitement did not exist. Mirio knew it, and that was why he would not hold back in order to not give him that satisfaction before his death. Muscular, this is not a battle, it's. Mirio, enough talk, I have real battles to fight. Pulling his arm back, Mirio could see the hole in the villain's chest. Slowly his wound was closing, so he chose to give him another blow, this time in the jaw, breaking it completely, causing it to hang only by the skin that connected it to his face. After that, an endless rain of blows with the same power hit every part of Muscular's body, who could only cry in pain. His now not-so-big body fell to the ground abruptly. From his only remaining eye, he could see another blow aimed at his face. The brutality with which he was attacked prevented his regeneration from taking effect. His blood slowly spread everywhere, covering the fallen. And after a full minute of blows as strong as an asteroid impact, Muscular's body had been completely destroyed and showed no signs of regenerating. He had died in the worst way possible for him without being able to feel the excitement of battle. Mirio, it's over, moving his hands quickly to remove the blood. After that, the warrior approached his friends. As he walked back, he couldn't help but look up at the sky, managing to hear the roars of the dragons as well as being able to see better than anyone the silhouettes they left behind in their great fight. Nijire, am I done? Her friend's voice made her look down, noticing that she was already with them. Mirio, yes, it's over forever. The three of them understood his words, they just nodded their heads. Mirio, do you need help getting up? Ryukyu, thank you, but I must reject it using the strength that I managed to recover after my arrival. My Mirio stood up also. Without saying another word, the hero picked up her partner and carried her in her arms like a princess. The curious girl couldn't help but blush at that action. Nijire, Ryuko-chan. Covering her face with her hands. Ryukyu, wow, look who's the shy one now, hee. Mirio, I'm glad I arrived on time. Helping Tamaki get up, their wedding will be very lively. Tamaki, yes, walking slowly with Mirio's help. I'm glad you came back, friend. Mirio, of course, I couldn't miss something as important as this. Remembering something, by the way, when this war ends I will help you declare your love to Uravity. The shy boy blushed. I'm sure that in all the time I was gone you still haven't told her anything, right? Tamaki, thank you. It was his only answer. They didn't need anything else. Mirio just nodded and they continued walking for a few more minutes until Ryukyu took his dragon form and everyone climbed on top of him, his wings flapping with some force. They took flight to go to one of the portals in the sky. Japan, Mount Fuji. Melissa, what a pain! Pulverizing countless nomas in front of her stopped them coming. In another part of the main battlefield, the girl screamed loudly. Her voice echoed in the place like a roar. She could see the great fire in the distance, feel the earth tremble beside her due to the battle of the great beast and Haruto. Her body hurt. That last attack she received where she went through the entire sacred mountain did cause her a lot of damage. But she did not stop for a second. Melissa, Izuku, full of concern, I look up at the sky. I can hear you. I know you're suffering. A bond formed. She wanted to help that boy who entirely changed her life for the better. the bodies of the gnomes did not stop turning to ashes before her power. The bursts of energy did not stop coming out of her hands. A new roar shook the entire world. Another gigantic explosion broke the skies even further. A new clash of the strongest attacks of the celestial dragons impacted somewhere in the world. This event distracted Melissa for a moment, who realized that one of those gnomes had approached her, and with its arm turned into a large sword was pointing directly at her head. He didn't know if that gnome in question had a similar quirk to get through his defense, but he didn't need to know. All Might, don't come near my niece! Arriving at the right moment, the great hero had wrapped his whips around the creature right around its neck, and without holding back this halo with all his might, the sound of the neck breaking was drowned out. Once All Might landed without holding back a bit, he crushed the gnome's head with his foot, destroying its brain, ending its life. Melissa, Uncle Might? Impressed by his appearance, how? All Might, I owe it all to Eri. With a big smile, the great hero began to throw various blows with much more force than before. The gusts of wind sent the gnomes flying only to be pierced by the whips in the form of sharp stakes. Melissa, you know? Sticking her back to her uncle, when I was little I dreamed of one day being able to fight against some villain while being by your side. All Might, haha, using the gear change to increase his hits while accumulating energy with the FA gene. I'm glad I can make that dream come true. Melissa nodded. Although she defeated many more gnomes than All Might, his help was not insignificant, since, thanks to him, she could now concentrate on a more specific point and therefore could go much further. Melissa, Uncle Might, I have an idea to end this once and for all. Would you help me? All Might, do you need an answer? Despite not seeing each other directly, they were both smiling. What do you need? Melissa, time and throw your strongest blow right where I'm attacking. All Might, understood. Accumulating more energy with the FA gene and using the gear shift to the maximum. Eri is an incredible girl. Thanks to her great courage, I can now protect those who matter most to me. Her blows resonated like thunder from a great storm. I am really proud of her, and even more so that she sees me as her grandfather, wrapping her arms with the whips. That is why I cannot waste her courage. Taking a step forward, All Might now faced the infinite horde of gnomes alone. They came in different sizes and shapes, from the smallest to the largest. It didn't matter. With great courage, he faced them all equally, fully trusting in his niece's plan. While that was happening, Melissa looked at the man's back. Unconsciously, she shed a tear of joy, seeing him again in that facet, that back that inspired an entire generation to be better, the figure that inspired even Izuku. Melissa, you are amazing, Uncle Might. Touched by his words and actions while having a big attack, I would love to see more closely your grandfatherly side. I am sure you would be very affectionate and happy with my future children too. My children with I, remembering the previous night. Fafnir, focus on this now. Watering her, you can think about that later. Melissa, I know, somewhat angry for taking her out of her memories. The seconds passed, although for All Might they seemed like an eternity. Although his body was in its best physical condition, he had all the stored quirks of One for All, in addition to his decades of accumulated experience. There was something he couldn't forget: he was human. Unlike Melissa, Shuko, Mirio, Haruto and Izuku, his body and resistance were those of a human. The fact of having been flying all over the world through portals, facing Bakugi using All for One, finishing off dozens of gnomes were taking a toll on him. All Might, Melissa! With a raised tone, he only needed to call his niece by name to let her know that he would not last much longer against the endless horde of gnomes. Melissa, I'm ready. The core of One for All trembled from the immense energy that would be released again on this day. Clenching his fists, the whips tightened his arms. All the energy stored thanks to the FA gene would be released. Giving one last blow, sending it crashing into the beast that was coming from behind, All Might had created a small space that separated them from him and the gnomes. With a strong stomp that crossed the ground, turning his hips, tensing his back, using every muscle in his body, the great hero would once again use his most powerful attack. All Might, United State of Smash. A gigantic gust of wind pulverized the nearest gnomes while sending the closest ones flying hundreds of meters. The horde responded to the attack by creating more gnomes to counter their losses, but this time it would be different. Melissa, it won't happen again. Using all her accumulated power and taking advantage of the space her uncle had created, Melissa entered the horde of beasts and launched her attack. Two large masses of energy were shot directly into the very heart of the horde, the origin of everything. This attack pulverized everything in its path, leaving not even the ashes of those creatures that touched its intense light. No matter how many Nomas it had in front of it, it did not stop, but it did grow weaker and weaker until unfortunately it disappeared just before finishing off the origin. Melissa, it can't be. All Might, Melissa, look! Pointing to the place, both managed to see the cause of everything, a Heian Nomu. His body was burned, his blood covered the ground, at his sides were other different Nomas, his arms were replaced by gigantic shields, it was his personal guard. Melissa's attack had managed to finish them off, but it disappeared before reaching the main one. With a roar of both pain and fury, the high-ranking gave an order. Immediately his personal guard acted, moving closer to cover the empty space. It was clear that he would make many more Nomas again. All Might, we must finish her off before she creates more of those things. With one last burst of speed, using his master's quirk along with the All Might gear shift, he entered much deeper into the center of the horde, not caring that the remaining Nomas on the sides began to pounce on him. The wall of flesh, burned viscera, teeth and claws wanted to envelop him to devour him. Melissa, let's get this over with, Uncle Might. Sweeping away the nearby dangers, the girl was right behind the hero, who upon arriving grabbed the shields he was hiding behind with force. Her grip was such that her fingers pierced said defense. Giving a mighty battle cry, All Might separated his arms with all his might, managing to create an opening in his enemy. It was only for an instant, but their eyes met. All Might, you all will lose to the new generation of heroes. Do it now, Melissa. With a roar worthy of a dragon, the girl put her arm inside the shield. She could feel the desperation of the High-End as he tried to cut off her arm, but it was all useless. The armor of one of the former Dragon Kings would not be damaged by something like that. Melissa, go away already. Opening her hand, a new burst of energy came out of it, completely burning the creator of the Nomas. Now that there were no more of those things, Melissa raised her body a little and finished off the remnants. All Might, Melissa, you are amazing. Watching his niece from the ground, a light gust of wind shook his cape and hair. The great hero smiled proudly at the heroic image that the girl conveyed, one that would undoubtedly surpass him and his other companions. Melissa, Uncle Might touching the ground, are you okay? All Might, yes, smiling as he remembered the faces of his students. Why are you here? Looking at the portals, we finished off the source of the Nomas. But there are still many around the world. Looking at his niece, would you help me now to finish off all of them and bring back your classmates? To that question the answer was clear. Melissa flapped her dragon wings with force, and as in the girl's dream of yesteryear, they both rose into the sky to continue fighting together. As the minutes passed, the resistance immediately realized that the number of these creatures was no longer increasing, that for every one they defeated, 3 more did not appear to take its place. For the first time, their numbers began to decrease. Battlefield, France. Monoma, D-Dam. With a look of contempt, the blonde glared at his former companion. Ibera used her vines to hold the unconscious bodies of the other villains. But she wasn't alone. Her other companions were at her side, tired, covered in wounds, but with their will they tried. Both Kendo and Ibara stepped forward, causing the now villain to start getting scared. Monoma and Nomas attack. Getting no response, and Nomas? Looking back, realizing he was alone, where did they go? The bodies she was holding fell to the ground when she let go. There was something in her eyes that scared him. Monoma, what's going on? Stepping back a little further, are they all going to attack me at the same time? That's a bit unfair, don't you think? Stepping forward, aren't they supposed to be heroes? They wouldn't do that. Cowardice was the only thing he conveyed, that was clear even to himself. Kendo, you haven't changed at all. Monoma, you're just a coward. Ibara, you villains outnumbered us, and yet we still had the courage to face you. A few Nomas hiding under the ground came out with the intention of attacking the girl, but the only thing they received in return was having their heads pierced by the vines. Once they stopped moving, Ibara threw them abruptly to one side. Monoma, what is this feeling? Continuing to tremble as he backed away, He had already felt something like this before. A memory of his days at the academy crossed his mind. This is something supernatural. Without realizing it, he had crashed into a wall almost entirely in ruins. Ibra slowly approached Monoma, who clearly remembered what had caused him the same feeling in the past. That day more than 2 years ago, before the existence of the supernatural was revealed to the public, was his first interaction with Izuku. Back then he wanted to intimidate him, to let him know that he was much better, but the only thing he encountered that day was Drake's gaze. It was that day at the sports festival where for the first time he felt insignificant in front of someone. And now he is feeling that feeling again. Monoma, not again. Getting furious as he began to manifest various copied quirks. I will not be humiliated again by some damn phenomena. Using the momentum given by Monoma's anger, he propelled himself towards his former companions with the intention of finishing them all off. He was beyond reason. He had been cornered. An animal is more dangerous when it has no way out. Its instinct tells it only one action: to fight with everything it had. Ibra, all the lives they ruined. Using her nits, she managed to hold him for a few seconds, moment that Kendo took advantage to give him a strong punch in the face with his fist enlarged to the maximum. Said impact had broken his nose, but that did not matter to him, and he once again pounced on her. Ibra, you joined the villains because of something stupid. More nits came out from under the ground, this time going through his arms and legs to ensure that he was contained. That was not very effective because various quirks manifested in his body, causing him to slowly break free. In a quick movement, Yui had passed a small object to a ways, which filled him with courage, and with the help of Jiroda, who threw it with force, he was able to touch his back for an instant while activating his quirk to weld said object to him. Ibra, instead of accepting your mistakes, you just blamed others. Once Aways moved away from Monoma, Yui used her quirk again to return the molten object on her back to normal. In this way a gigantic wall of concrete and steel grew on top of her. All the enormous weight crushed him, sinking him into the ground. But it was not over yet. The wall began to shake and break into small pieces, and Monoma slowly began to raise it. Monoma, I will kill you, each and every one of you. Staring at Ibara, especially you, damn monster. That word, Ibra has heard it many times over the course of 2 years. She herself even felt that way when she learned about her lineage. Ibra, you call us monsters, but... A bright green aura began to envelop her. Her vines grew thicker and much sharper spikes began to form from them. Anger was a great catalyst, but it was a double-edged weapon. If he let himself be dominated by it, he would end up losing control and causing his own defeat. But if he managed to control it, it was a great source of power. That was what was happening to Ibra right now. Ibra, the only monsters I see are you guys. The great wall that held Monoma had broken and he was free. Giving a strong stomp that pierced the ground, the villain launched himself at maximum speed towards the hero. In his subconscious he knew that Ivara was too kind, and that was why he always teased her for that. He knew that he could not do much harm to her. He was wrong. Blood, that was what Monoma spat out of his mouth. Only a moment had passed, but he began to feel great pain. He slowly looked down only to see with horror how his chest had been pierced by Ibra's arm wrapped in his hair. Monoma, damn you, why you losing a lot more blood when Ibra's arm came out of his body, why you're starting to fall, demon. A deathly silence dominated the place after that last word. Ibra looked at her arm bathed in the crimson color of her former companion's blood. Slowly her other companions approached their friend, thinking that she would feel bad about what had happened. Ibra, it's true, I'm a demon. A small smile of acceptance forms on her lips, and that's okay. There were no longer any doubts in her heart. A large part of that change over these 2 years was due to that boy with an electrifying personality who conquered her heart. Kendo, Ibra, are you okay? You didn't have to be very smart to know that she wasn't referring physically. Her other classmates looked at her, their eyes showed concern. That made the girl happy. You know, she had very important people for her who also worried about her. Ibra, yes I am. A few seconds later the earth began to shake with great intensity, followed by 2 great roars that broke the few windows that remained intact in the city. In the distance the students saw the arrival of the dragons in the front row. Destroying everything in its path, splitting the earth, The red dragon, in a fit of rage, bit the white dragon's neck and with titanic force slammed it against the country's emblematic monument. Just as Sir once saw in his visions, the Eiffel Tower had been completely destroyed. The white dragon's response was not long in coming, gathering a huge amount of magical energy from the environment and firing a powerful beam of energy, which was reciprocated by the red dragon. Both attacks collided, creating a huge explosion that began to destroy everything around it. Fortunately for the young people, All Might had arrived to get them out of that place. Despite his body tired from not stopping for a single second, the great hero, using his great speed along with the black whips, rescued his students and then got to safety by entering one of the portals. After his retreat, the entire city was enveloped by the intense light, including Monoma's lifeless body, only to be wiped off the map. Japan, Mount Fuji, makeshift camp. Hawks, All Might. Worried upon arriving at where they had landed, what happened? All Might, I arrived on time. Hawks, you? Exhausted, the hero had scattered the black whips with which he covered his students. All were safe. Agitated as he caught his breath, the great hero sat on the ground to regain his strength. Ibara, hello? The girl, seeing her lover lying on the ground, ran towards him with the little strength she had left. Once she arrived, she held him in her arms, tears running down her cheeks. Kaminari, hello my beautiful flower, waking up with great joy upon seeing her. I'm confused. Are we still alive? Gently limiting her tears because I'm seeing and touching a beautiful angel. Ibara, don't say such things, holding her hand. We are still alive. Kaminari, good, that means I can still marry you. With a warm smile on their lips, the lovers kissed. The other students slowly got up, meeting up with their friends or partners, all but one. Itsuka Kendo, taking advantage of the distraction of the reunions, went out in search of Momo, whom he could not see at that camp. Hawks, All Might, what was that light? Why did the sky look like glass about to break? Paying attention to his fellow professional, distracting himself from his surroundings. All Might, I don't know for sure, but I'm sure it has to do with the fight between young Midoriya and Shigaraki. The winged hero had no choice but to accept reality. He still wanted to hold on to his old way of thinking, but that thought was destroyed 2 years ago with the revelation of the supernatural, and once again his ideas were destroyed on this day. All Might instead looked up at the sky, managing to see his niece going everywhere in the world to save hundreds of people, finishing off every nomus she saw and incapacitating the remaining villains. His pride for that girl only grew after seeing her in action. He was not the only one. In the different shelters, people watched the screens with different reactions, but with one thing in common: the joy of seeing how little by little the number of these monsters was diminishing. The villains were arrested. Hope was reborn in their hearts. Unfortunately, that hope was shattered by the loud roar of the dragons. Both the red dragon and the white dragon had returned to where it all began. Both mythical beings flew over the sacred mountain, attacking each other with their claws that tore at their living armor, their jaws tearing off parts of each other. Their blood began to fall in the form of rain over the bodies of the fallen, their presence alone halting for a moment the rest of the conflicts on the main battlefield. Powerful bursts of energy were launched, wiping out everything they touched. Immense columns of black smoke resulting from their destruction rose into the skies on the verge of breaking. The people in the shelters had a better image of their struggle. They could not think of anything other than their coming deaths. The image of the terrifying dragons that would end the entire world terrified them. Hawks, this is shivering a nightmare. All Might, don't stay paralyzed. Taking him by the shoulders to make him see reason, we must get everyone out of this place now, before. The winged hero pointed with his hand before All Might finished his sentence. As he looked at the place he was pointing at, fear overwhelmed his heart, as he saw someone very important to him approaching the dragons. All Might, Melissa! The girl was flying at high speed towards the red dragon. She was crying inside her armor, seeing her body torn by claws, with parts of her flesh missing from the jaws of the white dragon was too much to bear. Fafnir, Melissa, come back right now, very worried. In that state, that boy won't recognize you. He'll hurt you if you interfere. Melissa, I can't do it, about to arrive, just listen to him, he's suffering. Seeing how the dragons rolled their eyes upon noticing his presence, I can't just stay still watching him suffer. Finally arriving, Izuku, please react. The white dragon stepped back. This isn't you. You have to take control again. The red dragon stared at him for a few moments. Think about Shuko, about Eri, about me, about all your friends. Thinking that he would make it. Think about your mother, she wouldn't have wanted you to. With an intense aura of crimson death, Izuku roared in pain and sorrow at the mention of Inko. Without any mercy, the fury took control of his being again, and he attacked Melissa with his strong claws, which pierced her armor and damaged her flesh. The girl screamed in pain, only to be sent crashing to the ground with the wind generated by the beating of the red wings. A new war cry came from its jaws, so that a few moments later the plates of its chest opened, revealing a large green gem in them. Boost! 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 The tragedy on Kamino would repeat itself. A titanic attack would be unleashed again. The white dragon was not far behind, and like its adversary, it began to absorb and accumulate an immense amount of magical energy from the environment. All Might, Melissa! Arriving at the impact crater, are you okay? Not receiving a response, respond. Melissa, Izuku, watching the red dragon finishing his preparation. Please don't do it. Longinus Smasher. Too late, the attack had been released. In response, the white dragon also released all of its accumulated energy. The impact of both attacks was enormous. Even being kilometers away from the ground, it began to tremble. Lightning began to lash the earth. Various residual energy spheres were expelled in all directions, attacking everyone equally. Whether heroes or villains, none could escape its impact on the earth. The improvised camp had been one of the targets of said attacks. Fortunately, everyone had already evacuated the place. However, they were still very close to the place, so although the shockwave did not hit them directly, it did hit them hard. It was there that a new noise resounded in the place, much louder than the roar of the dragons themselves, as if it were a large crystal. The heavens could not resist any longer, and they finally broke. It was disturbingly beautiful, and this various spheres of light moved harmoniously. Tamura took advantage of that opportunity and launched himself at Izuku's neck, giving him a huge bite while repeatedly echoing the word, divide, until the armor broke, full of wounds, bathed in his own blood. There, before the watchful eyes of everyone, Izuku Midoriya had begun to fall. Tamura, undoing his transformation as well, panting from exhaustion. I won. The impact caused by Izuku's fall had been much stronger than Melissa's, thus forming a large column of red dust dyed by the blood spilled on the ground. The skies had broken, the ground divided, the nuclear missiles were just minutes away from being launched, and high above the world was Tamura. The tragic vision that Sir once saw was irremediably fulfilled, each and every one of them. Yui shelter. Civilian, it's the end. Falling to his knees. He was not the only one. Little Eri was crying desperately in Rei's arms, who was not in a different situation. Those monsters destroyed the world. The images on the screens showed nothing but destruction. Entire cities wiped off the map. Every wonder of the world, an achievement of humanity, had been destroyed before the relentless power of yesteryear. He was never a hero. He was just the demon who started the end of our world. Because of those two's fight, everyone paid the consequences. Why didn't they just kill each other and be done with it? We should never have believed his words. His birth was just a mistake. Civilians bowed their heads, with no confidence that they would see a new dawn. Akane, that's not true. The little girl descended from the gremlin raised her voice. Her tone was barely audible. In her hands she held the small stuffed animal of her newest friend, the stuffed animal inspired by the sekiryuutei armor. Small tears ran down her cheeks, clutching the stuffed animal tightly to her chest. Niza, noticing this, quickly began to record and transmit the message to the other shelters that were going through a similar situation. Akane, if you hurt someone or if someone hurts you, the same red blood spills. The memory of the first time they saw each other, that day when by pure chance they met in the shopping center, where no one helped the little girl who was being bullied, where not even a hero came to help her. He didn't look away. He helped her without expecting anything in return. Just because it was the right thing to do. Akane, And no one in this world is a mistake, everything happens for a reason. The remaining Quirkless listened to his words. The message was reaching many people, especially the younger ones. It is they who bear the responsibility of not making the same mistakes of the past, in order to finally have a more just world. Akane. The Crimson Knight will rise. Her tears fell on the little stuffed animal. He will open a path through people's prejudices. Amidst all the chaos outside, Akane's soft, tearful voice was the one that had most people's attention. Of course, the older and older ones wouldn't change their minds. It was too late for that. But not for the youngest. Akane. I believe in him. Squeezing the stuffed animal. I believe in his dream. Looking at the faces of the people who did the same with her. The glorious tomorrow that he promised us will come true. It is not an empty wish. The place fell silent, unable to do anything else. Everyone continued to stare at the screen. The little girl was disappointed, thinking that her words were useless. She was wrong. Although he didn't know it now, his words had planted a seed in the hearts of many people. Battlefield. Tamura, it's over. Touching the ground, right? With a blank expression in his eyes, the white dragon just stared straight at the crater where his rival fell, waiting for something. Nothing changed. The wind gently shook the calm place, while Tamura continued to look directly at the cloud of dust, waiting for it to disperse to look at Izuku directly. No one noticed how the small spheres of light that were in the skies began to descend to earth. Albion, are you happy with the result? Tamura, no, managing to see how the cloud of dust that covered Izuku dissipated, seeing his body without moving a single muscle. I'm not. Turning his face a little. And you? Are you? Albion, I. Before he could respond, a loud bang was heard very close to him. A powerful fist was heading towards his face. It was Melissa, who, despite her injuries, launched herself to attack Tamura with all her remaining strength. But before the fist hit his face, Tamura easily stopped it. He didn't even have to use his armor to do it. Tamura, I'm sorry. Melissa, damn you. Very angry while crying. You have the naughty to apologize after everything you did. Tamura didn't say a single word. He simply closed his eyes as he stretched out his free arm to launch a powerful blow. But before that happened, a loud roar echoed in the place. With his imposing golden armor, the King of the Lions had arrived just in time. He launched a powerful blow towards Tamura in the hope that he would release Melissa, but the only thing he achieved was that Tamura intersected it with his other hand. He could no longer attack. He was within his reach. It was the best time to hurt him. Divide. Not even a moment passed when they fell to the ground. Their strength was absorbed by the white dragon's ability. Both blondes could only watch helplessly as Tamura began to walk towards the crater where Izuku lay. Tamura, I won. But why do I feel this way? Confused, he continued walking, only to be attacked by the young heroes. Electricity, sonic waves, vines, everyone contributed what they could to the battle. Even All Might launched himself to hit him. It was all useless. Divide. Without having to touch you, Tamura had absorbed your energies. He simply continued walking, passing by that man. For him, All Might no longer mattered. He was just a few steps away from reaching Izuku. Tamura, I won. I am the true justice, so why am I not happy about it? The countdown of the missile shelters had ended and they were all activated at the same time. They quickly began to ascend to the skies towards their targets. There were only a few minutes left until the end of all probability of life on Earth. Tamura, this ends. It's not over yet. A loud scream echoed in the place. The young heroes looked full of fear and concern at what was happening, shocked. How can he be standing? They asked themselves. Tamaki, Uravity. Ochako Uraraka stood between Tamura and Izuku, the last line of defense to protect her friend. The girl's parents at the shelter begged her to go away, helpless knowing their pleas would go unheard. Tamura, how? Stopping? How can you still be standing? I was impressed. His tone was genuinely curious. There was no trace of anger in his voice. Uraraka. This isn't over yet. Using her quirk on herself, with a serious look, defying fate itself despite the wounds on her body. As long as any of us are still standing, this won't be over. Getting into a combat stance. I won't let you hurt my best friend anymore. It seemed like a joke, a simple mortal challenging someone who once surpassed most gods, standing there despite having no strength. her will to continue fighting for her ideals burning more intensely than ever inside her soul. All for one would have laughed, mocking such an illogical, pathetic act, but no, he didn't laugh. On the contrary, he deeply admired the young hero. Loyalty knows no limits, no fear. Tamura, I admire your words, but what can you do against me? Closing his eyes for a moment, actions matter more than words. Uraraka, I know, looking for something in her pocket, that's why I have this. Tamura opened his eyes, surprised again by this girl. His friends and companions were in the same situation. In their hands was a Quirk revolver. Uraraka, I managed to take it from a villain before he used it. Tamura, I see, smiling slightly, are you sure? If you use it you will suffer much more pain. His gaze changed to one of melancholy. Don't do it, don't become a monster like me. Uraraka, there's no other way. I want, looking up at the sky, noticing how the small spheres of light were getting closer, how beautiful, directing her gaze again at Tamura, I want to help create a better world, help my parents. Protect people. Smiles, smiling as she shed a small tear while pointing the needle at her neck. I believe in Izuku Midoriya's dream, and that's why I'm going to buy him time until he recovers and gets up again, even if that means betting my own life. With that last cry, the needle pierced his skin and the liquid began to travel through his entire system. The pain was impressive. He felt like he was burning from the inside out. He was truly betting his life on the possibility of a better tomorrow. Tamura, Uravity, no. Ochako Uraraka, her gaze went from melancholic to serious because the situation and the will of that boy deserved it. You are truly someone admirable. If only there were more people like you, this world would not have ended like this. An instant later, Tamura's body felt an enormous pressure on his abdomen. This strong external pressure began to push him with greater intensity. When he realized, he could see the hero who had thrown a punch into the air, or so it seemed. Spitting out some blood, Tamura was sent flying with tremendous force. It was then that he brought out his wings again, and with their help he planted himself firmly in the ground. Only for moments later the ground he was on to begin to float, as well as two other enormous pieces of ground around him. In the speed of a blink, Uraraka brought his hands together, and with it both masses of earth collided against Tamura, contracting him more and more. For a few moments he did not understand what was happening, but after regaining control he deciphered it. A quirk that nullifies the effect of gravity on everything that comes into contact with it. Its evolution was supposed to give it complete control over gravity itself. Tamura, how crazy, she has total control of one of the fundamental forces of the universe. With a slight smile, Tamura had once again used his balance breaker, destroying his prison with great ease, only to see the light of day again. But that was not the only thing he saw. Uraraka, ahhhhhggggg. Knowing that wouldn't stop him, the girl had moved closer so that once she had him in range she could launch a powerful punch. Under normal circumstances this would never have done him any harm, but now it was different. Her fist hit with the same weight as if a mountain had been dropped on top of him. No one could believe what they were seeing. A mere human had brought one of the celestial dragons to its knees. Tamura could feel his bones creaking, the gravity increasing exponentially. That girl was truly dangerous. Unfortunately, much more was needed to finish him off. Tamura slowly began to get up even as Uraraka applied much more gravity to his body. Tamura, be proud, you are the strongest human I have ever met. That girl had gained great power, that's true, but not the experience to be able to use it in the best possible way. She concentrated only on attack and not on defense. Tamura raised his arm and mercilessly pierced Uraraka's chest in front of everyone, while destroying his armor since it was already affected by gravity. Tamura, your name will never be forgotten, you represent true loyalty to an ideal. You can rest now. The girl remained silent, as does everyone else. Her parents' tears as well as Tamaki's run down her cheeks. In that instant they felt as if their heart was torn from their chest. Uraraka, not yet! Tamura, what? Taking him off guard, Uraraka had grabbed him and increased his gravity hundreds of times, causing him to fall to his knees again while spitting blood from the internal damage caused by having gotten rid of his armor. On his own he would never have achieved such damage, but his body was already very weak from the fight against Izuku. She only took advantage of that fact. Falling suddenly, Uraraka kept the gravity increasing as much as she could. Slowly Tamura got up only to run into another surprise. Melissa and Mirio's faces were full of anger and tears as they threw 2 powerful blows directly at his face, managing to throw him very far away only to follow him and continue attacking him without stopping. Tamaki, Uravity! The shy boy approached her, kneeling beside her. Both stared into each other's eyes. Both hearts were beating strongly, but one of them slowly stopped. Uraraka, hey, why are you crying? With her last strength she touches Tamaki's cheek. I have no regrets in my life. Tamaki, don't say anything else. Trying to lift her up, only to feel a large pool of blood on his hands. No, 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 no. Crying a lot more. Yura Ochako. There was nothing to do, they both knew it. Everyone who saw the scene knew it. Uraraka, I helped my parents. The color of her eyes faded. Although for a short time I fulfilled my dream of being a hero. Her hand lost strength to be raised, and also I told a single lie. Tamaki had held the girl's hand. His gaze was dull, but he had a radiant smile, and with her last strength, she looked him in the eyes. Uraraka, if I have a single regret. Her eyes slowly closed. I wish I had the courage to ask you out on a date. Amajiki-senpai, I'm sorry. Tamaki hugged Uraraka gently, their cheeks touching, her tears running down them. The light of life was about to leave her body. Tamaki, next time we meet I won't be afraid to tell you my feelings. A final beat of the girl's heart shook her chest. With a big smile she knew that her love was equally reciprocated. Uraraka, it's a promise. His eyes closed. Tamaki began to scream in pain as he cried. The girl he loved and who loved him back had died in his arms. That had been the tragic story of a requited love that could never even begin. War only brings death and misery to all those it touches. The spheres that descended from the sky had finally reached the earth. A few of these ended up in the deepest part of the crater where a very wounded man was. Izuku. A gentle voice called his name. The boy slowly opened his eyes. Izuku. A nostalgic figure had formed before him. Her gaze was gentle, showing him great unconditional love. Unable to control himself, the young man had begun to cry. He never thought he would see her again, much less hear her sweet voice. His throat hurt. The simple act of breathing was a torment. If this was an illusion, it was a very cruel one. But something told him it was real. His own soul told him so. With great pain the boy moved his lips, only for the figure to become much more visible, resulting in his tears pouring out with greater intensity. Izuku, is that really you, Mom?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.